Welcome to the Ultimate React Native Bootcamp. This isn't a tutorial where we build a to-do application and call it a day. By the end of this bootcamp, you'll have built 13 production level projects, from games to camera apps to full AI agents. And you'll have the skills to build literally anything in React Native. Hey, if you're new here, I'm Beto. I spent years building mobile applications at Walmart, then at Expo as a developer success engineer, where I helped thousands of engineers build production applications. Now I run Code with Beto full time, where I help developers master mobile development and ship real applications. We have some success stories, students who landed their first mobile dev role earning 6 figures, and others who are already making money from their applications on the stores. If you want to be part of that, I have a Discord community, a weekly newsletter, and a pro membership. All the links are in the description. Let's get into it. Here's how we're going to do it. We start from absolute zero with a React Native crash course, components, styling, navigation, state, everything you need to start building real applications. Now, before we start building, almost every real application needs authentication. And for that, we're using Clerk throughout this bootcamp. Clerk has been a long-term partner of this channel, and there's a reason for that. The developer experience is genuinely the best I've used for authentication in React Native. They recently released native UI components built specifically for Expo applications, so you can drop in beautiful production-ready sign-in and sign-up flows without building them from scratch. We're talking, finally, native Google sign-in for Android, Apple sign-in for iOS, email, all handled for you. You'll see Clerk in action in several of the apps we built throughout this bootcamp. So if you don't have an account yet, go ahead and create one. It's free to get started. Link in the description. All right, let's build. Then we jumped straight into our first project, a snake game, because the best way to learn is building something fun. You'll get comfortable with animations, game loops, and gesture handling. From there, we level up into data visualization with charts, the kind of UI that makes applications look professional and polished. Then we go deep on pixel perfect design with Expo, because great applications aren't just functional, they're beautiful. You'll learn to match any design on any screen size. Next, we get into one of my favorite topics, the camera, building a Snapchat clone. At that part, you're gonna learn everything you need to know about the camera API using Expo Camera. And then we push even further with an Obscura Pro camera clone using React Native Vision Camera. After that, we build a modern chat application, real-time messaging, conversations, the kind of feature that's almost in every application you use daily. Then comes our most ambitious build, a full Notion clone, rich text editing, nested pages, drag and drop, over 3 hours of building a complex real-world application from scratch. And then we enter the AI era. We start with voice to text, completely free. You're going to learn how to integrate it locally on the device using Whisper, an open source model. No API keys, no subscriptions. Then we build a talk to AI app where you have real conversations with artificial intelligence. Then we go all the way in and build our own AI agent from scratch. Almost 4 hours of pure cutting-edge AI development. And then we enter the AI era. I'll show you how to use Cloud Code to build React Native applications at an entirely different speed. AI-assisted development that will change the way you work. But first, you need to get the basics down. 13 projects, 22 hours, you'll go from zero to building applications most developers can't even imagine. So grab a coffee, clear your schedule, and let's get to work. Timestamps are in the description. Jump to any section you want, but if you're serious about mastering React Native, I would watch this front to back. Hi, I'm Beto, founder of Code with Beto and developer success engineer at Expo. Over the past few years, I've been helping thousands of developers from complete beginners to web coders take their first steps into mobile development with React Native. And now, with AI tools everywhere, we're seeing a new wave of vibe coders. People who can spin up an application with a prompt, but often hit a wall because they don't actually understand what the code does. So this video is here to fix that. I'll teach you how React Native really works step by step in plain English. We're going to start from zero, no AI, no complex setup, just you and me and the fundamentals. By the end, you'll understand what React Native is, how it works under the hood, and you'll build your first mobile application from scratch using Expo. We're gonna be creating a simple Pokédex app, but don't worry, this isn't just about Pokemon. It's about learning the core skills every React Native developer needs, like how to fetch data from an API, render a list of items, handle state, style components, and navigate between screens. The Pokédex is just our playground. The real goal is to help you think like a React Native developer. So whether you are a complete beginner or web developer who already knows React, or a vibe coder who wants to move beyond copy-paste AI code, this video is for you. You learn how mobile applications are built, why frameworks like React Native and Expo exist, and how JavaScript powers React Native performance. And if you enjoyed this and want to go deeper, learning how to publish your app, use push notifications, or handle advanced navigation patterns, check out my full React Native course at codewithbeto.dev. I'm gonna leave the link in the description. But for now, grab your phone, download Expo Go, and let's start from the very beginning. Just to reiterate, this video is for everyone who wants to get started in mobile development. If you already have experience with React and JavaScript, that's great, although that's not required to follow along with this video. As long as you can follow instructions, you should be able to complete this video and take it without any issues. The only thing you need is Expo Go in your phone and a computer. Now, before we dive into React Native, let's first understand how mobile applications are actually made. Every app you use, whether it's Instagram, Spotify, or your favorite game, runs on a mobile operating system. And there are really only two big companies that dominate the space: Apple and Google. Apple controls the iPhone and the iOS platform. Google controls Android, which runs in most non-Apple devices around the world. Together, these two companies basically shape the world we build for. Now, both Apple and Google have their own app stores. Apple has the App Store and Google has the Play Store. And here's something most beginners don't know. These companies actually want developers to publish more applications because that's how they make money. Every time you buy an application or make an in-app purchase, Apple or Google takes a cut, usually between 15 to 30%. And that's why they invest heavily in developer tools, new frameworks, and new features in their operating systems so developers can keep creating better apps that keep users engaged. So to make app developer easier, both companies, Apple and Google, have their own official frameworks. Apple offers SwiftUI for iOS applications. Google offers Jetpack Compose written in Kotlin for Android applications. And to be honest, these are incredible powerful tools, but they are completely separate ecosystems, meaning an app made for iOS won't automatically work on Android and vice versa. You might have seen these symbols. On the left we have Swift, and on the right we have Kotlin. Now at this point you might be thinking, should I learn Swift or Kotlin? That's a very common question, especially for new developers who want to make their first mobile application. Another big question developers ask: if I want my application to work on both iOS and Android, should I build and maintain two separate applications? And in theory you could, but that means writing everything twice. Two code bases, two sets of bugs, and two different release processes. It's expensive, time-consuming, and honestly kind of painful. So the answer is no. And that's the exact problem Meta, the company behind Facebook, ran into around 2013. They were maintaining two separate applications, one for iOS and one for Android. Every new feature had to be written twice, and every bug had to be fixed twice. It was slowing them down a lot, and engineers started wondering if there was a better way. So Meta engineers started asking themselves, what if we could use the web flexibility, things like JavaScript and React, but make it run inside a native application? That question led to the creation of React Native, a framework that combines the speed and flexibility of the web with the power and performance of native applications. And that's exactly what we're going to explore next. In 2015, Meta introduced React Native, and it completely changed how we build mobile apps. It combined React's component model, the one many web developers already knew, with the performance of native mobile apps. Suddenly, you could use one shared codebase to build beautiful, fast, and responsive applications for both iOS and Android. And today, it's also possible to build for web, Mac, and Windows using React Native. And the best part, Meta didn't keep it all for themselves. They open sourced React Native, letting the entire developer community use it, improve it, and help it evolve into what it is today. Since then, companies all around the world, from small startups to giants like Shopify, Tesla, have built applications with React Native. But how does it actually work? What makes it possible for JavaScript to run on a native application? So at a high-level overview, a React Native application has two main sides: the JavaScript side, shown here in yellow, and the native side, shown here in blue. On the JavaScript side, you write your React components, your logic, your UI, using the same React and JavaScript you already know. But JavaScript alone can't talk directly to the phone's native system. That's where something called JSI, or JavaScript interface, comes in. And it's this little white part in the middle of the React Native application. The JSI acts as the bridge between JavaScript and the native world. It translates what your React components describe. For example, render a button or show an image, and that gets translated to the specific platform native code. So the result is apps that look and perform just like your native applications, but powered by JavaScript. And because the JavaScript bundle is separate from the native code, you can even swap or update it on the fly. And that's what enables over-the-air updates, as long as the native part of your application is compatible with the JS bundle, you can swap it. This flexible architecture is what made React Native revolutionary. It gave web developers access to native power and companies the ability to move faster than ever. But as powerful as React Native is today, it doesn't include everything you need to ship a full application. So before we actually start using React Native, it's very important to understand what React Native itself actually provides and what it doesn't. React Native gives you the low-level APIs, things like native modules, debugger integration, and the bundler connection. You actually don't really need to touch these things when you are just starting, but they are the foundation of how React Native works. The challenge comes when you need to handle real-world application features like publishing, build management, over-the-air updates, navigation, routing, or access the sensors, and things like the camera or push notifications. It's actually pretty overwhelming just to think about it. And React Native itself doesn't provide those out of the box. And realistically, 100% of the applications will need them. So developers are left to figure out all those integrations manually, unless we use a framework. And this isn't just my opinion, this is straight from Nicola Corti, who's part of the React Native core team. In his talk, Use Frameworks, he explains that the core teams focus on improving the low-level building blocks, while recommending that developers use React Native through a framework that provides the rest. Frameworks handle the boring stuff, so you can focus on building your application. And that brings us to Expo, the framework that gives React Native superpowers. So why Expo? Knowing the previous mentioned stuff about React Native and limitations, the answer becomes pretty clear. Expo is a full-stack framework that sits on top of React Native and provides everything you need for a smooth developer experience. It gives you a complete routing system with Expo Router, built-in support for over-the-air updates, native modules like camera, media libraries, sensors, notifications, you name it, and a whole ecosystem of tools that make React Native development simple and enjoyable. On top of that, Expo provides EAS, Expo Application Services, to handle builds, submissions, and updates for you. So you don't have to manage complicated native setup. And yes, Expo is open source, and it's the only framework officially recommended by Meta's React Native core team. I personally recommend Expo not because I work there, but because it just makes sense. You can inspect the code, use all the tools for free, and when your project grows, you can scale with Expo Application Services. The value you get from not reinventing the wheel is massive. So in short, Expo gives you everything React Native apps need, ready to go. And now I want to talk about a specific tool from Expo, which is Expo Go, because that's how we're gonna be running our application in this video. When you're learning React Native with Expo, you'll probably hear about Expo Go. So what is it? If we go back to what we learned earlier, a React Native application has two parts, the JavaScript side and the JavaScript bundle, right? This yellow and blue. So whenever you change something in the native side, you need to rebuild the application, which can take a while. But when you change something in the JavaScript bundle, you can see those changes instantly. That's called hot refresh. And it's one of the reasons React Native is so enjoyable to work with. Expo Go takes that idea to the next level. It's a free application that you can download from the App Store and Google Play, and it acts as a sandbox environment. It already includes most of the Expo native modules like camera, contacts, media library, sensors, notifications, you name it, so you can start building without compiling anything. You just scan a QR code from your terminal and your JavaScript code runs instantly inside Expo Go on your phone. This means you can test your application in seconds without setting up Xcode or Android Studio. And when you are ready to publish or need a deeper native access, you can create a development build using Expo application services, or you can even compile it on your computer. That's when your code gets fully compiled into a standalone application. We won't go into that in this video, but if you want to learn more about how to publish your application, I would highly recommend that you check my React Native course at codewithbeto.dev. We cover everything from the beginning, routing, all the way to publishing and even payments with in-app purchases. And I even added some bonus lessons like how to add an Apple widget to your app and how to upgrade your application. I also cover how to integrate Expo application services like build, submissions, updates, backend services, styling, components, you name it. I highly recommend that if you want to take the next step, check out my course. So for now, let's use Expo Go to develop fast, experiment freely, and see our application come to life right on your phone. Now you understand what Expo and Expo Go are, let's jump into coding and start building our first application. Before we can create our project, you're going to need to install something called Node.js. So if you just Google Node.js, should be the first result that you'll find. Node.js allows us to run JavaScript in our computer. So if you come here and just press Get Node, this is going to take you to this download page. So I recommend that you use the latest stable version, and you can know that it is the latest stable because it says LTS. And you can install it by running this command on your terminal, or if you want to keep things simple, just press this button depending on your machine. I'm using a Mac, so you can just download this and then double click it and install it. Okay. Now, if you don't know if you already have Node installed, you can open your terminal. So if you just search for terminal in your computer, it's going to pop up this application. It's called Terminal. If this is the first time that you are seeing it, don't worry, it's basically a window that allows you to run commands directly, to do things directly through this terminal. So for example, if you already have Node installed, you should be able to just type here node-v and hit enter. And this is going to return the version of Node that you are using. After installing Node, I would recommend that you run this command in your terminal just to make sure that you have it installed. In my case, I'm using 22 at the time that I'm recording this video, but it might be a new version when you are watching this video, and that's totally okay. By the way, the terminal, you don't need to install it. It comes by default on your computer and on Windows machine as well. Okay, so now that we know that we have Node installed, you can actually go to the docs.expo.dev website to get started. The way we create a new application is just by running this command, npx create expo app at latest. So let's copy, and now I'm going to navigate in my Finder to the place where I want to create my project. So here's my file explorer, and I want to create my application inside my desktop, and I have this folder called apps. So what we can do here is right click on this folder, and you'll find services at the very end. And then you can open a new terminal, add folder. Let's click this button. And this is basically going to open your terminal again. You can see that I'm in the apps folder. And this is because I want to create a project inside this folder. So I'm going to paste the command that we copied from Expo, npx create expo app at latest. And let's hit enter. Now this is asking me if I want to install the following package. I'm gonna say yes. You can say yes just by pressing the Y key and hit enter. Okay, and now it is asking me what is my app name. So I'm going to call it Pokédex and hit enter. Now this is going to download a template provided by Expo with all the code we need to run our application for the first time and start developing. Now I'm going to bring in my phone. There it is, as you can see. I can control it and you can see it on screen. And as you notice as well, I already installed Expogo. So you can just go to the App Store, search for Expogo, should be the first result. And this is how it looks. We're gonna need it in a moment. Now, if I go back to my terminal, you can see that the project has been initiated, right? And now we can cd into the folder. Basically, cd is a terminal command that we can use to navigate to this specific folder. Actually, you can just copy this and paste it right here, hit enter. And as you notice, now we are inside the Pokédex folder. Now, before we can actually open this folder, we need an IDE, and I'm gonna be using VS Code. In case you don't know what an IDE is, if you Google VS Code, it's going to be the first result, Visual Studio Code. It's an open source editor, code editor that you can use to edit your code. And I highly recommend that you use VS Code at least when you're getting started, because you know, it's modern, open source, maintained by Microsoft. So it's the best of the best, and many engineers in the industry use VS Code. So just press the download button and then open VS Code. So I already have it installed, so I can just search for VS Code in my computer and open it. And this is how it looks when you open it for the first time. And you can see that we have some shortcuts. Like if I press Command O, by the way, I added my shortcuts. You can see them at the bottom right. If I do that, this is going to open the file explorer, and from here I can go to the desktop inside my apps folder and select Pokédex and then press open. And this is going to open my project, my new Expo app. It's here, and on the left I have the code that makes my application a React Native Expo app. This is a template that we created when we ran the command. So at this point, I'm going to run my application using Expogo. Let's open a terminal window. You can toggle a terminal by running this shortcut that you can see here, or you can also press Command J on Mac and this will open the terminal. But if you're not able to open the terminal, you can always go to the toolbar and select New Terminal, and this is going to open a terminal for you. I'm going to close this one. I already have the other one. Now we are ready to run our application. The way we can run the application is by running a command here. I'm gonna say npx expo start. This is going to start the server, okay? And here it is. This is the QR code I was talking about. The server is running, and now we can scan this QR code to load the JavaScript part of this application into Expogo. So I'm going to bring my device, I'm going to open the camera, and let's scan this QR code. Open in Expogo, and notice that something is going to happen here. It says iOS bundled, meaning that we are now running our application in our device. You can see there on screen. So from here I can use it. It comes with many things like tabs. It already comes with navigation and many cool stuff that it's actually pretty advanced for beginners like us. So what I want to do here, it's run a script to simplify this project. Now, by default, if you take a look on the left, the template comes with a script called reset project. Now I'm going to close the terminal. I'm going to be using the shortcut Command J to close it. Okay, and toggle it. That's super fast, so I'm going to be doing that. Now, if I press Command P, I can search for files. I'm going to search for a file very important when working with React Native applications, that is the package JSON. This is how it looks. And you can see that we have some scripts right away here. The template comes with something called reset project. We can run these scripts by telling the terminal to do that. So let's open the terminal. Now I'm going to stop the server by pressing Ctrl+C. Okay, this is going to stop the server. And we can always run clear to clear the terminal. And now let's run this command, reset project. You can copy this if you want. And in my terminal, I'm going to run npm run and then paste reset project. Hit enter. This is going to run the script, and it's basically asking me if I want to move the existing code into another folder. And I'm gonna say no. Usually when you are interacting with your terminal, you always have these yes and no options. So I'm gonna press N hit enter, and this is going to simplify the code on the left. So if you take a look inside the app folder, this is where our application lives. It's now just a couple files, a layout and an index file. Okay, so let's start the server again. Let's say npx expo start, or you can also use npm. Once you install Node, you get access to npm. So because we installed Node, remember, I have Node, I can say npm run, and then you pass the script that you want to run. In this case, start. So if I hit enter, this is going to start the server. Okay. Now let's go back to my phone. I can shake my phone, and this should bring the developer tools that live inside Expo Go. And you can do many things here, like reload, which is what I want to do at the moment because I restarted the server. So I'm going to press reload. Okay, and now the app has changed. Now we only have live mode at this moment, and yeah, nothing else, just a text, which is what we wanted, right? You can always shake again the device to bring the dev tools. You can press go home and see the servers that you have running. In this case, we're running this Pokédex project. And yeah, so we are good to start working on the JavaScript code here in our project. Now, let's inspect the application. Most of the code and logic that we're going to be writing is going to live inside the app folder. And in the app folder, we have the entry point of the application that lives in this layout. This layout is defining a stack of screens, basically, right? And in this stack of screens, this actually comes from Expo Router, which is the official Expo routing system. And this allows us to navigate between screens and define stack screens. Like in this case, we are defining a stack, but at this time, we only have this self-closing tag. We don't have any complicated at the moment, which means that if we don't define anything, by default, we are going to use this index file as the entry point of our application. So if I click on this index, you can see that we have some code. Couple things that are coming from React Native, which are the basic components, text and views. And we're going to be using these a lot. Okay. So in here, let's update the text. I'm going to delete this and say Pokédex and say Command S to save the file. And once you save the file, you should be able to see your application update on the right. Okay, that's awesome. At this point, we are developing a React Native application that not only works on iOS, but also on Android. So let's start developing our Pokédex application. And to do that, I actually went ahead and searched for a little bit of inspiration in Dribble. I searched for a Pokédex app and I came across this one right here that looks pretty cool. It's, a very simple app that shows a list of Pokemon. Now you might be wondering, where the heck are we getting the data for Pokemons? There is actually an API called pokeapi.co, and it's a free REST API that we can use to fetch Pokemon data. This might look a bit complicated at the moment, but it's actually very easy to use. And when you are developing applications, you're going to be interacting with APIs a lot of the time. This is how an API looks like. Let me zoom in a little bit here. This is something called base URL. And then we have a path. So in this case, this is an example that is saying, try it now. You can just pass the Pokemon path and then the name of the Pokemon that you want to fetch. So in this case, Ditto. And the result for this API call is going to be something like this, which comes with a bunch of data that we can use. So let's try changing this to be Pikachu. Hit enter. And we get a result as well, which is information about Pikachu, the ability, price, forms, Pikachu, height, name, moves, past abilities, and a bunch of information about Pokemons. You can actually use IDs, I think. So if we just say number 1 and hit enter, this will also return a result. Like in this case, Bulbasaur is the Pokemon number 1. So knowing that, we can start fetching Pokemons. Now digging into the docs of the API, this is actually pretty common as well. You might need to read the documentation about the API that you are going to be implementing in your application. So if you are working for a company, they are going to provide you the information, but if you are working on a side project, like in this case, it's a good idea to just give a quick read to the docs. So if I go to this point, you can see that we can also pass some query parameters in the request. So for example, we can pass a limit of 20 Pokemons, and then you can also use an offset. But we don't actually want to do offset at the moment. I'm just going to copy this part of this endpoint, and let's copy this, open a new window, and paste this in here. And as you notice, this is going to give me a bunch of data. Now, if we take a look at this data, of course, this is hard to read, but this is fetching only abilities, right? Because we are hitting this endpoint. So if I go back to the URL, and instead of fetching ability, I'm going to fetch Pokemon and limit to 20 as well, hit enter. And this is going to bring me a list of 20 Pokemons, okay? So now with this endpoint, let's copy it. And let's go back to our application and let's start fetching Pokemons and let's put them on screen. So to do that, if you know React, you already know what to do here. We're going to be using a use effect. But if you don't know React, don't worry. We're going to be using some hooks from React to fetch data. So initially, when I load this application for the first time, I want to do the fetch request to get the Pokemon's data. So when you want to do something like that, when the component mounts or the screen mounts, you can use the hook use effect from React. And this is the advantage of using VS Code. When you type something like this, it's going to get auto imported if you hit enter, or otherwise you can type this manually to import it from React. So we're going to be using two hooks, use effect and use state. Use effect allows us to run code when the screen mounts, and then use state allows us to save the data in a state variable that we can then display on screen. So let me show you how this looks. Use effect takes a callback function as the first parameter, and the second parameter is going to be an array of dependencies. This is going to be empty for now because I just want to run this use effect once when the component mounts. But if you want to run the logic inside this use effect more than once, you can specify some variables that will trigger the effect. Cool. So inside this use effect, I want to fetch Pokemons. So to do that, let's create a function, an async function called fetch Pokemons, right? We can pass some parameters, but I'm not going to be passing anything. Now inside this, I'm going to have a try catch. By the way, this is just plain JavaScript, and if you have some questions about it, you can investigate more about functions in JavaScript or TypeScript. But yeah, if we have an error, I'm going to put it in the console by saying console log error. Otherwise, I'm going to continue with the logic here. When you want to do a fetch request in React Native, you can use the fetch function. So I'm gonna say const response equal to await fetch. Fetch is a function that allows us to hit an API, and it's going to take a URL as parameter and then some request info. Since this is a simple GET request, we can just pass the endpoint like this. This is my endpoint, right? And just like that, this should actually return a response. So once we get the response, it's actually going to come in a JSON format. So we can say, we can abstract the data by saying await response.json. And then let's just put this in the console by saying console log data and hit save. Okay, now we are actually not using this function yet. So let's copy the name and paste it inside the use effect. And now what we are doing here is that as soon as I press save, this use effect is going to run, and we should run this logic and put data in the console. So let's open the terminal. This is a console. I'm going to make this a bit smaller and let's press Command S. All right, and we get some data in here. It's basically the same thing that we got when we paste a link directly in the browser, but now this is inside our application. So once we have this data, I want to save it in my state variable. So instead of putting it in the console, we can call this function set Pokemons, right? And I actually haven't created this function. To do that, now we can use the useState hook. Let's call useState. This is coming from React, and useState allows us to create variables. So I'm gonna say const Pokemons and set Pokemons. One of these is the actual value of the variable, and the other one is a setter function. We can call this set function when we want to update the value of this variable. So at the beginning, this is going to be an empty array. But when we call set Pokemons, we're going to replace that with the data that we're getting here, which is a list of Pokemons, right? Then once we save the data, we can use this variable to list the data. So inside my view, instead of having a regular view, I'm going to have something called a scroll view. And we can use scroll views directly from React Native. I'm importing it here. And then inside the scroll view, I can iterate over the list of Pokemons. So if I open curly braces, that means that I'm going to be writing some JavaScript inside this tag, and I'm going to say Pokemons dot, this is an array, so I'm going to say dot map, and we can iterate for each Pokemon. And for each Pokemon, I'm going to return a view from React Native. And then for each view, I'm going to return a text, and inside the text, I can have the Pokemon name, for example, right? So if we take a look at the items that we are getting here, each item has a name field. So we can say something like Pokemon.name. Okay. Now, when we're iterating on items, we need to pass a key. So let's pass the Pokemon dot. We can use the name or the URL. I'm gonna use the name for the key. Okay, so let's hit save. Let's see if something happens. Okay, and the application broke basically. And the reason for that is because if you pay attention, the response that we're putting in the console here comes with the count next. And then after that comes with something called results. So we need to set data dot results. And this is actually a list, right? And this is the list that we want to iterate. So if I hit save, now we are setting the list and we are iterating on each of them and put them here, right? So this is how it looks. Of course, now TypeScript is yelling at me because we don't have any type safety for this Pokemon. So what we can do is we can create a type for these Pokemons. So let's take one of the results and let's put it in here at the very top of my file. This is how each item looks like. And if we want to type this, we can say something like interface, Pokemon, and then define the type. Name is going to be of type string. URL is going to be of type string as well. Okay. And then in here, I can let useState know that this is going to be of type Pokemon. Now this is yelling at me again because this is being initialized as a list, not as a Pokemon. Let me delete this. So we can just simply say, okay, you know what? This is going to be a list of Pokemons. And now because we know the type and we know that each item has a name and a URL, TypeScript is going to be happy. So if I hit save, everything is going to still work, but now we have type safety. And when I do things like dot, because now we know the type, we can see here IntelliSense from the IDE, from VS Code, and it's showing me the properties of this Pokemon, like the name. Okay, so as you might imagine by now, each Pokemon comes with their URL, right? So we can use that URL to make a new fetch request and get more info about that specific Pokemon. And then we can also allow the user to select how many Pokemons they want to bring. For example, instead of hard coding these 20 here, we can just have 5, or we can change this to be 10 and hit save. Now we get 10 results. Now, I actually want to have the image of the Pokemon so that we can render it, right? And it's going to look cool. So to do that, we can actually iterate for each one of these and then create a new fetch request to get more info about that specific Pokemon using the URL. So to do that, I'm going to paste a little bit of code here and then I'm going to explain it to you. We are going to create multiple promises or multiple fetch requests, right? So we can use this promise.all and then pass the promises that we want to resolve or the fetch request, right? And we are just iterating over each result. And then for each one of these results, we are going to, let me type this with the Pokemon type. We're going to do the fetch request, very similar to what we did here, passing the Pokemon URL for each one of the results. And then we are going to grab the details, right? So if you just use the link, for example, let's just take this as an example, the first result. Let's go to Safari. Let's paste this in here. If I access directly Pokemon number 1, this is going to bring actually a bunch of information about the Pokemon. So this is a lot of data actually, but we are just worrying about the, we're just worrying about the image. So in here, I'm accessing the details dot front default, which is the main sprite of the Pokemon, right? So we are saving this into an array of detailed Pokemons, and then we can change this. Instead of saving the main data, we are going to save the detailed Pokemon, which contains the image, right? But now this is name and image. So I'm going to update, instead of having URL, I'm going to have name and image, right? And now because I updated that, this is actually not going to work anymore. So I'm going to type this as any for now. But down here, if I, add another text, let's duplicate the text, I can now access the image. So if I hit save, this is going to now fetch the Pokemon. Okay, and we can see it on screen. Now we have the link of the image. So instead of rendering a text, we can render an image, and we can use an image from React Native, like this. This was imported automatically. Let me show you. It's in here. It's coming from React Native. So React Native is providing all these components that we can use to render our application. At the end of the day, these views are being translated to native views for the user, depending on the platform, right? iOS or Android. So image takes some properties, and you can actually learn more about these components just by pressing Control Space. And then this is going to bring all these things that you can use from this component. There are many things, and I would recommend that you check out the documentation for each specific component that you want to use. You can search, reactnative.dev and check the documentation to learn more about how to use a specific component. So this is going to take a source, and for the source, we can pass a URI, and the URI is going to be the Pokemon image. Now, an image in React Native needs to have a width and height. So let's pass an inline style, and an inline style can be written as follows. It's an object like this, and we can pass width of 100 and height of 800. Let's hit save. Let's see what happens. Awesome. Now we have a list of Pokemon, and because this is a scroll view, I can, swipe my finger and navigate through Pokemons and, learn more about them. Now, at this point, I'm actually limiting myself to only the image, right? And the name. but you might want to get more information about the Pokemon. So if you need more information about the Pokemon, you can go to the docs. So here I selected the Pokemon API, and this is the endpoint that we are hitting. Pokemon, then the ID or name, you can pass it here. And this is all the info that comes here. And right now we are grabbing the sprites and then front default. So if you pay attention in the response, we have sprites, and we have actually many images. So let's say that you also want to show maybe the shiny version of the Pokemon. You can, take advantage of it. You can just access this value. We also have the back default. So let's just, for fun, copy this value. Let's go back and let's say image back, and we can say details dot sprites dot back default. Okay, now we are grabbing this value. We can hit save. Let's update our type to have the image back. So I'm going to duplicate this. Let's say image back. Awesome. Now we can simply duplicate our image. Let's copy, paste down here, and let's use the image back. Command S to save. And if we take a look at the phone, now we get the back image, front and back. Pretty cool. Awesome. So we can actually make this bigger so that everyone can see. Let's do 150 and 150 width and height. Let's do the same for this one. 150 and 150, hit save. There we go. Now I want to put my images from left to right. So we can do things like wrapping these two views inside another view. This is how it looks. Now hit save. Nothing happens so far, but now I can add a style to this view. We can add inline styles like this, the same way that we created, the style for this image. And then we can use the flex box, like for example, flex direction row. Hit save. This is going to put items from left to right. You can, of course, change this, for example, row reverse. You pay attention on the right, we have, the front first, but if I hit save now, this is going to now do it in reverse mode. Might be useful if you need, but yeah, let's just use row for now. Okay, cool. Pretty cool. So now let's actually take a look at the design that we were looking before. And you know what? Funny thing is that these Pokemons have a different background depending on their type, right? So Charmander, for example, fire type is orange. And then we have, Bulbasaur green. We have a red one down here. Would be cool if we can graph the type of the Pokemon. So we can actually, access the types. It's an array of types. So let's try to graph that. This is actually a bit more complex, but we know that in the details, we have the types, and this is going to be an array. So we can say details dot types. Let's go back. Types, types is a list of items. So this is an array, and each item has a property type, then name and URL, because you can get more info about the type. Let's go back, and now let's define a new type. I'm gonna say interface Pokemon type. This is going to look something like this. I don't care about the slots, and then I'm going to name the field type here. And then we're going to have name of type string, and then URL. We are actually not going to use the URL, but it's good to have it here, right? So now I can define here my type, and I'm going to say that this is going to have types, and this is going to be a list of Pokemon type. This is how you can start creating more complex types like this one. Cool. So now let's actually set this data down here just by saying details types. Okay, I think we're already doing it here. Cool. So if now we put this in the console, we can say something like console log Pokemons, hit save, and let's take a look at the terminal. Okay, we have a bunch of data. It's actually hard to see. So we can maybe just grab the Pokemon at position 0 on the list. Okay, now it looks a bit better. But now what I'm gonna do is use JSON.stringify to format this output in the terminal like this. So if I hit save now, just by using this syntax, now this looks way better. So I can see that a Pokemon comes with types, and the first type of Bulbasaur is grass, which is correct, right? So now I should be able to, apart from the name, we can maybe duplicate this. We can say Pokemon types. Now this is yelling at me because this is an array, so we can grab the position 0 dot type dot name. Let's hit save. Awesome. So if I hit save, now you can see that it says grass. And let me actually make this style of this a bit bigger. What I'm going to do here is show you another way of styling stuff. React Native comes with something called style sheet, and you can import it like this. You can create styles in line like we've been doing it here, or you can do it outside of the component to keep things simple and easy to read. So down here, I'm going to create a variable called styles equal to style sheet from React Native dot create. This takes an object of styles, and then you can start defining your styles. For example, I'm going to define one for name, and then this is going to take an object. Then we can start writing the style, like font size. I'm going to use 20. And we can define font weight, for example. We can use both. Usually you're going to be using strings and numbers for the values. And this is very similar to CSS. So if you are familiar with CSS, just keep in mind that this is like in a JSON or JavaScript object notation. Cool. So now we can use this style for the name text. So I'm going to say style equal to, now instead of passing the object directly here, I'm going to say styles dot name and hit save. So now my name is bigger. Great. Now let's make this actually 32 maybe. It's gonna be too big, right? Let's make it 28. And then we can duplicate this. And then we can say type. Type could be 20, bold as well, and then maybe we can use color gray. Now let's go here on the type name, and I'm gonna say styles.type and hit save. This is how you can keep the styles a bit cleaner by putting them outside of the component and just using this style here. Okay, so we have the type fire, water, bug. So based on the type, we could define some colors that we want to use. Let's try to create a map for that. So we could create an object that is going to return the color that we should use based on the type. So let's call this one colors by type. And this is an object. Put it in here. Now let me scroll up. Cool. Let's start with grass. Grass, we're going to use green. Then we have fire. So fire, we're going to use red or maybe orange. Then what else? We have water. We're going to be using blue. And then bug. Yeah, let's use green. Cool. Awesome. So now we can use this object to define the color of our background based on the type. So if we go to the list, we're iterating here. And let's pass a style to this view. I'm going to add this style in line. The reason for that is because I'm going to be changing some stuff based on the current type of the Pokemon. So let's add a background color. I'm going to use red for now. Hit save. That's how it looks. Of course, everything is together, you know, everything is close to everything. So that's why everything is red at the moment. But if I go to the scroll view takes a property called content container style. And in here we can pass a style. So we can add a gap or space between items. And I'm going to say 16. And now you can see the separation between items. Cool. We can also add a padding of 16. All right. Okay, let's go back to the list of Pokemon, and instead of using background color red, I'm going to use my object that we created here, colors by type. So I want to use colors by type, add position, so we can position ourselves based on the Pokemon type. So let's grab this and put it in here. So let's see what happens if I press save. Okay, we get a warning, but still works. We're using green, Charmander orange, Squirtle blue, and Caterpie green. Awesome. So we have a little warning here from TypeScript. And just to keep things simple, I'm going to say TS ignore, because we're going to be just limiting ourselves to this list of Pokemon. So I know that we are not going to have any issues. So we can just ignore this line by saying TS ignore like this. Okay, and everything works fine, but actually I don't really like the colors. They are very ugly. Okay, so I asked ChatGPT to generate some colors and it gave me this. Okay, so let's hit save. Now it looks way better. Awesome, I really like it. Yeah, and you know, ChatGPT also generated more info, which is great in case we need more types. And if we really want to, if we go to the background color, we can say plus 30 to add some opacity, right? We can say 50% of opacity. And what this is translating, it's basically like adding the opacity here by passing it directly, or you can concatenate this here. So plus 50 actually looks a bit more like the design that we're trying to follow here. Pretty cool. Okay, so yeah, let's use maybe 50 for now. And now let's keep styling this. I'm going to come here and say padding. Let's add a padding of 20, for example. Let's see how it looks. Okay, so let's just try to center the text here. So the name and type, we can just come here and say text align to the center and do the same here. So if I hit save, it's now centered. Perfect. Let's now add a simple border radius of 20 as well. Okay, and that looks way better. Perfect. Now, what if we want to actually render more information based on what we have here, right? Because the user could press the card and maybe we can navigate to a details screen for each Pokemon. So that's actually a pretty common pattern that you're going to be using a lot as a React Native developer. So let's see how we can do that. First of all, we need to create a new screen. So on the left, I'm going to say new file, and let's create a new screen. So with Export Router, just by creating a new file inside the app folder, we are automatically adding a new screen. So we actually don't need to do anything else unless we want to customize things, and we actually want to do that. So let's start by creating this file. We can name it as you want. So I'm going to call this one details.tsx. You could also name it like Pokemon details and stuff like that. Now, to don't complicate this a lot, I'm going to copy whatever we have on the index file. So Command C, let's go to the details, Command B, and we are gonna reutilize a bunch of stuff. So first of all, we are not going to need this, so let's remove the colors and all that. I'm going to remove basically everything, the use effects and the fetch request, and let's just keep a simple scroll view, and let's remove as well the Pokemons. So this is how it looks. Now I'm going to rename this component to be details and hit save. Okay, now we don't have anything here, which is great. Now we want to navigate to this screen. So I'm going to actually remove the styles as well. Cool, awesome. Now how we can navigate to this screen when we press one of these things. So in React Native, there's something called pressable that you can use to trigger events or actions when the user presses something. So we can wrap the view in a pressable like this, but now it's yelling at me because the key value should be in the parent here. So let's paste this in here. Now the warning is gone. Now we have this pressable, and this pressable takes properties like on press. So what do we want to do when we press this button? We want to navigate. We can use this pressable, or we can actually use a link from Export Router. This link is coming from Export Router. You remember the navigation system that we're using. And now this is actually yelling at me because this takes an href. And if I just open quotes here, you're going to find our details screen. Okay, so if I do that, and let's just change this to be a link, hit save. If I do that, the style changed a little bit, as you can see. But if I press one of these items, we navigate to the details screen. No matter what we're pressing, we are navigating. Okay, pretty cool. So based on that, what I want to do now is actually fix my style. First of all, we can cut this style, put it in here, hit save. Now, something that is actually bothering me before we implement the details screen is that it says index, right? Our screen instead of home or instead of Pokemons. So what we can do is just go to the root layout, which is where we can define our screens. And I'm going to create this tag like this. And then we can define each specific screen in here. By saying stack.screen, we can pass the name of the route, in this case, index, and then we can define some options for this screen. For example, the title. In this case, I'm going to use home. If I hit save, now it says home. Awesome. So when we press an item, we're navigating to the details screen. So let's customize the details screen here. Let's name details. The name needs to match the name of the file, by the way, the file that we have on the left. And title for this is going to be details. Hit save. There we go. Now the left button says home, and I actually don't really like that. I want to keep it minimal. We can access the header, back title, display mode. This is a property, and we can use minimal to just keep it simple with a back arrow like this one. Okay, and it's using liquid glass, by the way, which is, you know, fully native for iOS. Okay, so when we navigate to this screen, we need to actually get information about what we need to display. This is also known as a dynamic route, and we can pass parameters when we navigate to this route using the link. So the link can take this link just like that, like the string, or we can actually pass an object with the path name, which is what we have, but then we can also pass some parameters to the other screen. So I'm going to pass the Pokemon name as parameters. Now this is yelling at me because this should actually be an object. Let's pass the name to be Pokemon name. Awesome. So now we know that we are passing the name of the Pokemon that we are pressing when we navigate. So if we go back here, we can use a hook from export router. It's called use search params, local search params. I'm going to bring this from export router, and this will give me the params like this. We can just grab them like that. Maybe let's put them in the console. Params like this. So let's hit save. Let's hit save here. Let's open the console. I'm going to press C in the console to clear everything. And now let's try to navigate. I'm going to go back. Let's navigate to Bulbasaur, and I get the name. Okay, let's go back. I get the name, Charmander. Nice, cool, it's working. So this is how you can pass parameters from route to route. So from here, we can just say .name. And if I navigate, now we get the string. Okay, cool. So with that, we can actually do another fetch request to get more information about the Pokemon. And, you know, it's a matter of basically re-implementing this again. We could actually pass directly the Pokemon URL. So I guess it depends on what you want to do at this point. But I think this is actually a very good opportunity for you to try to implement a fetch request here based on the name of the Pokemon. So just to give you a nice start, you're gonna need a use effect that needs to run when we navigate to this screen. You're gonna need a function to fetch the Pokemon data. Async function, fetch Pokemon by name. You know, you can pass the name as parameter if you want, of type string. You're gonna need a try catch, and then you're gonna need a fetch request here. Okay, so this is a good exercise if you're following along. Try to do this by yourself without using ChatGPT. And if you need to know more about how to use fetch, you can actually search the documentation and read about it. That is going to benefit you a lot. And then you can display the info down here and style it. Okay, now just before we end this video, guys, because I don't want to make it super long, I want to show you a couple more things that you can do with export router in the layout. For example, you can define the presentation animation of this screen, and you can use a modal, which looks really nice. So for example, if I now press one Pokemon, the screen gets presented as modal. You can also use form sheet. And if I just use form sheet like that, this is going to look very similar to a modal screen, but the difference is that form sheet, you can define some detents. So I'm gonna say sheet allow detents, and let's say that I want to just allow 0.5% of the screen. Let's see what happens. Now the form sheet takes only 50% of the screen. Okay, and from here, you know, I can close it, open it. Pretty cool. You can also define some detents like, you know, 0.5, then 0.7, and then let's change this to be 0.3. Now let's see what happens. 0.3, and then you can play between 0.5 and 0.7 just by swapping your finger. Pretty cool. You can do things like sheets. If you just type sheet, you'll get all these properties like grabbable, visible, equal to true. This is, you know, just this little top grabbable item that lets a user know that they can drag it. So it's pretty cool. You can always hide the header, like header shown equal to false, and just keep it simple like that. And then, of course, you can overwrite these properties by going to the actual detail screen and use the stack from export router screen. And then you can set options here directly. So header shown equal to true. And then let's wrap this into a tag so that we don't get that error. And yeah, let's try this again. Of course, because I set this to false here, this won't work, but you can override, for example, the title, right? This is something that will be useful. Let's type test. Now we have test, but dynamically you can do something like just grab the params.name, right? Params.name. Hit save. Let me say as string so that we don't get that warning. And then let's see what happens for each Pokemon. Now dynamically we are setting the title of the form sheet, which is pretty cool. Let's see Blastoise. Let's see Squirtle. Okay, you can do things like that with the background color here. And say background color, I don't know, red, just for testing. Yeah, and at the moment it's not taking the entire space available because we don't have anything inside the scroll view. But you know, you can add a simple text with the params.name. And let's bring the text from React Native. And let's duplicate this a couple times just so that we have some content to show. And this is how it looks. Okay, so you can do things like this. Of course, this is, not necessary at the moment. Now let's test restarting the application, for example. I'm going to shake and refresh. And the fetch request gets triggered and we get the list of Pokemons. We can navigate to each one of them. Let me remove this background color red. All right, so I think this is a good point to stop. This is more than enough and we have learned a bunch of things in this video. Although the application is very simple, but we learned how to fetch data, how to move between screens, how to define new screens, how to change the settings of the screen, different presentations, how to pass parameters to different routes, how to get the parameters using export router hooks, how to use useEffect, how to use useState to get data, how to read and learn about APIs, how to style the components, the cards, some of the basic components that you can use from React Native like scroll view, text, views, buttons, pressable, links from export router, and many more things. So if you want to take things to the next level, check out codewithbeto.dev. In the course, of course, we take you from zero to hero all the way to publishing together, step by step. So I hope you liked this video. I hope you learned something new. I hope you find it helpful. Please let me know in the comments if you want me to create more videos like this, or if I missed something, if you want me to create a specific video about something that you like to reinforce. But otherwise, thank you so much for watching and I'll see you in the next one. Quick coffee break. If you're serious about React Native, consider becoming a pro member at codewithbeto.dev. You get my full React Native course, TypeScript, Git, plus real production projects with source code you can ship. One price, lifetime access, everything I build goes in there. Link in the description. All right, let's get back to the video. Have you ever wondered if we can create games utilizing React Native? Well, wonder no more, because in this tutorial, we're gonna learn how to create a classic snake game utilizing React Native and TypeScript. If that's something that you are interested in, make sure that you subscribe and like this video. Welcome back to Code with Beto, guys. In this video, we're gonna learn how to create a snake game utilizing React Native and TypeScript. So let's see a demo of what we're gonna be building today. And this is already functional. So I'm going to start by reloading this game. And this is a pretty simple functionality. We just have this little snake that is going around the screen. And whenever we swipe up or we swipe left, down, and right, we are moving this snake. And every time we eat an apple, we are increasing the size of the snake, right? So it's pretty simple. And whenever we hit a wall, we lose, of course. Here we have a point. We also can reload the game and pause the game and continue the game, play the game, right? Right. So this is basically what we're going to be doing. As always, guys, if you want to just jump into the code, you can go to codewithbeto.dev/projects, and you're going to find all the projects that I have in this channel. If you are interested, here we have the snake. We can scroll down, we can check the dependencies that we're going to be using, and you can access these links of GitHub. And if you want to just download the project, you can just download it as a zip file, right? So now that we know that, of course, I have to tell you guys that if you are interested in mastering React Native, I have this React Native course, in Spanish, so be careful. I'm working on translating it to English, but at the moment it's in Spanish. So if you want to support this channel, if you want to become a master in React Native, make sure that you check my React Native course. Now that that is out of the way, I'm going to close this and let's start by building this amazing project. Now, I almost forgot to tell you guys that this project is going to work as well on Android. You can imagine because we are using React Native. But yeah, basically we have the same functionality on Android. And I was thinking that you can create an online game in which you can have two players competing to see who got more apples, right? It will be super nice. You can do that as a homework. But yeah, I'm going to remove this device for now. I just wanted to show that it works on Android. Now, for now, guys, I want to make sure that we understand what are we gonna do, okay? Because there's many ways we can tackle this problem. We can create this game in a different manner. So let's see what we are going to be doing, right? So here we have our device, and let's say that this is going to be our snake. This is going to be super easy because it's pretty simple. It's just a view. We can use as well an image to represent the snake. But yeah, we can do that in React Native using a view, right? So pretty simple so far. Now, how we can move this snake? Because we're using React Native, we can use gesture handlers to detect when the user is swiping his finger up, down, right, or left. And based on those gesture events, we can move the snake, right? Now, how we can move this snake? Well, let's say that this height of the device is going to be our y-axis, and this up here is going to be our x-axis. So, as we can see now, this snake or head of the snake is going to have a position on the x and y axis. For example, at this point, it could be something like 2 and 3, right? Now, whenever we want to move the snake, what we can do is just simply grab the snake, make a copy of the snake, and increase the x plus 1, right? So basically, we grab x, we increase 1, and j and y, we just leave it like that. So this is going to create us another snake in this position. And now what we need to do is just simply delete 1 from the rest of the snake, right? So I'm going to delete this one, and we successfully moved our snake. Now, let's imagine that we have already eaten some apples and our snake is looking like this. So this is our head. And now the users want to swipe down. So we want to move down. So we grab this head, make a copy, and we are going to grab x and y, and we are going to add 1 to y. So now the next copy is going to be down here. And what we need to do now is grab the rest of the snake and just remove the first element because we moved the snake. But what if we ate an apple? But we can simply just create a copy into the next position and don't remove anything. If we eat an apple, right? So let's say that we are eating apples, so we are increasing the size by 1 of the snake. If we don't eat anything, we just remove the last item, and that's how we successfully move this snake. Of course, there's something else that we need to keep in mind. Of course, for example, let's say that this x is going to be an apple. Every time we eat an apple, of course, this snake is going to have as well a position on x and y. And whenever we eat this snake, we want to increase the size of the snake and delete this and get a random position between these bounds of the game, right? Between the screen. So for example, let's say that we eat it and now it's going to appear down here. We can do that as well, just getting random values, having in mind that this is going to be our 0 position. And at most, we are going to have, let's say, 30 on the x-axis. And let's say that we have 80 pixels of height on the y-axis. So this is going to help us as well to know whenever the user gets out of the bounds. So for example, if I just move my snake this way and we hit this wall, we're going to check that by checking if the position x is greater than 30, it means that we lose. As well, if the position x is less than 0, it means that we move out of this position, so we lose, right? We are going to have the same validations for y. If y is less than 0, we lose. If y is greater than, and in this case 80, we lose. That's basically how this is going to work. And of course, we want to be generating this random food between these bounds, right? So now that we have this basic understanding of what we're going to be doing and how we are going to approach this problem, let's start by creating our React Native application. So here I have my terminal and it's in my desktop. As you can see, I'm going to start by creating this project using Expo, right? Because it's the fastest way we can do this. You can use the CLI, no worries. It's going to be the same functionality. So to create an Expo application, we need to run the command create Expo app. And because we want to be using TypeScript, I'm going to add the template flag. So we're going to be asked if we want to use TypeScript. And of course, we want to use TypeScript in this case. You can choose navigation with TypeScript or just blank TypeScript. I'm going to choose blank TypeScript. And for the name of my project, I'm just going to call it Snake for now, right? Hit enter. And now let's wait until the project is ready, right? Notice that we are installing these dependencies using npm and our project is ready. So now we can access this Snake folder in our desktop. And now we can start by adding the dependency, the only dependency that we're going to need for this tutorial. It's going to be React Native Gesture Handler. And because I'm using Expo, I can just run Expo install React Native Gesture Handler. If you are using the CLI, make sure that you check the documentation to see how you can install it. So let's hit enter. And once this is done, that's pretty much all we need to do. We can start working on this application. So I'm going to open this project on Visual Studio Code. All right, here we have our project. And the first thing that I want to do is just run the command npx expo start to start our development server. Now we can just go to this iPhone and reload by pressing Ctrl-Command-Z. And this is going to be reloading. All right, so our application is working. I'm going to close my terminal for now. We're not going to be using it. And let's go to our app.js, app TSX, because we are using TypeScript. Here we have pretty much all we have in this application at the moment. Because as you know, in this channel, we always create applications that are reliable, scalable, and maintainable. So we're going to start by creating a structure of this folder by creating a folder called source. Inside this folder, we can have another folder in which we are going to put our components. Inside source, we are going to have a styles folder. This is optional. Of course, you can use, you can put your styles as you want, but this is like a scalable manner to do it because we're going to have some colors through our application and we need to reference these colors. And sometimes if you want to change one color, instead of going on each component, trying to change the same color, we can just go to the styles and change one color and our application is going to change, right? Everything. So we're going to have styles. And then because we're using TypeScript, I'm going to create another folder in which I'm going to put my types. Then finally, we're going to be using another folder to store our utility functions. So I'm going to call it utils. Because when we are creating this kind of applications, we're going to be using some, many utility functions, like for example, to detect if the snake head is at the same position of the apple foot, right? So if they are at the same position, we can increase the points and increase the size of the snake. So we need a function to do that. And we can abstract, make our code more modular by abstracting these functions in a utility folder. Perfect. Now let's start by creating our first component. Inside my components, I'm going to create a game.tsx. And just for now, I'm going to close my Explorer and I'm going to start by importing all as React from React. So it's going to look something like this. And then we can export the full function, this game like this, right? Now guys, because we are using TypeScript, we can define the return type of this component, and it's going to be a JSX element. Now it's red because we are not returning any JSX element at the moment. So I'm going to put return, and now it's red down here because we need to provide a JSX element. In this case, I'm just going to put a safe area view from React Native. All right, so I'm going to start by adding some style to this view. So let's go back to our Explorer, and inside styles, I'm going to create a new file called colors, and it's going to be lowercase colors.ts. And this colors.txt is going to be simply the colors that we are going to be using across this application, right? So now I'm exporting this object of colors. Now I can close it and use these colors inside my game. So I'm going to create some styles down here, and by saying style sheet from React Native dot create. This is going to take an object of classes. My first class is going to be called container. So container is going to look something like this. I'm going to close this Explorer for now. And let's say that we want to have a background color of my colors. I'm going to import these colors from my styles color. You can see here, and dot primary. This is the primary color. So if I hit save now, and now we can go to our app.tsx file and basically delete everything that we have in here and just try to keep this component as clean as possible because this component is the entry point of our application. So I'm just going to say const app, and this app is going to be my component equal to, and I'm going to create an arrow function because I think it's more cleaner. And for now, let's just return a game, right? So if I import my game from my components, this is going to look something like this. Now I'm going to reload my application, and we are getting this error, and that's because we are not exporting these components. So I'm gonna say export default app. All right, hit save, and now we can try to reload this application again. Okay, so now it looks like it's working. Let's go back to our game.tsx, and we can add this style inside this view. So I'm gonna say styles.container, hit save, and as you can see, we have the primary color up here. Of course, we are not taking any height. We can do this by adding flex of 1. This is going to grab all the space available on screen, and it's gonna fill it, right? So we have now our background color. It's looking good. Now, one important thing, guys, to keep in mind, when we are using React Native gesture handler in our application, we need to add this import up here, just like that. It's like a requirement in order to have this library working correctly in our application. Now, another important thing is that we need to wrap this game or this application inside a gesture handler root view. It's going to look something like this, and I'm going to put my game inside this gesture handler root view, and I'm going to delete that space. And that's pretty much all we need to do. But of course, as you can see here, we are again just taking this space. So I'm going to add a style, and in this style is going to be simply an inline style of flex 1 in order to take the full height of the screen. So you gotta make sure that you wrap your component inside the gesture handler root view in order for this to work on Android, right? So now let's hit save, and let's go back to our game. And now let's try to create a function to detect when the user is swiping their finger. So inside my game, we are going to have this function, and this function is going to be called handle gesture, right? This is going to be an arrow function, and this arrow function, it's basically going to receive an event. So I'm going to say event, and for now, I'm going to say any. Now, inside my return, I'm going to open these parentheses, and we're going to need to import a pan gesture handler from React Native gesture handler. Now, inside this, we can add this, this safe area view. And of course, we need to delete this semicolon, hit save, and try to reload this. Okay, so now it's working. So once we have this pan gesture handler, we can access the gesture events by saying on gesture event, and then we can call our function handle gesture, right? So this is going to generate an event that we are receiving here. And for now, let's say that we want to put that event on console just to see what we are getting, right? So I'm gonna say console log event, open my terminal, and all the way here. Now let's drag our finger, and as you can see, every time we drag our finger in the screen, we are getting a bunch of things down here. Now, let's add something called native event. Hit save and clear our terminal and drag again. And now it's starting, all this data is starting to look cleaner. We have something called absolute X, and we have something called absolute Y. We also have translation Y and translation X. So those values are the ones that we're going to be using for this tutorial, because those values are going to tell us the direction which the user is moving their finger, right? So let's put this down here. Let's go back to the console log. And now, instead of putting this console log, let's create two variables by destructuring from the event the translation on the x-axis and translation on the y-axis. And let me delete this parentheses. And now let's put that on console. Console log translate x and translate y. Hit save. Let's open our terminal again and drag our finger. As you can see, if I drag my finger down, I'm getting on the y-axis these values that are positive. Now, if I drag my finger up, we are getting y values that are negative. If I swap my finger through the left, we are getting x values negative. And if I swipe to the right, these x values are going to be positive. Now, it's worth noticing that when we swap our finger to the right, of course, we can go right and then like right up or right down. So we are not going to be in a straight line because we are humans, right? So we are getting some values in here. Now, how we can use this data that we know already we are getting here to move our snake? Well, we can simply delete this console log and get, first of all, the value between these two that is bigger. So that is going to tell us if we are moving on the x-axis or y-axis. So by saying, also you gotta keep in mind as well that these values can be negative. So we're going to grab the absolute value of translation x, and we're going to check if that is greater than the math dot absolute value of translation y, right? So this is going to tell us basically if this is greater than y, it means that we are moving on the x-axis. So now we can see, we just need to detect if we are moving to the right or we are moving to the left, because we know that we are in the x-axis. If translation x is greater than 0, it means that we are moving to the right. So I'm going to put a comment here, moving right. Otherwise, it means that we are moving left. So I'm going to say moving left. And otherwise, in the case that x is less than y, it means that we are moving on the y-axis, up or down. So we need to check if we are moving up or down. So I'm going to say if translation y is greater than 0, it means that we're moving down. So I'm going to say down. Otherwise, it means that we are moving up. So I'm going to say up. Perfect. So now that we have this, let's start by creating some types that we're going to be using in here. So I'm going to go to my types folder and I'm going to create a new file called types.ts. Of course, you can name it as you want. And let's start by creating a type that we're using already. This is the native event type, and we are getting the X and Y axis, and these are numbers, right? So let's hit save and now use this native event inside this function instead of having this any, right? Now I need to quick fix this and add an import so we don't get that error. Perfect. Now let's create another type that we're going to be using, and this type is going to be an interface as well, and it's going to be a coordinate. So I'm going to call this type coordinate. We are going to have basically two values in each coordinate. The first one is going to be an X and the other one is going to be a Y. Both are going to be numbers. We already know that. And now we can use this coordinate type. As well, we know that we can move up, down, right, and left. So let's create a type that is going to keep these values. And this is the perfect case in which we can use an enum. If you're not familiar with enums, basically are values that are constant. In this case, up, down, right, left. These values are constant and they are never going to change. But the user can only use one of these values every time. So we can just go to the right, to the left, up, or down. We can use a num of as follows. So we can say direction, and we can move to the right, we can move to the left. Basically, we are defining, well, I'm gonna say right, up, left, and down. Basically, we are defining the values that we can take in this enum, right? So now that we have these values, let's go back to our game, and all the way up here, I'm going to start by declaring some variables that are going to help us to manage the game in an easy manner. So let's paste this for now. We are going to need an initial position for the snake. So this is going to be a constant variable, and this is going to be just one X and Y position. And then we're going to need a position, initial position for the food. It's going to be an X and Y. Then we're going to need the game bounds. This is really important, and we saw this in the conceptual overview of this video. And basically, we are defining that the minimum X is going to be 0, the minimum Y is going to be 0, the maximum X is going to be 35, and maximum Y is going to be 63. If the snake goes out of these bounds, it means that we lose the game. Perfect? Okay, so I already know these values because I've been testing this a little bit, and it's just going to be 35 in the case of the iPhone. Of course, this is maybe not the best way to do it, but you can improve it in your house if you want, right? So now move interval. We're gonna be moving the snake every 50 milliseconds. And to update the movement of the snake, we're gonna be using a interval of JavaScript, and we're gonna see that in a couple minutes. And as well, we're gonna need a score increment. So I want to increment my score by 10 points every time I eat an apple. Perfect. Now that we have these constant values, it's going to be easy for us just whenever we want to change some value, just come on the top of this file and change it here. And we don't have to even look at the code because we have all this abstraction in here. Perfect. So now inside this game, let's start by creating some variables using states from React. The first one is going to be my direction. So I'm going to say const direction and set direction equal to use state from React. And the first value of this is going to be a direction to the right because we want to be moving to the right. So I'm going to say direction, importing my type from my types, and dot right, right? So it's looking pretty good. We can also add the type of this state here. We can say that this is going to be type direction, and the first direction or the default value of this direction is going to be to the right. Good. Now that we have that, we can add another variable called snake. We're going to need a snake. And one important thing that I forgot to mention, up here, we have an array of basically coordinates. We have an array in the snake because we can have many snakes, right? We're going to start with one head, but every time we eat an apple, we're going to be creating more and more. So that's why we need to keep track of the position of each part of the snake. That's why we are creating an array of positions, right? Now, let's say down here, set snake. And for now, we're going to be saying that this is going to be use state as well. And the initial value for this snake is going to be snake initial position. Now let's add the corresponding types. This is going to be type coordinate. So it's importing from our types, and let's close it. Now we're getting an error, and that's pretty normal because this is an array and we are saying that this is type coordinate. So we can simply add some brackets here to say that this is going to be an array of coordinates. Cool. Now that we have that, we can create another, basically the same thing. I'm going to duplicate this, and this is going to be our food, and set food. Cool. Now, food is not going to be an array. It's just going to be one position, and the initial position is going to be equal to the food initial position that we have up here. Nice. This is looking pretty good. Now, we also need to know whenever we lose the game, And we also need another variable to keep track of how many points the user had. So I'm going to create these two variables using react.useState. As you can see, this is going to be Boolean values, and the initial value is going to be false. Now let's hit save, and that's all we need for now. Now we can go back to the handle gesture function, and whenever we are moving to the right, we can simply say that set direction equal to direction.right. This is looking pretty nice, right? It's super easy. Now that we have this enum, we can say that we're moving to the left in this case, and I'm going to copy, paste down here. And in this case, we're going to be moving down. And finally, I'm going to copy this for the last time, paste it here. We can go up. Cool. Now we have this direction. Every time we move the finger, we know where are we going. Okay, so I'm going to close this handle gesture for now. And now let's create our snake so we can start moving the snake, right? Let's go to the components, create another file called snake.tsx. And this snake is going to be a pretty cool component because we know that we are receiving an array of positions, right? So I'm going to say just export default function, and I'm going to export my snake. And my snake is going to take a snake as a parameter. And this function is going to return a JSX element, so we can define it here. And now we need to declare some types for this snake. So I'm going to create an interface that is going to be called snake props. We know that we're going to receive an array of coordinates. So I'm going to say snake is going to be of type coordinate, like this. Now I need to import this coordinate type, add the import, and now we can put that this snake is going to be of type snake props. Perfect. Now this is red. We already know that because we need to return a JSX file. And for now, I'm going to put a fragment from React. For those who don't know what a fragment is, it's basically an empty tag. But I believe that fragment looks pretty much, looks better than this empty ugly tag. Cool. Perfect. So we have a fragment, and inside this fragment, we can start by iterating on each point of the snake. So I'm going to say snake.map, and we are going to start iterating for each segment. The map function is going to return as a second parameter, and you can see here an index. So I'm going to grab that index because I'm going to need a key to tell React that which element is which, or what part of the snake is what part. You can see here down here, this is going to be a tab number. And I need to create my function. And this segment, each part of the snake is going to be of type coordinate. So I'm going to say type coordinate. Inside this function, we can return a JSX element, which in this case is just going to be a view. So I'm going to import this view from React, quick fix, from React Native. Cool. Perfect. So we have a segment which is going to be X position and Y position of each part of the snake. And we are iterating over each part of the snake. Now we need to pass the key here, and the key is going to be the index that we are grabbing from the map function. And finally, we're going to add some style for this snake. But before we do that, inside this function that we're creating here, I'm going to grab the position. So I'm going to say segment style, and we are going to be moving the snake on the X and Y position, right? Axis. So for that, I'm going to create some styles, and by importing a style sheet from React Native, I'm going to say create, and we are going to create a class for the snake. I'm going to give it a width of 15, and let me scroll a little bit, height of 15, and then we can say background color of our colors. I'm going to import my colors from my styles, and my color is going to be primary. Now, something very important here is that the position is going to be absolute. This is going to help us to move on top, down, right, and left. Now, I want this snake to have a border radius. So I'm going to say border radius of 7. Now we can go down here, to the line 17 and add this style. So my style is going to come from my styles.snake. Cool. Now we need to be updating this style each time or for each one of these segments. So I'm going to say left. Left is going to be equal to segment.x multiplied by 10. And this 10 is going to be, you can change this 10 to adjust whatever you want. Basically, it's the size of each segment that we're going to be moving the snake. Then top, we're going to move left. And this left position, it's like adding here a left because the position is absolute. We are moving to the X to the right or to the left. This number can be positive or negative. And then top is going to allow us to move negative top and positive top, right? So segment.y multiplied by 10 as well. Perfect. Now we can add this style here. So we can update, I'm gonna say segment style. And because we have two styles at this point, we need to add an array of styles. Cool, now this is looking pretty cool. Let's go to the game and let's put inside this save area view another view. And this view is going to be from React Native. And inside this view, we can create our snake. So I'm going to import my snake. And this snake is waiting for a snake as a prop. So let's pass our snake. And it's going to look something like this. Cool. Now, we cannot see the snake because the snake is of the same color of this background. That's why we need this view. So let's add a style for this view from my styles. And this is going to be called boundaries. And I'm going to copy this. Let's go down here and create this style boundaries. Now, these boundaries, it's going to have the following style. Basically, we're grabbing all the space available with this flex one. Then we're giving the background color primary. Then we're giving a border color primary, border width of 12. And this border width is going to be basically this margin that we have here. And now we can see the snake, it's in here, but it's not moving at the moment. So once that we have these boundaries, we can start moving the snake. So how we can move the snake, we already see that. We already talked about a little bit how we can do that movement. We are going to create a function that is going to help us to move the snake. And this function is going to be called move snake. It's going to be an arrow function. And basically, we're going to be moving the snake, like I said, every 50 milliseconds. So the first thing that we want to do is just grab the snake head. Remember that we needed the snake head. So the snake head is going to be basically in the array of the snake at the position 0. Now, once that we have the head, we are going to move it to the next position. So we cannot just change, like saying snake head dot x and y equal to 10 because we're using React. We need to create a copy of this head. So to create a copy, I'm going to call this constant new head like this, and I'm going to destructure this snake head like this. So here, basically, we're creating a copy of this snake head. And now this new head, we can just update its values as we want. And then we can replace the state of the snake by passing the new head. Now I'm going to start by writing some comments of things that we need to do later. In this case, we are going to need to check whenever the game is over, and the move snake function is going to be the perfect place to check that. We are going to create this function later. Now, like I said, we can now mutate this copy of the head of the snake. Now we can simply have a switch statement here and check in the direction in this switch case. Now, the first case, it's going to be if the direction is equal to up. In this case, what we want to do is just simply say new head. At position Y, we are going to decrease 1. So minus equal 1, and then break And this is what we're going to be doing for each case. So I'm just going to paste this, this that I have already here. If we are going down, we are going to access the y-axis and increase by 1. Then if we are going left, we subtract 1. If we are going right, we increase 1 on the x-axis. Cool. Otherwise, the default value, we're just going to break. We don't have any other case. Now down here, we can set the state of the snake with the new head. So we can simply say set snake equal to new head plus whatever we had on the snake already, because it could be that we had already eaten some stuff, right? Now let's leave this like this. Of course, this is a bug. We're gonna check it later, but let's leave it like that for now. And now let's come all the way here on top and let's create a use effect in order to be updating this move this snake every 50 milliseconds. We're going to need a use effect. Now this use effect is going to take two parameters. The first one is going to be this function, and the second one is going to be an array of dependencies. So inside this array of dependencies, I'm going to add the variables that I want to check every time they change to run this functionality that we have in this function. So inside this function, we can simply check and move the snake. So we have already that function. But one thing that is cool to do is just like move the snake if the game is not over, right? Now, every 50 milliseconds, so we are going to create an interval. So I'm going to say interval ID. It's going to be equal to set interval. And this set interval is going to take two parameters as well. The first one is going to be a callback function, and then the number of milliseconds that we want to wait before we run this code again. Now, if you remember, we have this move interval up here, so I'm going to paste it in here. This is my interval of 50 milliseconds. Now, inside this interval, what we want to do, we want to move the snake. But another cool thing that we can do here is that just move the snake if the game is not paused, like this. Cool, it's looking pretty cool, right? Now, in the case of this component is unmounted, we want to remove this interval to prevent memory leaks. So the use effect hook provides us this return cleaner function in which we can run this code whenever this component is unmounted. So I'm going to write clear interval, and which interval we want to clear, we can pass the ID of the interval that we want to clear. In this case, it's this one. Cool. So now we are not going to have memory leaks, and we can add in this array of dependencies when we want to run this use effect. So we want to run this use effect whenever the snake changes. We want to run this use effect whenever the game is over, to check if the game is over, and whenever the game is paused. Cool. So now let's hit save. And as you can see, we start moving our snake, but something really important. It seems like we are eating a bunch of apples because our snake is growing and growing and growing. Now, how we can fix this bug? Well, we can go back to this snake, and if you remember, like I said in the conceptual overview, we need to remove the last position of the head, right? So we can say slice in this snake, or the rest of the snake that we are appending to the new snake position, and then we can have negative numbers here to have offsets. And as you can see now, every frame we are removing one from the tail, and it's working. Now if I reload this, we can see that our snake is moving, and we are removing that last element with every time we move. Now we want to grow this snake eventually, so we can have a check here, like it's going to say if it's food, we want to grow the snake. So I'm gonna say grow snake. Otherwise, we just want to keep moving the snake. Cool. Now, let's hit save, and let's start by adding this game over function. This game over function is going to basically check if the current position of the snake is greater than the bounds. We are going to lose the game. So let's create this utility function. This is going to be a utility function, and it's going to be called check game over.ts. Cool. Now this function is going to receive the boundaries and the coordinate. So the coordinate is going to be of type coordinate, and now we can export const check game over, and this is going to be an arrow function that is going to return basically a boolean. So now we need to return a boolean, but we're going to take as well the snake head, which is going to be of type coordinate, and as well the boundaries of the game. And the boundaries are going to be of type boundaries. Of course, we don't have this type, I think, so I'm going to say just any for now. Now, this is going to return if, well, in this function, we need to check if the position of the snake is greater than the bounds. So we can say snakehead.x if the snakehead.x is less than 0, basically, or we can say boundaries.xmin. It means that we lose. Or I can duplicate this in the position x, it's greater than x max, it means that we lose. If position y it's greater than y max, we lose. And if position y is less than 0, basically, so y min, we lose. And that's all we need to check in this function. Now I need to remove these last two lines, and after some formatting, it's going to look something like this. Now let's go back to the game, and instead of having this comment here, we can say if check game over, and we're going to pass the snake head and as well the boundaries. So I'm gonna say boundaries. So I'm gonna say game bounds, and if this is true, it means we lose. So we can say set game over is game over equal to true in this case. Now, one important thing here is that this is going to keep running whenever we set this game over equal to true, because React is going to try to update the state after it finished running this. So we are going to have here a return to prevent keep going. And then we can update this variable right away by accessing the previous state and put the previous state to be whatever the previous state was, but the negation, right? Now, this is going to run right away, and then we're going to break from this, and this is going to activate this is game over dependency on the use effect. Then we're going to check if is get, in this case, it's going to be true game over. So we are not going to enter in this if statement, which means that we are not going to be moving the snake. Now let's try to see if this is working. Let's reload and let's hit the wall. As you can see, the snake, it's there, stops because we lose, and stops if we go to the left, stops if we go to the top, and if we go all the way down, it should stop. Okay, it's stopping. As you can see here, it seems that my y max it's a little short. If I say 70, let's reload and let's try to go down. Perfect. So this is what I was saying, you guys. We can now move this variable to be 71, for example, and it's going to be working fine, I think. Cool. So every time we need to change this variable, we can come up here and do it. Now let's start by creating the food. So I'm going to create another component, and this component is going to be called food.tsx. And because I don't want to do this, this tutorial super large, I'm just going to copy this component that I already have here. I had this idea of getting a random fruit every time, but I couldn't implement it. So if you want to do that, you can try it. Basically, this was my idea, to grab one of these fruits every time. But now, for now, we are just going to limit ourselves to have this apple. This food, guys, it's going to be very simple. We're just grabbing the coordinate as a property, and then we are moving the y and left multiplied by the segment we want to move, in this case 10, and then we pass the style food. So this is very similar, very similar to what we have in our snake, but in this case, we just have one element. So we just grab this and put it on the screen. That's all we need. Now let's go back to the game, and inside this view, let's put our food. This food is going to take the X position of the food. So we can say food.x and the Y position of the food. So we can say food.y. Cool. Now, if I hit save now, you can see that the apple is in the first position. Now, if I reload the game and try to eat this apple, nothing is going to happen because we're not handling anything when we eat the snake, the food, sorry. Now, let's create a helper function that is going to help us to check if we eat the food. So I'm going to say check eats food.ts, and this function is going to be pretty simple. I'm just going to paste this coordinate parameter. The check food is going to receive three parameters. The first one is going to be the head of the snake. The second one is going to be the food, which basically is the position of the head, the position of the food, and the area. What is the area? Well, the coordinates are very precise. So it could be that if we pass really close to the apple, it's not going to be the same coordinate. So we need an area to basically, if we pass close to the apple, close enough, is going to count like we ate the apple, right? So that's why we need this area. Now, we need to calculate the distance between the food and the snake in the x-axis. So we grab the absolute difference between x head and x food. We are going to do the same on the y-axis. So we grab the absolute difference between y and y of food. And then we return true if the distance between the food and the snake and the xy and the x-axis is less than the area. So if the area is 2, for example, and the x position of head is 0, and our current position is x2, it means that the area is almost, so it means that we grab the snake, the apple, and we are going to check the same thing on the y-axis. Cool, so now if this is true, it means that we ate an apple, right? So let's hit save now. Let's go back to the game. And now we can, instead of having these comments, check if it's food. We are going to pass the head. So I'm going to say new head in this case, and the food. So I'm going to pass the food. Cool. Now the area that I want to check in this case is going to be true. Now, what do we want to do whenever we eat a food? So we can copy this, this snake, and we want to increase the size of the snake. So if I delete this slice, we're going to have the same functionality in which the snake was growing and growing, but this is going to pass just once because we're going to move the food out of the way. Now, here we need to get another position for the food, and then we want to set the score. So we need to create a variable to hold this score. I'm gonna say, basically we can duplicate this and call this score and set score. The score is going to be user state, and this is going to be a number, and the first score is going to be 0. Cool. Now, whenever we eat something, we can set the score to be equal to whatever we had on the score plus the score increment, which is 10. Perfect. Now we need to create another helper function to see if we, to get another position for the food, right? So let's go back to the util functions and create this function called random food position.tx. This is going to be a pretty simple function. Basically, we're going to grab a coordinate type because we're going to have, we're going to return a coordinate, and we're going to grab the max x and the max y. Because we're going to generate an x and y position, we need to know what are the bounds, right? So the bounds, we're going to pass these bounds as parameters, and then we can return a random number on x and a random number on y multiplied by max y and max x, right? So basically, this number is going to be between 0 and the max on y, and between 0 and the max on x. Cool. Now we return this coordinate and hit save. Let's go back to the game. And instead of having this comment here, we can say set foot to be a random foot position. Now we need to pass the bounds. So I'm going to say bounds, game bounds. The max on x is going to be x max, and game bounds and max on y. So y max. Cool. Now, if I hit save now, and let's try to reload this game, try to eat the food. As you can see, it's moving to another position, but we have a problem here. The problem is that we are hitting this line of code, so we simply can add an else statement and move this on here. Now, in the case that we are eating the food, we are going to grow the snake. And in the case that we are not eating a food, we are just going to move the snake. Now, let's hit save, reload the game. Now, let's try to reload the game. And every time we eat an apple, as you can see, we are growing twice. Why this is happening? And of course, if you pay attention, the apple is moving twice. So we are getting the position twice. And this is just simply because we are setting the food after the snake. So if we set first the food, we are going to have this functionality. It's working. Okay, and now if we try to do this, we are going to see that we are just growing by 1. Cool. Now, I think this is most of the functionality that we wanted to add in this function. Now we can concentrate our efforts in trying to generate controls for this tutorial, right? So we're going to create our header component. So let's go to our components and create a header to have the score, to have the buttons to reload the game. So this header is going to be a TSX file. Now guys, because I don't want to make this video super large, I'm just going to paste this component that I already have here. Basically, I'm defining the props that we are getting in this component, which is going to be the function to reload the game, the function to pause the game, the children, and is paused. Cool. Now, all these functions, we are using them here. We are setting the type so we don't get an error. This component is going to return a JSX element, and basically it's going to be a view. Simple enough. We are going to have 2 buttons. The first one is going to be a touchable opacity. Whenever we press this button, we reload the game. We are using icons from Expo Icons, Ion Icons, and Font Awesome Icons to play the circle and reload circle. Down here, we are putting the children at the end. And basically, these are 2 icons. That's all we need. And we are adding some style to this container. The flex 0.05 basically is the space that we are grabbing from this container from height. And you're going to see how this works in a second. So now let's go back to the game. And up here, we can put our header, importing it from our components, and pass all the properties that we need. In this case, we need a children and is paused. Someone says is paused. We also need a function to pause the game. So I'm going to create this function super easily here. We are just basically setting the is pause variable to be whatever it was, but the opposite. Now we can pass here pause game equal to pause game. And as well, we're going to have a reload game. We need to create this function, of course. And this function is going to be super easy. We are just going to update every variable to have the first initial state. So let's put that in here, reload game. And that's all we need in the header. Now, we are getting this error because we are not closing this header. And now we are closing it. And we're getting an error because header is expecting a text. I mean, well, not a text, but a children. Now, if I import this text from React Native, let me go on top and write here text, hit save. This is going to fix pretty much everything because we're showing the children. And this children is going to have the score. At this point, we have 20. and everything should be working now. Now, let me add some style to this score. And for now, I'm just gonna say style equal to, and I'm going to paste this style, which basically we can abstract in here, but I'm feeling a little lazy because this video is taking a little longer than I expected. So if I reload the game now, you can see that every time we eat an apple, we are just growing and increasing the points. Now, if we try to pause the game, we are going to hit this line because we are just going to move the snake if the game is not paused. Now, if I play again and pause, we are moving and stopping. So it's working pretty nice. We can reload the game. The function reload the game, basically it's setting everything to whatever we had already. And that's pretty much all I wanted to show you guys. As you can see, this is a pretty fun game and you can improve it, make it your own. You can create an online version. You can play with another person. And if you do that, make sure you invite me to play with you. And yeah, that's all I have for today. I hope you like this video. I hope you learned something new. I hope you subscribe, you leave me a comment down below. And that's it, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Bye. Quick coffee break. If you want to build applications that actually make money, consider becoming a pro member at codewithbeto.dev. You get all my courses plus production-ready projects like Platano, a ready-to-ship AI image app with payments already built in. One price, lifetime access. Everything I build goes in there. Link in the description. All right, back to the video. Hello everyone, welcome back to Code with Beto. In this video, we are going to learn how to create this beautiful pixel-perfect chart that we have in this demo. So as you can see, we're going to have a couple of examples. The first one is going to be for the income. We're going to be using the Budget Buddy app that we actually built in this channel. And if you are curious about it, you can just go to codewithbeto.dev and check out the projects that we have here. You can search if you want, or you can just simply scroll a little bit. This is the Budget Buddy app that we are going to be using. And in this case, we want to integrate this chart. By the way, if you want to check out the source code for this specific video, it's going to be available as well here at codewithbeto.dev. So make sure that you check it out. As you can see, we have the income and expense tabs. And the cool thing about this is that we are using data coming from a SQLite database in our application. But of course, you can use any database or any data that you have to show this chart. In the case that you're using a database, an SQL database, we're going to learn how to fetch this data weekly in this case. But I'm thinking on integrating as well monthly and yearly as well. So this is how it looks. We can press next and we have this really nice animation when we are looking at the income. If I move forward to the next week, we have the same animation as you can see here, but the color changes because now this is an expense and you can see the total of this week. In this case, we don't have anything, so that we just display 0. And yeah, so this is basically what we're going to be doing, guys. This is going to be changing. We're going to apply linear gradients, as you can see here, that look very nice. We can change the colors based on the value of each column. So for example, you can see that the ones that have 0 or less than 100, let's see if we can find one less than 100, like this one here, it's going to be gray. And you can continue these kind of validations to change the color based on the value if you want. You can extend this a little more. For example, whenever you press on each value, you can display something else or take the user to a modal screen or something like that. But yeah, this is what we're going to be doing, guys. So if you are interested, make sure that you stick till the end. And without further ado, let's start with the video. Alright guys, now as always, if you want to become a master with React Native or React with TypeScript or GitHub and Git, make sure that you go to codewithbeto.dev and check out the courses that we have there. Now let's start creating this application. Now, as I mentioned before, Budget Buddy app uses SQLite, as you can see. And if you are curious and you want to learn how to build it, you can just go to check out this video. But SQLite, it's a database that lives locally in the device. So the first thing that I want to do is actually get some data for this, for this kind of test, right? Because we need a bunch of data from, years, for example, let's say like at least 5 years, and we need items between these years, between these months, depending on how extensible you want to create this application. So for this use case, I actually went ahead and generated some data using Mocro. It's this really nice website. I'll leave the link in the project, but basically you can generate inserts for your database just by providing the field name. Let me make this a little bigger so that you can see the type and some options. This is really nice. And as you can see here, I generated 1,000 rows, and that was super quick. Now, in order to test or see the fields that we have in the database, I'm going to be using Table Plus, which is a database management tool that allows you to manage any kind of database. In this case, we're using SQLite, as you can see here, but they provide support for many databases, as you can see there. And this Table Plus tool was recommended to me by this guy called Naven on Twitter. He's really nice, so if you want to follow him, he shares some really nice things. Okay, now that we know what tools we're gonna be using for the database and how we can generate dummy data, let's jump into the code. So I have here the app running. Sorry, this is the code of the app. So the first thing that I want to do is just say yarn iOS, and let me stop the other server. Okay, so I'll just run yarn iOS. This will create a build, and this will open the application. By the way, the library that we're gonna be using, guys, for this project is going to be React Native Gifted Charts, which is a popular and modern, well-maintained library for creating charts. And they have, some examples here if you want to check out the GitHub. But yeah, let's go ahead and install this library. So the first thing that I want to do is stop again the server, and then we need to install React Native Gifted Charts, as you can see here. Now, in order for Gifted Charts to work properly, we need to install as well Expo Linear Gradient, because we're gonna have gradients, right? And then we also need to install React Native SVG. These are per dependencies for gifted charts. So let's go ahead and hit enter, and let's wait a little bit. All right, there we have it. Now we can say yarn iOS. This is going to build the application and install it again into the device. Now, while this is being, okay, so we have an issue here. It seems that we need to install again, dependencies. And I think this is an issue related to cache. So what we can do is pre-build again the project. I pre-built this for iOS only, and then provide the flag clean. This will install dependencies from zero. So I'll say yes. Okay, and let's scroll a little down. So here we have the project. Now, for those who are not familiar with this project, it's very simple actually. Now, the important thing to mention, I would say, is that we are using SQLite. Let me say yarn iOS. And the database is going to live inside this MySQL DB. And as you can see here, we can come here and click the database. And I am using this extension SQLite Viewer. And this is how it looks. Let me select the transactions, and we are able to see these transactions here. Okay, so we have 22, I think, here. So if I scroll, so in this example, actually, we have many more. I'm not sure why. Okay, I think this is the previous application. Let's wait a second until this is done, and we'll see how many we have in this application. But in this database, so we can just come quickly here and use this to view the items that we have here. Just let's go quickly. Each transaction is going to have an ID, a category ID, a month, date, Date, it's been handled as seconds. And weekly groceries, for example, this is the description of the expense and then the type of expense. So it can be an expense or income actually. And that's how it looks. So very simple stuff. I'll just go ahead and close this. Now, the first thing that I want to do is go to my screens. We only have one screen, which is the home screen, and a couple of components here for adding transactions and transaction list item to display items, right? But we're not gonna be using that. We just care about the data. So let's quickly go to this return in the home screen. And yeah, so this is how it looks. I'll just go ahead and comment this add transaction button since I don't want it for now. And I also will, comment this transaction summary. I'll just leave the list for now and hit save. I don't want to show this for now. Maybe later, right? So let's go ahead and create a new component for the chart. And I'll call this one summary chart.tsx. All right, this is going to be our, our component to display the chart. And the application was successfully compiled after the clear. Let's see what's going on here on the right. So I think this is picking up my other database. I have a bunch of data in this case because this is at the end of the day in the same repo. So let's see the DB. Let me quickly go here because I'm loading the DB. But I forgot where. Check the app, scroll up. Okay, so we are loading from the assets. So I guess I did the insert before pushing this code, and now I have a bunch of items. But I wanted to show you guys how you can do that. And the way you can do that is by using Table Plus, this application that I was mentioning before. And so you can just simply, let me try to make this a little bigger. Let's see if I can do that. Nope. So the way it works is basically you create a new connection and then select your database. In this case, this one lives in my desktop budget body app. I'll cancel. But then you have something very similar to what we have here with the extension. You are able to see the items here once you click. But this tool is more complete since it allows you to write some SQL queries. And after I generated my inserts, I paste them here and then select all of them and run the current query, and this will insert 1,000 items in the database in the transactions table. So what I can do is, maybe for you, just copy this if you don't want to generate them manually. I'll copy this for you and you can find it inside the db.sql. And actually we have some inserts here for the previous tutorial, but what I'll do is just copy these inserts in case you want to have them, and then I'll just comment them for now. Okay, so you have all this data if you want to play around with this application. I'll leave it here. You can find it here once you get the code from codewithbeto.dev. Cool. So yeah, we have the home screen. Now this is how it looks. We don't have anything, so we can start working on the summary. We have the data, we have all we need. So let's see how we can start working with these charts. I'll start by importing all as React from React. Sorry, export default function, summary, chart, return. All right, and now TypeScript is complaining. Let me just create a view from React Native here. And then just a text, chart, and I'll import this text from React Native and hit save. Oh, what am I doing? I'm exporting React. Sorry about that. There we go. All right, so here we have the app. Let's try to use this component in our only screen, which is the home screen. So let's go to the home screen, and you can do this in your own component, right? Now we also have this transaction home, and actually we have this transaction history. And what I'll do here is, instead of using this component, I'll come up here and add my home, sorry, not home, my summary chart, and hit save. All right. Now I'm not able to view anything. Let's go back. Okay, and it was loading actually. So I have a lot of items, as you can see here, and this is why it's taking some time. So what I'll do here is, when I'm getting the transactions, all from transactions, and instead of grabbing all from here, I'll just limit this. I think I can do limit and then say like 10. I'm not sure if this will work. Let me try to format this a little bit. Okay, this is not going to work, I think. Okay, I think I need to remove this and reload the app. Okay, so now I'm bringing only 10 items. Of course, if you have thousands of items, it's recommended that you use pagination, right? So we only have 10 items here for now. This is good for now. And we have the text, right, charged. And now I'm able to update. So this is very fast now, and we still have a bunch of data in the database, right? So we can use that data to display the chart. Cool. So we have that. Let's start building our chart. So I want to start with my chart. So I'll say bar chart. And this is a component that comes with React Native gifted charts. And this component is going to take a bunch of things. The first one is going to be the data. And data is nothing more than an array of values. And if you, as you can see here, each object inside this array can have many properties, like the bar style and the value. But the most important thing, I would say, it's going to be the value. But you can, take a look at all these things that we have here, and we're going to play around with this. For example, color, front color, red. But now here I have a warning, because the only item that is required is going to be the value. So inside this object, I need to provide a value. So in this case, I'll say 200 and hit save. This should generate a a chart, as you can see here. And this looks good, huh? Super easily, we were able to create our chart with hard-coded data. And as you may imagine by now, we can add more items and more items. For example, this one, let's duplicate it. Let me add a comma here, hit save, so that we have this nice format, and we can play around with these colors. For example, I can say blue, and if you don't provide any color, it's going to be black by default. But yeah, let's say front color, purple, hit save. Very nice. And the cool thing about this is that it has a scroll from left to right. This is how it looks. But as you can see, it's cutting the view. So the next thing that I want to do, it's actually provide a height and width for my chart. So let's say height, and the height is going to be 200, and width for now it's going to be 290. You can play around with these values, of course, so that it's responsive. But for now, let's leave it. Let's hard code it to 200. Then we can provide something like bar width. And if I say 10, this is going to be the width of each bar. And at this point, I'll leave 18 for the width. We also have a min height. So that means if we don't have anything in this value, or if we have 0, we will provide a minimum height of, let's say, 3. Okay, so now if I come here and add a value of 0, we can see this min height, and if I change it to be 30, that's how it looks. Let me remove this. I don't really like the red. Okay, so that's the min height. Let's leave it at to 3. I think that's going to be nice. We can also provide a border radius for the bars, and I'll use 3 just to give it a little bit of roundiness. And now we get to the cool part. We can show a gradient, and this is, you know, a boolean. We can say true and hit save, and this is going to apply a gradient. Now this doesn't look good, but you can also provide the gradient color that you want to use. So for example, if I say gradient color green, this will combine green with the front color of the bar, and that's the result. Now, for now, I'll just go ahead and delete this gradient. By the way, you can also specify the gradient directly here. So let's say green, just for this specific bar, and that's how it looks. Cool. Now, before I continue, guys, I was forgetting that you can actually use other kind of charts like line chart or edge position, pie chart, but in this case, we're gonna be using the bar chart. Cool. So yeah, let me remove this gradient for now and hit save. I'll also remove this. Okay, cool. So that's how it looks. We can also play around with this spacing between items, for example, 20 or 100. This will give a lot of distance between items, and you can scroll to view them. And that's how it looks. Okay, so let's change this to be 20. Cool. Yep. So from here, we can play around with the number of sections. Let's say 2. And as you can see here on the left side, this is going to be only 2 items between 0 and the top, which is 200 in this case, right? So if I say, you know, you can play around with this value, like 5, you only have 5 numbers. So for this, we will use only 4 and hit save. Cool. Now we can, you know, remove some things, like for example, the axis thickness, y-axis thickness. We can set this to 0 so that we don't have this line or 1, or if you want, you can make it very, you know, thick. In this case, I don't want it, so I'll just provide a 0. And we can do the same thing for the x-axis. So let's hit save, and now our chart is looking good. Finally, I mean, later you can also play with the axis of labels style. Okay, you can do the same thing for the y-axis, label text style, y-axis text style. Okay, and in this case, I'm going to be using actually color gray for this. So if we hit save, we should be able to see this color. And let me remove this, hit save. Yeah, so now these numbers are gray. Cool. Labels. So yeah, very nice. Well, we are able to, you know, really customize this, and we have many other things that we can do. If you just, you know, check this active opacity, for example, for whenever you touch a bar, you can play around with that as well. They also have this is animated, and hit save. And for the is animated, now if I reload the app, you can see that we have this animation. Okay, so it's looking good for now. We can play around as well with the animation duration, and I'll be using a 300 milliseconds. So if we reload the application, it's going to be a little faster, which is nice. We don't want to be waiting. And yeah, this is how it looks, guys. Now, you can also play with some other things like I was mentioning before, like the background color of the chart. You can set it to red. What else? You can show line. This is a line in on top of the bars. We can hide it. Of course, we don't want it in this case. You can play with the dash. So dash width can set it to 20, for example, or in this case, just 0. We can also play with the dash gap. We can set it to 10, for example. And yeah, so I think this is good enough for now. This is simple enough, easy to understand. Now, the tricky part, I would say, when we are integrating these kind of views, it's going to be make it look good, right? With dynamic data. So in this case, we know that we have income and expenses in this database. So let's leverage this data and display something better. Now, before I do that, I want to wrap this into a card. I have this card component, which will make it look better. Yep, as you can see there. Now we can add some more things like the title of this chart in here. We can have a text that says hello chart. Okay, looks better, right? Let me see if I can provide a style and say margin bottom of 16, just so that we have some spacing here. So let's bring our data. In this case, I'm using the SQLite library from Expo. So to grab my DB, I'll use SQLite hook to use the context of the database so that we can start making queries, right? This is going to be the instance of my database. Now, we're going to be handling, in this case, searching and querying data by week. So let's keep that in mind. Now, since I'm going to be fetching this data, I have to create a variable using useState to hold this data. Now, the type of this data is going to be bar data item, and it's going to be a list or an array. So let's import this type from the library. Okay, and let's initialize this to be an empty array. Okay, now we can say here bar data, or I think chart data, it's better, set chart data. And yeah, this is how it looks. Now, instead of having these hard-coded values, we can use this, but I'll wait a little bit because we don't have anything yet, and we will have only an empty chart. So this is what we're going to be using. Now, we need to get the data. So for that, I'll use a use effect. So whenever the component mounts, I'll fetch some data. So yeah, let's create a function called fetch data. And this is going to be an async function that is going to get some data. Now, like I was mentioning before, guys, in this case, we're going to handle only bringing items weekly, every week. But I want to extend this to be able to bring items monthly and yearly. So for that, it's a good idea to have an enum. And I'll create an enum called period. And we will have a period of week, which is going to be just a week like this. We will have a month, and it's going to look something like this. And finally, we will have a year. Okay, so I'm going to be using this, to store the period that the user wants to see. And for that, I will create as well another variable. So I'll duplicate this and call this one chart period and set chart period. Okay, now this is going to be of type period. Okay, and I'm going to initialize this or give it the default value of week. Cool. So now inside my fetch data, I want to first check if the chart period is equal to, and then we can use the enum by say period week. Now, if they want to get the week data, we can continue. So the first thing that we need to do a couple of things here. First, we need to get the start date and end date of this week. Okay, so in this case would be like 7 days. So for that, we are going to create a helper function. Now, this is step one. We need to get the start and end date of this weekly period. Then we also need to keep track of the current date, right? Because based on the current date, I want to either add next days, look at the next week by adding 7 days, or look at the previous week by subtracting 7 days from the current date. So it's a good idea to have the current date here. So I'll say current date and set current date equal to use state. We're going to be using use state for this, and this is going to be of type date. Let's initialize this to be the current date by saying new date. Now, I want to keep track of the end date as well. So let's say current end date and set current end date. So basically, I'm creating two variables to store these values, right? The start of the period and the end of the period. The period is going to change between week, month, and year. So it's a good idea to keep track of these two variables. Okay, sounds good. So let's get the week range. In order to do that, I'll create a new function down here. And this function is going to be named get week range. This is an arrow function, and this should be like that. Now we're going to pass the date here, and this is going to be of type date as parameter. And let's calculate the start of the week. So this is going to be equal to a new date. But in this case, we need to set the date to the first date of the week, right? Because right now it's Wednesday, and I want to start this with Monday, right? I don't want to start from Wednesday plus 7 or 6 days. So let's say date, set date. We're going to set the date, and then we can say get date minus date dot get day. Okay, this will give me the start of the week. Now let's get the end of week. New date as well. Let's set the date. This is going to be easy now that we have the start of the week, so we can use the start of the week, get date, and then just add 6 days by saying plus 6. Hit save. All right, so we have now the start of the week and the end of the week. Now we need to, return this so that we can use this function when we are fetching the data by week. So we can say return, and let's just return an object that will have the start date, and this will be the start of the week. But we are handling these records. So if I show you quickly here, the date, we're handling it in seconds, as you can see here. So we need to return this date in seconds. So we can do get time. This will return, as you can see here, the milliseconds. So get time. Now to make sure that this is just a number, we can say math.floor, and then we can floor this. Okay, now we need to do the same thing for the end date. So end date is going to be equal to end of week dot get time math floor, and I'm missing a comma here. All right, and let's hit save. So, this is not too complicated. Basically, we're just getting the start of the week, the end of the week date, getting the milliseconds, and returning it. All right, so now that we can calculate this based on the current date that we're passing here, we can say const equal to get week range passing the current date. Oops, current date, like that. Now this will return the end date and start date. Okay. All right, so now we have these. So once we get the end date, I want to set the end date, the current end date. Okay, passing the end date. Because we were, we were initializing this to the same date as the current date. So I want to quickly update this. Now this is complaining because remember this is a number so far. So let's convert this to a date by saying new date and then pass it like that. All right. Now we have the start and end date. Now I need to get the data. All right. So get the data. Once we get the data, we need to update the bar data or the chart data. And that's all we need to do, right? So get the data. In order to get the data, we need to have some interactions with my database, right? So let's minimize this function of the get week range, and I'll create a new function, and I'll name this one fetch weekly data. This is going to be an async arrow function, and we need to pass a couple things to this variable, to this function. The first one is going to be the range. So we need the start date. This is going to be of type number. Remember that we're managing this in seconds in the database. So I'm passing a number. End date is going to be a number as well. Sorry, it's milliseconds, I think. And then I want to specify as well in this function the type of the transaction that we want to get. Now, currently, if we go to the database here, each transaction comes with a type, expense or income. Okay, so let's copy this and let's come here. And I want to say that this type is going to be either income or expense. So I can just type it like this. And yeah, this is how it looks. So now inside this function, we can have a try catch, for example. And if we have an error, I'll just put it in the console. And inside this try catch, inside this try, we need to specify the query. Okay, so the query is going to look something like this. First of all, I'm gonna say select, and then we need, this is going to be a little bit trickier because we need the total amount of income or the total amount of expenses per day of the week. So for that, we can use this strf time. So this is going to look like this. Let me actually copy paste it. I get this with help of ChatGPT. So I want to give it a little bit of format. So this is what this is doing, guys. Basically, is calculating the total, the date of the week as day of the week, right? And this is going to be the number of the day. So if the day is Sunday, we want to get the total amount spent, the total income or the total expense of Sunday, right? And that's why we are dividing this into 1,000, since this is going to come as milliseconds. And then we're grabbing the day of the week. And also we're adding up the amount as total. So if I say I want to grab all the income, this is going to sum all the income in this day, or all the expenses in this day, either Sunday, Monday, whatever. Okay. Now we need to say that we want to grab this from, let me delete this space. So I'll say from transactions, which is the name of my table. And then I'll say where date is greater or equal to the start date. Now, when we are passing variables here, we need to pass a question mark. So I'll say end date it's less or equal than the end date, which is my second variable. And the type is equal to my third variable, which is going to be income or expense. Okay, makes sense? Now we can group this by day of week. Now this day of week is coming from here, and I want to group them by day of week. And finally, we can say order by day of week. Okay. A ascending. Okay. So this is the query that is going to do the trick. Got it? Now we need to pass these variables: start, date, end date, and the type of transaction. So let's pass that in this. So we have the query. Now we can use this to get the result of this query by awaiting dv.getAllAsync. All right, and this is going to get me the data. And this async requires the query. So let's pass the query, and also variables. In this case, the variables are going to be start date, end date, and type. And the order matters. So the first one is going to be this one. The second one is going to be placed here. Third one is going to be placed here. So this makes sense, right? Now, the type that this is going to return, since I'm saying day of week and also total, the type that this is going to return, we can type it here using a generic. So I'll say this is going to return a day of week of type number from 0 to 6, and then total for each day, which is going to be a number. So this is going to be the return value. Now, if I hover here, we can see that this is going to return an array of this type that I just specified here. All right. So at this point, we can maybe take a quick pause and put this in the console, and I'll say result and hit save. All right, so this is my function, fetch weekly stuff, and then actually I need to return this data because I'm not returning this. So I'll return this data down here. All right, and hit save. We're putting this in the console. Now let's go back to the get data comment in here. So in here, what I can do is say const data equal to await fetch weekly data. Okay, now this will take the start date, the end date, and the type. So I'll say transaction type, and I need to create, a variable to hold this. So let's create a new state variable. I'll duplicate this one, and then let me see. I'll copy this and paste it here. Transaction type, and set transaction type. So this is going to be either, expense or income. So we actually have the type here. Let's copy this and I'll destructure this type. without this, okay? And then we can initialize this to be income and hit save. Okay, so we have the transaction type. We are passing it here. Then this will give us the data. And yep, so instead of actually using this console log, what I can do is put it in here, console log data, and hit save. Now let me open the console. Now I'm not calling this function, so let's call it right after. Okay, and hit save. And as you can see, there we have it. We have this data. So it's an array that comes with day of week, which is 4. Total, it's going to be 1830 in this case. And then we also have another item, 6, which is with the total for that day. In this case, this is income, but we can change it to be expenses, for example. So now that we know that we're getting this data, we need to format this data, right? Because this is not meeting the required type of data for the chart. So we need to somehow process this data and give it the right format. So let's go ahead and create a helper function. And for this function, you know, maybe we can create a new folder, not here, but in the root folder, called utils. And inside this, I'll create a new file called chart query, or just process weekly data, or data process helpers. I think this is better, and TypeScript. So these are going to be helper functions. In that case, we should have, you know, a weekly, monthly, and things like that. But in this case, I'll have just the weekly. So I'll say process weekly data. Okay, and this is going to be an arrow function that is going to take the data. Now the data that we are going to pass is going to be the return type of this transaction. So let's copy this type. Might be a good idea to create it, but I'll just be lazy and put it in line in here. This is going to be an array of this item. That's why I'm adding these two brackets. And then this will get as well a transaction type. So let's say transaction type. This is going to be either income or expense in this case. And we can also initialize this to be income by default. So let's hit save, and this is how it looks. Now, because we know that we want a fixed number of days, I'll create this array with the days, Sunday, Monday, all the way until Saturday. And then let's start by iterating and generating the data that we need. So the data that we need is going to be the bar data, right? If we come down here, this is the bar data that I'm talking about. We need this format. So I'll create a variable to hold this information. Now I'm going to start by iterating over the days array. So I'll use map. This will return a new array that will allow me to iterate over each label, which means Sunday all the way to Saturday. And what I want to return here for each item, it's going to be the label, which is Sunday, Monday, etc. The value, and yeah, so the value is going to be 0 by default. This you know, assures that we are going to have always this number of elements in the chart. So I have these two for now. And now once we have that, what I want to do is iterate over the data that we're passing, the raw data. So I'll say for each item, I want to get, first of all, the day index from the item dot day of week. Okay, so yeah, I'm getting this day of week here. Once I have the day index, I can say if, remember, this day index is going to be from 0 to 6, I believe. So once I have, this is 0, this is 1, 2, 3, all the way to Saturday. So once I have the index, I can simply iterate over each item and say that if the index is greater or equal than 0 and day index it's less than 7, then what I want to do is say bar data at position day index dot value, and I'll set the value to whatever we have in this item, which is the total. And yeah, so we are setting the value and the label. Once we have done this, we can return the bar data and hit save. So let's go back. Let's scroll up where we are here. So now we need to set the chart data. So I'll just remove this console log for now that we know the format that we are getting. And I'll say set chart data, passing the data after being processed. So let me export cons process weekly data. So I'll say process weekly data, and then I'll pass the raw data. And then we also need to specify the transaction type. In this case, I'll say transaction type, which is this value, right? All right, now this is complaining. Argument of type date of the week is not assignable to a type of parameter every week array. So I guess I can say, this is not going to be null because I know that we have data. So we can add this exclamation mark. And then we are setting the data finally. Once we have the chart data, we can come down here and say chart data and hit save. All right, and there we have it. So now this is working fine. And if I reload, we should be able to view this real data coming from the database, which is really cool. All right, now let's start by thinking on the colors of this data, right? Because we have, all black right now. And here in this function is where we are going to be handling these kind of validations based on the transaction type. Okay, so first of all, I need to say, is this transaction income? So I'll say, is income equal to, it's going to be true if the transaction type is equal to income. So I'm just abstracting this validation. And now based on this, I can add in here front color, for example. Front color, we can hard code any value here for each value. Let me paste this down here, and we need a gradient color. So for these two values, I'm going to have these colors. Let me copy paste them. This is going to be like the default color, and I need to add this. Okay, and this is the gray color, right? Gray color, I want this, for items that are 100 or less. And then for items greater than that, I want to be green if it's income and red if it's an expense. So down here, when we are generating the value for each item, we can do basically the same. We can duplicate this, and instead of passing this value, I'd say gradient. Sorry, this is going to be gradient color, and this gradient color, it's going to be here as well. Okay, so this gradient color. Now this is complaining, so I'll just say as any for now. Gradient color is going to be equal to depending on the value. So this is going to be inside this if, and I'll say if the item dot total is less than 100, then I want this to be gray. Okay, so for the gradient color, and then we can also say front color. We need to set these two values for each bar, and I'll use the same colors. Okay, so let's copy and paste here and hit save. Now this is a validation if the item is less than 100, but otherwise, if the item is greater, I want to use other colors depending on the income, and I'll just go ahead and copy these colors depending on is income. So is income, let me rename this variable. So if it's income, then I want to use a greenish color, and if it's not income, I want to use an orange reddish color. Okay, and hit save. All right, and this is how it looks. Now let me add this switch. By the way, this is looking bad because we need to come back to the chart and enable the gradient. So let's say show gradient and hit save. Okay, and now this is looking very nice. Let me move this a little up and hit save again. This is looking great, and as you can see, the validation is applying. Now let's add the option to switch between income and now let's add the option to switch between income and expense, and for that I'll be using a segmented control, and this is actually a package that we learn to use when we are creating this application. And this segmented control is just a buttons to select either income or no. So we need to specify values for this. We're going to have income and then expense and hit save. And this is what it is, the segmented control. This is how it looks. Okay. So now let me quickly add a style in here. And I'll say width of 200. I'll give it a fixed width, and you'll see why in a moment. Well, actually, let me just remove this for now. I think we don't need it. Yeah, so next I want to have a selected index. Now the selected index is going to be depending on the transaction type. Because we only have two items here, I can say if the transaction is income, then the index should be 0, otherwise should be 1. Then we also need to specify an unchanged event here. This will return an event. And this event will get me the index of the value, but I need to grab this from the native event. So I'll have to say event.native event. And then from here, I can say selected segment index. And once I have this index, I can say, I can say set transaction type, and then based on the index. So if index is equal to 0, then I want to set this to be income. Otherwise, I want to set this to be an expense. So let's hit save. And now if I come here and switch, I should be able to see, that this is an expense, but this is not working. The reason why this is not working is because this bar chart, it's memoizing this data, which means even though I'm updating it, they won't calculate again all the rendering for performance. So in this case, we need to trigger a manual update for this chart. And the way we do that is by creating a key. So I'll create a variable here and call it chart key and set chart key. Okay, so this is going to be a number, and I'm going to initialize this to be 0. The reason why I'm doing this is because if you didn't know, whenever a key changes in a component, React will trigger a re-render. That's why I'm passing this chart key here. So now we need to, every time that we change this chart date, we need to set this chart key. So this has to be done inside the use effect. And I'll put this after setting the chart data. I said set chart key, and then passing the previous value plus 1. I'll just go ahead and increment this, over and over again. It doesn't really matter. Okay, now we're doing this, so I'll delete this comment. Now, something that I was forgetting is that this use effect is only going to run once when the component mounts. Otherwise, if we don't provide any in this array of dependencies. So because I want to run this refetch every time that the chart, the current date, actually, the current date changes, I want to run this as well as the transaction type. So transaction type, if this changes, which means every time I switch between income and expense in the device, if this changes, I want to refetch with new data, right? And also the period. So period, we're not changing the period. We don't have anything to track the period, but if we had a variable to track the period, it would be a good idea to have it inside this array of dependencies. So let's go ahead and hit save with this. Okay, so let's switch to expense. And now we are effectively triggering a re-render. That's why we are able to see this fetch. Now I have a warning here. I won't pay attention to that, but now it's working. And look at this. This is a small item that is gray, and it's less than 100, which means our data processing is working. And maybe if you have something here, we can say yellow, for example, and you can start playing around with these values, right? But yeah, I'll just set this to be gray for now. You can play around with the colors. Now let's move on to the fun part, which is going to be changing the week, right? So to change the week, we need to add a couple of buttons. So let's go ahead and let's do that. I'll start by creating a view here, and I'll import from React Native. I'll add this segmented control inside this view, and I'll create a button. I'll use a touchable opacity for this from React Native. Oops. Touchable opacity from React Native. And now in here, you can have, whatever you want. But in this case, I'll be using this symbol view component. And by the way, if you want to learn more about these symbols, you can go to my YouTube channel, and I have this new symbols tutorial, and you can check it out if you want to learn more about how to use the symbols, the new Expo symbols library. Yeah, so I'm going to be using that in here, and I won't be explaining a lot since we already have a video on that. But yeah, let's import this from Expo symbols, and this is going to take a name, and the name of this symbol is going to be a chevron, chevron left circle fill, and hit save. And that's how it looks. So it looks nice. I'll provide a size of 40. Then I will provide a type. The type is going to be hierarchical, and the tint color is going to be gray. Okay, and if I hit save, this is how it looks. Now what I want to do is add a label, because this is going to be hard to understand like that. So let's add a text and say priv week. All right, that's how it looks. Now I need to add a little bit of styling here so that this looks good. So I'll say align items to the center. Okay, and now it looks good. Now, I will create another button, so I can just copy paste this and put it in here. This is going to be next week. And yeah, everything else should be the same. Now this is going to be right. Hit save. Okay, and it looks good. Now let's go to the container view, this one, and say style. I want to say flex direction row and justify content, space between. Let's see what happens. All right, something happened in there. Let me say align item center. Nothing is fixing it. And I'll just add a marking top now that I'm here of 16 so that we have some spacing between the chart. Now, this segmented view, we need to add a style for this. And I'll add a width of 200. Okay. Or we can say, 180, I think should be enough. There we go. So because we didn't provide that, it was with 0 width. So we need to specify the width here. Cool. So this is looking very nice. Now we need to add the functionality whenever we press previous and next. And by the way, this previous and next text. So let's see if I can do both at the same time. I'll add a style. And I'll add a font size of 11 and color gray. All right, that looks so much better. Nice. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and create the handler for this. So if you remember, we already have this get week range based on the current date. So integrating the previous and next week, it's going to be fairly easy. Let's create a handle previous week. This is going to be an arrow function and set the current date. That's all we need to do. Set current date. Now, the new date is going to be equal to a new date. I'll grab the current date, and if I want to get the previous one, I need to set the date to be the current date, get date, minus 7 days, right? So I'll say minus 7 days. Hit save. Now let's add this handler to our button down here for the previous. So I'll say on press, handle previous week. Now let's see if this works. Let's move to the previous week. And it looks that it's working fine. Cool, right? Now let's duplicate this. Let's paste it here and I'll say handle next week. And the only thing we need to do is just increase 7 days. So I'll say +7. And as you may imagine, guys, now for handling months, we can, increase instead of days, increase month and year and so on. So maybe that should be easy to integrate, but I don't know, we'll see. You can try it on your own if you want. So I'll handle next week and let's move to the next week. Okay, and it's working super nice. Now I can switch between expense and income with the same date. So sometimes we don't have expenses, but we have income. But in this week, for example, we have both. We have income and also expenses. All right. Now that we have this, we can, start improving the styling of this hello chart, which looks terrible. So I want to show the total, right, of this week. Now we already have this. The total, well, this text is going to depend on the transaction type. So let's validate this quickly. If the transaction type is an expense, I want to say spending. Otherwise, I want to say income. All right, hit save. Now it says total income. And if I switch, it says total spending. All right, that looks good. Let's duplicate this. By the way, I'll add a style of gray, color gray, and hit save. Okay, so that's the total. Now I need to show the actual number. So for that, I'll delete this and I'll add a $sign, and then I'll just grab the bar, the data. So which is the chart data. Once I have this, I can just simply, I know that this is an array, right, of elements. So I can just iterate over each element and add the value and show the total in here. So we can use the reduce function, which it's great for, performing operations that require to know or have a counter. So in this case, we will have this callback function, and we can add the total and the item. So we can return the total plus the item dot value. And then we need to specify a, let's see if I can see it here. We need to specify the initial value, which is going to be 0 of the counter. And then hit save, and we are able to see the number. Now let's go here and add a style on weight of 700. Hit save. Font size. Now what's going on in here? On weight. Why is this complaining? Oh, I think this is a string. Okay, so let's pass now a font size of 32. Hit save. And finally, I just say margin bottom of 16. All right, I'm loving this. Looks really nice. And if I switch to income, the value is going to change, and we are going to calculate this again, which is pretty cool. All right, so now we have the total, but I don't know the dates, right? I don't know the range that I'm dealing with. So let's go ahead and create a new text gray. Actually, I think this shouldn't be gray. This should be big. So I'll say font size of 18 and font weight of 700 as well. All right, hit save. Then instead of having this total income, I want to have, the current date, and we can say to locale date string. This is going to be the date, right? But this to locate date string function actually allows you to specify the type of date. So in this case, it's going to be US, but then I can also specify some options in here, like the month. So the type of month that I want is short. So let's hit save, and I can, quickly have the month. So I know that at least we are in May, and if I keep moving to the left, eventually it's going to change to April. Cool, but we need more. So I'll create a space in here, and down here, I'll duplicate this, and now I'll say get date. Let me remove this because get date does not support that. So get date will get me the day, which is 27. All right. So from here, I can, have a dash, and then move on to the next date. So for the next date, I'll have the same, but in this case, I'll have the current date. Okay. So the first one is the end date, and the other one is going to be the current date. So remember, we're updating the current date all the time. That's why I'm putting this to the right. This is going to be always the end of the window of this week. So I'll say to locate string, US, month short, hit save. Now I get the month again, because it could happen that we have 2 months, right, for these 7 days. And finally, I'll duplicate this and say current date, get date, and just delete this and this. Okay, so yeah, at the beginning, it's going to be April 27. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong in here. Oh, I see my error. So the error is that we are setting the end date instead of setting the end date with the start date. Okay, so there we go. Cool. Now it worked. There we go. Look at this bug. So that is very easy to fix. We can just go to the total and say that we only want 2 values by saying to fix to 2. Okay, and that's how it looks. Now everything will be consistent throughout the entire application. There we go, guys. And basically that's all I wanted to show you. We were able to get this data, give it this really nice style to this chart in a very easy manner, animating it, taking advantage of all this customization that they provide. And yes, I mean, from here, what you can do is start integrating month and then year, and then, you know, display the values. So keep in mind that right now we are just handling the weekly, but yeah, should be fairly easy from here to start integrating the month and then year. And maybe you can provide more stats, right? Like for example, the total, like the difference between the income and expense for this week, instead of showing only income and expense data, because this is hard to see, right? I know that this week I was I had 4,000 income, but in the expense I have to go and check and then do the math by myself. So would be a good idea to calculate this automatically and put it on the right maybe. And yeah, so that's all I wanted to show you guys. I hope you liked this video. I hope you learned something new. Don't forget to go to codewithbeto.dev. Check out the source code for this project. It's going to be available completely for free once I'm done. It's going to be here. And check out the videos. Don't forget to subscribe, leave a comment, and otherwise, I'll see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Bye. Quick coffee break. If you're serious about React Native, consider becoming a pro member at codewithbeto.dev. You get my full React Native course, TypeScript, Git, plus real production projects with source code you can ship. One price, lifetime access, everything I build goes in there. Link in the description. All right, let's get back to the video. Hello everyone, welcome back to Code with Beto. Super excited to be here, back again with you guys with another video. And in today's video, we are going to learn how to create a threads clone. And as you can see here, we have this demo. And the cool thing about this is that we also have support for dark mode, and we are going to be using Expo 49. If you didn't know, Expo just released the SDK 49. That comes with a lot of features like type route, the Expo router by default, and we're going to be using TypeScript as well. So this is what we're going to be doing, guys. We're going to be focusing just on the UI. We are going to just generate this dummy data and also use it to provide this really nice UI. I really am a fan of the UI that Threads has implemented. And this is how it looks on Android. And the cool thing about this is that if I reload, you're going to see that we have this really nice animation that we also have on the real application. And if I reload here on the right side, you're going to see this animation as well. Now, this animation, I'm using a library. We're going to see how to integrate this library so we can use this animation. And the cool thing about this is that you can edit this animation, maybe change the color and just customize it. Okay, so this is what we're going to be doing, guys. If you are interested, make sure that you like this video and stick till the end, and let's get started. And now that you are here, guys, in Code with Beto, I invite you to check out the React Native course. I'm very proud to announce that 61 lessons out of 79 are now available in English, and I'm currently working on translating them myself. So maybe by the time that you are watching this video, the course is completely available in English. So if you want to support the channel, if you want to support my work, or if you just want to simply become a master in React Native, I invite you to check out the React Native course. Okay, now that that's been said, let's actually start creating this amazing application. Now, like I mentioned before, guys, we're going to be focusing on the UI. We are going to be using Expo 49 and also TypeScript. Now, okay, guys, so let's actually start to build this project. And the first thing that I want to do is actually start a new Expo project. So in order to do that, we need to navigate to a folder in which we want to create this project. And in my case, it's going to be in my desktop. Now, to create a new Expo application, I'm going to run the command create Expo app. And because I want to use a template, I'm going to pass the flag templates like this. Now, if I hit enter, I'm going to be asked which template I want to use. In this case, we want to have the Expo router that comes with Expo 49 SDK. And also we want to have TypeScript. So I'm going to choose TypeScript. And as you can see here, it says file-based routing with TypeScript enabled. So this is really nice. And it's going to allow us to move faster in this development. Okay, so the name for this application is going to be tutorial threads and hit enter. Now let's wait a little bit until this is done. Okay guys, so the project is ready as you can see. Now I'm going to access this folder tutorial threads and going to run this code.command so it gets open on Visual Studio Code. Okay guys, so here we have the project already opened on Visual Studio Code. And the first thing that I like to do is actually change my package manager. Instead of using npm, I like to use yarn. So the way you can do that is just deleting the package.json and also deleting these node modules and simply run yarn again. So now this is going to be using yarn to manage the packages. And yeah, so while this is installed, I actually want to walk you through this new app routing that comes with this template. So if you are not familiar with Expo routing, don't worry. The idea is that the navigation of the application is going to be managed by the file system. So for example, in this app folder, we are going to put all the screens or all the navigation that we need for our application. And if I select this app folder, as you can see here, you're going to find this tabs folder. And if I open this tabs folder, we have this index and the file number 2.tsx. Now let's actually run this using Expo. So I'm going to run npx expo start on my terminal. This is going to start my server. And if I press I, this is going to open my Expo app on my simulator. Okay. So it's asking me if I want to update because my Expo version is outdated. I wonder why. So let's go to the package.json and just double check that we have Expo 49. And we don't have Expo 49. And actually before we run this on the simulator, oops, I want to, let me just move this out of the way. Let me clear the terminal. I want to install Expo 49, okay? How can we do that? I guess we can just simply run yarn add expo. And let's wait a little bit. This should install the latest version of Expo, which is 49, as you can see here. Now we are good to go. But maybe we need to upgrade all the extra dependencies to be compatible with the new version of the Expo that we just installed. So maybe if I just run npx expo start, they are going to start yelling at me, telling me that I need to run this command. Look at this, guys. So this is wrong. We need to fix these versions by running npx expo install fix. So let's copy this command, stop the server again, and run this command. This is going to fix the dependencies that we have here, so they are compatible with the new SDK. Okay, so 49 in this case. Cool, guys. Now everything is looking fine. Everything is working great. And the other cool thing that we're going to be trying out today is going to be the Expo router version 2. As you can see here, we have the version 2. And this comes with the type route. That is my my favorite feature, I would say. But yeah, so let's actually start the server again, npx expo start, because I want to show you how this looks. I'm going to say yes here and then open this on the iOS device. Okay, so there we have it. We're using Expo and the application is loading. So this is already upgraded to the version that we wanted. So I'm going to close the package.json and let's wait a little bit until this is done. Now let's go back here. Okay, so here we have this splash screen warning. The reason for that is because they are telling us that this has been deprecated. So let's actually go to this layout, which is going to be the entry point of our application. Now this is going to work with layouts and indexes, okay? If you pay attention, guys, the layout is going to be the entry point of the application. As you can see here, let me just minimize these tabs. In this layout.tsx, we are going to define the main entry point of the application. And if I do scroll a little bit here, you're going to see that we are just having this expo boundary that comes already set up for us using expo router. And the cool thing about this is that if I try to navigate to a screen that does not exist, we are not going to break the application, but we are going to get a really nice error that is going to tell us that this route or this screen is not working. So that's why we're using this expo error boundary. Then we're also defining the initial route name. This is going to ensure that reloading on the modal keeps a back button present. Okay, good stuff, good stuff. Now the root layout, this is a place in where we want to make the loading of everything. In this case, we are loading some fonts that comes with this template. And if I do scroll down, you're going to find this use effect that just is checking if we have some errors. We're going to throw an error, which is going to show the error boundary, I would say. Now here, a simple validation. If we are still loading, we are going to show this splash screen. Otherwise, we're going to show the root layout navigation, which contains the entry point of the application. In this case, it's going to be a stack, as you can see here. So if you are familiar with React navigation, you are familiar with stacks and how we can define stacks in React Native. But if you are not familiar, I also have a YouTube video in this channel that you can check it out. It's called React Navigation Crash Course, I believe. And you can check it out and master your skills in React navigation before you jumped into Expo Router. At the end of the day, they solve the same thing, and also Expo Router, it's built on top of React navigation. Cool, so we have a stack at the end of the day, and here we are just rendering these tabs. And this is maybe something that you haven't seen never before, but basically we are saying that the first stack is going to be these tabs that we have in this folder. And then we want to access, or we want to be able to navigate to this modal from anywhere in the application. And this modal is going to be presented as modal, as you can see here. And this modal is going to, and we are navigating to this modal from this icon here. So this is the modal. Now, what I want to show you guys now is that we can use this type of stacks to define stacks. And to define tabs, if I go to this layout of the tabs, notice that we are following the same pattern. Inside each folder, we have a layout file, and also we have an index. And in this case, except for this main layout, because that's the entry point of the application. Now, in this layout of the tabs, if I scroll down a little bit, you're going to see that we have these tabs in this case. In the other case was stack, in this case is tabs. Now notice that this is being imported from Expo Router, and also we are importing a link. Link, it's my second favorite part about Expo Router, because we can have autocomplete and we can navigate easily. In this case, we are using this link here to show the modal. So we are passing now, in this case, this href, and then we specify the route, right? But what happens if I change this modal to be error? So we don't have nothing. We don't have a screen that it's called error, or a file that is called error. So this should break the application, right? So let's try to navigate to this screen. And now the cool thing about this, guys, is that instead of breaking the application, as you can see here, we are just navigating to one screen that says this screen does not exist. And then they gave us the option to go back, okay? This is a really nice, cool thing that we can have now. Also, why I like to use this template, it's because we have already support for dark mode. So this is going to just work right out of the box. So we don't have to install anything, just maybe keep modifying a little bit the components that they give us by default, okay? So the Expo team set up this really amazing template. And yeah, it's really nice to just be able to start the project with this template and start integrating the features that you want. Great. So the configuration is going to be very similar to React navigation, and I don't want to waste a lot of time explaining this that maybe everyone knows at this point. And if you don't know React navigation, go check out my other video. But yeah, let's put this back into model, right? But one thing that is happening here now, they promised us that we would have type routes, right? Because now here, if I want to navigate to the modal, I need to say modal, okay? But if I want to have, let's say that we have 100 screens and we need autocomplete, depending on the route that we have here. Now, and we are using TypeScript, right? We are using Expo 49, we are using Expo Router 2.0. So we also need to enable some configurations because the type routes are in experimental release, I think. But you can go to the app.json and scroll all the way down. And after plugins, we can add this experiments type routes equal to true. And if I reload my server quickly, let's say yes here, reload the application, go back to the layout. Now in this link, if I do autocomplete, you're going to see that just like that, because I just added this line of code here, 2 lines of code. Now we are able to see which screens we can navigate to. This is amazing. This is really powerful. This is going to increase your productivity. This is going to enable you to ship apps faster without having to deal with typing the routes, without having to deal with, just searching for the screen that you are trying to navigate to. So in this case, I'm going to navigate to the modal, as simple as that, hit save. And if I go back to my header here, we are navigating indeed to the modal. So this is amazing, guys. This is perfect. And now that we have an idea of how this works, we updated the application and everything is looking fine. Let's actually start thinking how we are going to be implementing this application that I have here. Okay. So the first thing that I want to notice, I want you guys to notice, is that we have this really cool animation. And I would like to start by tackling this animation. Now, what I did to have this animation is actually using a library from Lottie for React Native, sorry, and just search for threads, and I found this animation by Bargav. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right, but this is the guy that created the animation. So I took the animation and I borrowed this animation to create this video. But yeah, you can go to Lottie files and just search for an animation that you liked. Of course, check out the copyrights so you don't get, sued by someone. And yeah, so once that you have the animation that you need, what you can do is just simply select this animation, and in here, let me see, I believe that we can just simply get the JSON file. Let me double check this. Okay, if I press on download, we have this option Lottie JSON, and we can download this file. Okay, so once you have this file, you can simply go to your project, and inside the assets or anywhere where you want to save these files, you can simply save them. So what I'm going to do, guys, is just simply drag and drop the animation that I choose. So I'm going to say copy folder, and here we have these Lottie animations. So when you download this file, you're going to have this JSON basically. So this is a really large file that I don't really understand, but basically it's the animation that we're going to be displaying. So go ahead, guys, and select one animation that you want to use and copy it to your code. Okay. Now we are going to need to install a dependency. The reason for that is because we need to play this animation, right? So the dependency is going to be Lottie for React Native. Now remember that we are using yarn at this point, so I'm going to run the command yarn add Lottie React Native. Now, another thing to notice here, guys, is that we are using Expo Go at this precise moment, but since I'm going to be using this library that uses native code to make the animations, Expo doesn't support this library, Expo Go. So that's why we need to create the build using Expo as well. So how can we create the build? By running the command npx expo pre-build. And we can also specify which platform we want to pre-build or which platform we are going to be working on. Now this is going to work on Android and iOS as we saw on the beginning of this video. But for now, I just want to be working on the iOS application, so I don't need to build for Android as well. We can specify the platform by passing the P or saying just platform, I believe. Platform and then iOS. Okay, so let's hit enter. And I believe that I can just simply say P. Okay. By saying export per build platform iOS, we are going to build this application just for iOS. Now I'm going to select the identifier that they are giving me here. It's just an example. I don't really need to care about that. And yep, so let's wait a little bit until this is done. Now, as you can see on the left side, the iOS folder was just created, which means that we have now access to the native code for the iOS project. Okay, now we are installing CocoaPods, as you can see here. Now I'm going to minimize this. We have already Lottie installed. So what I want to do now is actually start modifying a little bit my screen. And the screen that we are going to be working on is going to be, okay, this is ready. Now I can run this project on iOS by saying yarn iOS. And I'm using another port, so I'm going to select yes here. Okay. Now what I can do here, it's, I believe I can just go. Okay, so let's wait a little bit until the build is done. Now let's actually start modifying a little bit the UI. So if we go back to the tabs here and select the layout, this is going to stay the same. But in this case, we're not going to be using this tab bar icon. And also we are not going to be using, we're going to be using the tab bar icon, but we are not going to be using the header right button. So I'm going to delete it. Okay, and yeah, perfect. Now, let me just double check here something. So for the icon that I want to use here, instead of having this code, I'm going to have the home, and we also have autocomplete here, which is really nice. And for the second tab icon, I'm just going to have this search. Okay, this is going to change the icons, and notice, guys, that we are using Font Awesome for the icons, and you can check out this website, icons.expo.fyi, so you can see the actual icons before you use them. So yeah, now that we have this, maybe we can change as well the name, but I don't think that's necessary for now. If you want to change it, of course, you need to change the name of these files as well. But let's go to the index. So the index is going to be like the home screen for our application. And in here, we have this tab 1 and just this data. So I'm going to start by just deleting everything. And let's actually start from scratch so we don't get confused. And now the build, it's done, as you can see here, and I get this alert that says that if I want to open these tutorial threads, I'm going to say open. This is going to load this application. Okay, and we are working on this tab number 1. So I'm going to delete these styles for now. Delete this, well, I think I'm going to be using this import, but for now I'm going to be just putting a save area view from React Native. And inside this save area view, I want to have a scroll view. We're going to be using a scroll view because we're going to have a lot of data, okay? So I'm going to have a scroll view here from React Native as well. And inside this scroll view, I'm going to have my Lottie animation. So I'm going to say Lottie, and this is going to be a component that I need to import up here. So this Lottie is going to be imported by the library that we just installed. I'm just going to copy this import. Okay, so this is the library that we installed, as you can see here. And now we're using this component just like that. And the way we can use this component is by simply passing the reference or the source, which is going to be a require. And we can simply pass the path that is going to be inside assets and it's going to be inside Lottie animations and then threads JSON. Okay. Now we can also specify some things like, for example, loop, if we want to loop the animation. So we can say true for now. Also, this should be enough to show this on screen. Now, as you can see here, we don't have anything. Let's see what happens if we add a style to this Lottie component. And I'm going to say that I want to have a width of 90 and a height of 90. Save. Okay, and I'm not seeing anything. Let me reload the application. Okay. So we are not seeing anything. I'm not really sure why. Let me just copy this style here. Hit save. Okay. Now I'm going to try to rebuild npx. Okay guys, so if we hit save here, as you can see here, we are not seeing this animation. The reason for that is because this animation is not playing at the moment. So if I say this property autoplay to be equal true, just like that, we have our animation, and this animation is going to have these properties. Okay, now I'm going to delete this text and yeah, so we are ready to go. Now, the first thing that I want to do here that I'm noticing is that we have this tab 1 header, and I don't want to show that. So this is this header is within these tabs. So let's go to the layout. This is the place where we can change this navigation configuration, and we can set the header shown property equal to false here. False, if I can write. Okay. Okay, and there we have it, guys. So that's our animation. Now this animation is going to be looping forever, but if I change this to be false, I believe that this should stop at some point. There we have it. So it's stopped. But let's just leave it like that for now. What I want to do now, it's going to be actually starting to generate some data, and also maybe try to play this animation when the user is reloading the application. Now, this scroll view, guys, has a property called content container style. And this is going to be the style that we want to apply to the content that is inside this scroll view. So for example, if I say background color equal to, let's say, gray, you're going to see that this scroll view is not taking the whole screen. But that is not an issue at the moment because we're going to have a lot of data anyways. But if you want to take the whole screen, you can say flex1, I believe. No, you need to say flex1 to the container. So if I set the style to the container and then say flex of 1, yeah, I believe that this is not going to work because we're using this safe area view. Flex of 1, okay. Now we can take, okay, so this is not going to work. Let's just go back to what we had already. Yeah, so we have this background color gray, and this is the perfect place to add some padding to the content. So I'm gonna say padding horizontal of 10. And also I want to have some padding top. And the reason for that is because I have tested this on Android, and on Android, this animation goes off the screen. So what you can do here is say platform from React Native dot select, and then select Android. And for Android, we can have a value of 30. So if I hit save, this is not going to have any change on iOS, but on Android, it's going to fix the height. I mean, it's going to fix that this animation is off the screen. So you can do whatever you want. So for example, if you want to apply a completely different style just for Android devices, you can do so as well. And another cool property that comes with scroll view, guys, that maybe you don't know, is going to be this refresh control. And this refresh control, it's going to take a component that, as you may guess by now, it's going to be a refresh control. Now this refresh control, it's that little activity indicator that we see that when we are reloading the, when we are scrolling, dragging down and reloading everything. So this is going to take this property refreshing. I'm going to set this equal to false, but it could be maybe equal to true just for testing. And if I set it to true, you're going to see that we have this icon here. Now, the reason why I'm using this refresh control, it's because this is going to help us trigger the animation, okay, that we have here. Now, I'm going to set this equal to false because we don't want to show this refresh control. And also, now check this out. If I drag and drop, you're going to see it. And I don't want to show this to the user. So what I can do here is set the tint color to be transparent. And if I hit save and try to do the same again, we are not seeing this default color that we had before. Now, I want to access this event called onRefresh, which is going to be the event when the user drags down. And what we want to actually do when the user drags down is going to play this animation. So maybe for now, let's just have an empty function. And now we get to this point in which we need to access this loading animation and play it, okay? Now I'm going to remove this background gray, and now it's looking good. And what I want to do now, guys, is going to be create a reference that is going to let us manipulate the animation from anywhere in this component. So let's create this animation ref using ref from React. Now I'm going to import up here. I'm going to delete this that we are not using for now. I like to import all as React from React this way, so that we can simply say react.useRef in this case. Now the ref is going to be initialized to be null, and we can also specify the type of this reference. In this case, it's going to be Lori, which is the element that we're going to be manipulating. And let me just add a space here. And now we need to add this animation ref to this Lori component. So by adding this, we are basically connecting this variable and this component. And now we have this imperative API that allows us to manipulate this component through the reference. So if I just come to this function and now say animation ref.current and play, which is one of the methods that we can use. And we also have, for example, let me delete this. So for example, we have play, pause, render, reset, resume, and the one that we're going to be using is going to be play in this case. Now, let's try to refresh. Okay, let's try to do that again. Perfect. Now this is working fine. Of course, we are losing this now that we are scrolling because we don't have any data, but we are going to add data in a moment. Now it's worth noting, guys, that if you want to access some or perform an operation when this animation has finished, you can do so here. For example, on animation finish, you can maybe set an alert finished. Okay, and once it's finished, we should get an alert. There we go. Now we are not going to be using this for now, but it's worth noting that you can do so. Okay, now guys, the most important thing to generate this beautiful UI application is going to be actually the meat, which is the data. So, sorry, in order to create data or fake data, we're going to use this really nice library that I just discovered the other day and I fell in love with, and the name is Faker. Maybe you have used it before, but Faker, it's a library or it's a dependency that allows us to generate fake data that seems real. And also it's really nice. You're gonna see that in a moment. So I'm going to say yarn add, and this dependency is going to be Faker. But now I want to add this just for development. So I'm going to pass this flag D, which means development, and install this dependency. Okay, great. Now we're gonna need to generate some data, right? So let me clear this. I'm going to just close the terminal for now. Close these files because we are not going to be working on those for now. And actually create a new folder within my project. And this is going to contain some functions that are going to be called utils. And inside this folder, I want to create a folder that is going to be called generate dummy data. .ts, remember that we are using TypeScript. And now here we're going to be using Faker. So let's go ahead and import it. So we can say from Faker, I want to import, and we can import many things, but for now, let's just import Faker. Now, also before I actually start creating this data, I want you guys to just check out the application that we're going to be doing. So this is the one that we're going to be creating, right? And I was looking at the real application when I was creating this UI. And the reason for that is because by looking at what we are doing or what we are trying to do, we can actually have a really nice idea of how we can model the data that we're going to be using. So I'm going to generate. So now that we have this UI, I'm going to generate another folder. And this folder is going to contain the types that we are going to be using in this application. Now I'm going to call these types threads.ts. Now inside these threads, I'm going to define the interfaces that are going to define the data. Now, just by looking at this post that we have here, they look really complicated and we have a lot of information. I mean, they could look just like one paragraph of text, but in the background, if you really think about what data we have here, we have pictures, we have users, username, we have the time in which this post or this thread was posted. We also have replies, we also have likes, we also have the images of these persons that have replied. And then we also have the possibility that one post or one thread doesn't have an image in this case. We also have users that are verified, as you can see here. This user is verified because it has a blue mark. Also, we also have this really cool line on the left side, but that doesn't have to do with the information that we are dealing with. But I would like you guys to really see the interface and the data that we're using so that we can actually start defining some interfaces. So I'm going to declare this interface and export this interface called thread. So as we are seeing here, we have a lot of threads, and each thread, I'm really sure that each thread has an ID. Okay, so let's define that in our data. I'm going to say that each thread has an author, as we can see here, and this author is going to be of type user. Of course, we don't have this type yet, so I'm just going to type user. Also, each thread has a content, which is type string. We also have an image. And now this is a perfect place to say that this image, it could be null. So I'm going to put this question mark here. Now we are trying to reference the string of the image. That's why I'm saying string. And also we have replies. This is optional. And each reply is going to be a bit complicated. So I'm going to say that these replies are going to be of type reply, but this reply is going to be an array. Okay, and we are going to generate this interface in a moment, but I'm just trying to very superficially type this thread. Now we're also going to have replies count. This is going to be a number that is going to keep track of how many replies we have, right? So replies count. We also have likes count. This is of type number as well. Mention. Now this is a cool thing that we could add to this data. I don't have any examples here, but in the real application, you can mention someone on a thread by saying @ and then the username. So if we had a mention, this would be of type Boolean. And the reason why I'm saying that this is Boolean, because if I know that this thread has a mention, and I'm going to know because this variable, then I can validate that if I had a part of the a part of the content that starts with @ I want to render the information of the user that we are mentioning. So we are going to need the mention user, and this is going to be of type user. so that if I know that this is true, I also know that I can grab this mention user. And now this can be optional as well. So I'm going to put it as optional, and then created @. The created @, as you may guess by now, it's this little number that says the time that this was created. So here we have this 1 hour ago, 21 hours ago, 10 hours ago. And yeah, so this is going to be this created @. Now let's go deeper. Each one of these threads is going to have a reply. So let's export interface reply. I'm going to generate this reply. Now, what items is going to have a reply? A string, as you may guess by now, author, who did it, who created this reply, also a content of type string, which is just the text, and also number of likes, because people can like this reply, and also created that. This is very helpful because maybe by the number of likes you want to sort this reply to be on top, and having this likes number is going to help us to do that. Okay, now let's go deeper. We are going to need as well to export interface user, which is the main reason why we have these threads, because we have users and they are creating all this content. So each user is going to have an ID of type string. It's going to have a name of type string as well. Then a username. What else? We also have a Boolean that is going to let us know if the user is verified or not. We also have a photo of type string. We also have a bio of type string, which is basically your status string. Okay, and also have a link. Now this link is for the profile of the user. This is optional, of course, and also we have followers. So these followers are going to be of type user. And a cool thing about TypeScript is that you can define this same interface that we are defining here as an array of followers, okay, of type user. Great. So this seems a little bit complicated because, we suddenly are working like with recursion because we have users within users, and then those users may have as another users as followers. But it's not going to be that complicated. We're going to validate that we don't generate a lot of data. Now let's hit save. Now that we have an idea of what we want into our data, let's jump into the faker file here. Now inside this faker, we are going to just generate dummy data. So I'm going to start by importing my types. I'm going to start by importing my thread and user. I don't really need my reply because it's inside each thread. Okay, great. Now, the first function that we can do maybe is going to be create a random user. Okay, so to create a random user, we can define a function. This is going to be helper functions and create random user. Now, because we are using TypeScript, we can define what type of data this function is going to return. So this function is going to return a user. Of course, TypeScript is going to start yelling at me because I haven't returned a user yet, but let's start defining this data. So we're going to have a first name. The reason for why I'm putting this in two variables, it's because faker, if I say faker dot person, we can get or generate fake data of a person, and we have this first name field. But I can also do, for example, we could do the same here with the second name, and then change this to be second name or last name. But maybe if you want to do this in one line of code, we can say const name equal to, and then we pass this and we copy this here. So we're going to say plus, and I want to have a space between these two names. So if I hit save now, we have these two variables that are being generated, and we are going to store this in the field name of the user. Okay, now let's actually return. This is going to be very easy. We want to return an ID. So let's actually use faker.string.uuid. And this is a function. We can also have a photo. So if we call faker image avatar, we are going to have a photo name. This is going to be the name that we have up here. And I can actually just copy this here and paste it here. Of course, delete this colon, delete this as well, and also delete this here. What else? Verified. This is going to be a Boolean, so we don't need to use faker to do this. We can simply say math.random, and this is going to generate a random between 0 and 1. So we can validate if this is greater than 0.5, then it's going to be true, otherwise it's going to be false. And every time that we run this line of code, it's going to be true or false either. Okay, now bio. Faker is going to help us with this person.bio. Also followers. Now this is going to be a little bit trickier, so I'm going to give it leave it until the end. And then username faker.internet and username. Now guys, if you want to learn more about Faker, you can go to their official documentation. I'm going to try to leave a link into the project on codewithbeto.dev. So if you want to check it out, it's going to be available on the platform. And finally, link. So let's say faker.internet.url. So we can have as well a URL. This is really nice because I'm hoping that these URLs work. So yeah, having this URL, it's cool. Okay, now we are going to need to generate followers. And why TypeScript is yelling at me? Let's say property followers, it's missing. Okay, so followers needs to be an array of users, and we don't have an array of users yet. So sorry, it's going to be an array of followers. So the way we can fix this, it's actually creating another function. So let's say export function create random. In this case, it's going to be follower, because the followers, guys, are going to be users as well. We are going to return a user each time we call this function. Okay. Now this function is going to be very similar to what we've been doing here. So I'm just going to copy this function here. Okay, so we are returning this this data, and now I'm getting this error because followers, it's I believe required where is it? So we have these user followers. Let's set followers required. I mean, optional, so we don't get that error. Of course, we're gonna be adding some followers, but it could also happen that some person doesn't have any followers. So what I'm doing here, guys, it's just filling this data that is going to contain the information of this fake user. It's really similar to what we are doing on this create random user, but the only difference is that these followers are not going to have followers. Imagine if we call this function recursively inside the create random user, this is going to break your computer, or this is going to give you a call stack error, because we're going to be creating users, followers for each follower, and then followers for that follower, and that is going to break your code. If we abstract this create random follower that doesn't have followers, we can safely come here to this create random user object or function and create a new array. So I'm going to create a new array, and I want to have maybe I want to have between 0 and 10 followers for each user. So what I can do here is say math.floor and then set math.random. So this is going to generate a number between 0 and 1, and I can multiply this by 10. So if I say 10, this is going to generate a number between 0 and 10. Why? Because I'm saying math.floor and then generating a random that is multiplied by 10. So at this point, let's say that the random number is 10. So I'm going to fill this array with null. But now I have 10 nulls. I want to change those nulls to be users. So I can iterate, and I'm going to put this in another line so you can see. I'm going to say now map. I'm going to iterate over each element and change each element to be a user. So for each element, and I'm not going to really use this, so I can just put an underscore here because I'm not going to be accessing that. I'm going to just simply call my function create random follower, and that's it. That is going to generate an array of followers. Okay. And why am I getting this error? Okay, I'm missing a comma here. Okay, yeah. So each user is going to have at least 10 followers. And yeah, that is really nice. Now, what else? We're also going to need a create thread. This is going to start to get a little bit complicated. So we have create user, create random user. And now let's add a function that is going to create a random thread. So a random thread is going to look something like this. I'm going to call this function create random thread. This is going to return a thread. And first of all, we need an author, and we also need a mentioned user sometimes. Could be that we want a user or no. But this author is going to call this function create random user, and we are assigning this author here. Okay, now another cool thing that we are doing here, guys, is that we are generating an image, and we want some threads to have images, but we want some threads that don't contain any images just to test the UI, right? So that's why I'm creating this image randomly. So this is going to be random true or false. If it's true, we are going to generate an image using Faker. Otherwise, we're going to set it to be undefined. Replies. Replies are going to contain a random number between 0 and 10. This is going to contain the object that has a reply. And if you don't remember, each reply is going to look something like this. So we are filling this data using Faker. Also, the number of likes that has each reply is going to be a math.random between 0 and 1,000. Okay, so these are just numbers, so it doesn't really hurt the performance by generating 1,000 of likes. It's just a number. And also we have replies count, we have likes count. These are just random numbers. Mention, it's just a random boolean. mention user is going to be a fake user that we are creating here. And also created at is going to be just a time that it's recent to ISO string. So Faker also provides us with this date, which is really amazing. It really blew my mind. Now, guys, pay attention here because these functions are only creating one item. So these three functions, really complicated functions, are just creating one thread. So we have one thread here. And what I want to do here is I don't want to keep my application super complicated. Running this code in a large amount of fake data is going to perform poorly, so it's going to take time. So I want to generate 50 threads every time I reload my application. So we can actually create another function, and this function is going to be called generate threads. As you may guess by now, this is going to return an array of threads. So we can set an array of threads like that and return new array. This array is going to be of 50 items. We need to fill this with null, and then we can iterate over each item and actually return or create a random thread. So this is going to return an array of 50 threads. And that's it, guys. We can now simply grab this and call this function in our application, and this is going to generate fake data. Now, I want to show you guys how this is going to look. So what I can do is simply, maybe as an example, I can say console.log. And let's just generate a random follower just so we know that this is working. So this is going to appear on the console. So I'm going to save this, and I want to run this by running node generate. Actually, this is going to be inside utils, generate dummy data. Okay, and now I'm going to get an error because I believe that I'm using TypeScript. Okay, so cannot import outside of a module. Yeah, so it's not going to work. I thought it was going to work, but I guess we're gonna need to see it when we run this project. So I'm gonna say yarn iOS, and let's wait a little bit. Now I'm actually going to delete this because we are not sure how this is going to work inside this utility function. But what I can do here, it's actually once this is running, I can go to my app tabs index.tsx, and here I can simply say const user equal to create fake user, or what's the name? I forgot the name. Create random user. Create random user. It's going to be out imported, and then we can put it on the console, and the app is ready. So console.log user. Okay, and let's see if this works. I'm going to bring my terminal, hit save. Okay, this is taking time. Did I do something wrong? Okay, no. Okay, everything works fine. Now look at this, guys. So this is a huge data structure that is being generated every time that we load this screen. Now I'm going to just put this like JSON.stringify as this user, so we have a better way of looking this data. And if I scroll down, you're going to see that this user contains these followers that are, at the end of the day, users. And this is information almost real that is being generated by Faker. These links are going to work, are going to show you an image. And yeah, so in this case, we have, I believe, like 10 followers. So yeah, now that we know that these functions are working, guys, I'm actually going to delete this. The reason for that is because I don't want to be loading these heavy functions that are going to take time every time that I'm saving and doing a change inside this screen. So what we can do here is actually create a context that is going to contain, or that is going to hold this state of these threads, and then consume this provider or this context, so we can use this data inside this tab 1 screen, for example. And every time that I change something on this tab 1 screen, it's not going to fetch data anymore. Okay, so let's actually do that. To do that, I'm going to create a new folder inside my project, and this is going to be called context. Inside this context, I'm going to create a thread context.tsx file. Now, if you are not familiar with context, guys, React comes with this hook called create context. And basically the idea is that you can have state in a parent component and then share this state with all the children components that are, or all the items components that are inside this, or wrapped with this context. Okay, and we're going to see how to use it in a moment. Let's start by importing all as React from React. And this is from, okay. Now I'm going to need to import as well my type thread, because this context is going to be providing an array of threads. So it's a good idea to import this thread. And also here is the place in which we want to generate the threads. So I'm going to import that from our utilities. And let's define the context by saying const threads context equal to React. Oops, I can say just simply create context. And then this is going to take the default value. So the default value is going to be an empty array. And because we are using TypeScript, we can say that this context is going to be of type array of threads. The way we do that, it's like this. So this is safely typed. Great. Now let's export const thread provider. This thread provider, I'm missing a D, thread provider, it's going to be like a component that is going to provide the state to the children. Now, what I wanted to show you now is if I write threads context dot, you're going to see that we have this consumer, provider, and display name. Now, the provider is the one that we are interested in this case, because this provider, like the name suggests, provides the data that we're going to put inside this context. It's going to provide this data to every single children. It doesn't matter the depth of the children. So for example, if you have a list of items on the screen, on the home screen, and then inside this list of items, you have other items, these items are going to still have access to this context that is being provided at the root level of the application. Okay, so this provider is going to be used. That's why I'm creating this thread provider component that is going to be an arrow function like this. It's a component at the end of the day, but this is going to return a JSX element. So I'm going to say JSX.element like this. And now TypeScript is yelling at me. So I'm going to return a JSX element. If I return a JSX element, it's going to look like this. Now, we need to grab the provider. So if I set threads context dot provider, I have successfully export this provider or contain this provider inside this component. Now I also need to specify that this component is going to have elements inside. And the way we do that is using these children. So if I specify that this is going to take a children as property and then also add the type of this, and this is going to be props with children from React. Okay, and if I hit save and also make this, hide my Explorer, you're going to see that this children is going to be just a React element. So if we say props with children from React, TypeScript is going to be happy. Also, this is going to return a JSX element, which is this return at the end of the day. Also, this provider is yelling at me because it needs a value, and the value that it needs, it's going to be, let's say, it's going to be of type thread. Okay, so if I pass an empty string, maybe it stops yelling at me. But what we want to pass in here is going to be the dummy data, right? So inside this return, before this return, sorry, I'm going to just have a function called threads. These threads is going to be, I'm going to use useState. So set threads equal to react.useState. This is going to be of type threads, and this is going to be an array of threads actually. And I'm going to initialize this to be an empty array. And finally pass these threads here. Of course, we need to set these threads. To do that, I'm going to use a use effect so that when the component mounts, I'm going to auto-generate this data. So the use effect is going to run when the component mounts. And what I want to do here is just set the threads to be equal to generate threads. Okay, so let's try to explain this. This might be a little bit complicated for some beginners, but we are just creating a variable that is going to hold the dummy data that we are generating. We are going to generate this dummy data as soon as the component mounts. So when we load the application, we generate this data, we set this data inside this threads variable, and then we pass this data to every single component that is inside this provider. So let's hit save. And now let's actually use this provider. The way we can do that is by going through the main or the higher order component in this case, because we are using the app directory. It's going to be the layout, like I mentioned before. This is going to be the entry point of the application. So this is the perfect place to add this provider. So I'm going to say, what's the name? Threads provider. So I can import this threads provider and just wrap my entire application. So now my tabs, my modal, and my every single screen that I add inside this component is going to have access to this fake data. Okay. Now notice, guys, that every time that we are creating this data, my application is like freezing because this is a heavy operation. This is an operation that you shouldn't do on production, just on development and for testing. But yeah, once this is done, we should be good to go. Now that we have added this theme provider, I can actually close this. And also I'm going to stop my other application. Okay, guys, so it has finished loading. And what I want to do now is going to be actually use the data that we just created. So in order to access that data, we need to say const threads, and we're going to just simply grab this data from the context. So by saying use context and passing the context that I want to use, which in this case it's going to be the thread context, and I'm importing this context from the context that we just created. Now we have this data inside these threads. Just like that, we can simply come down here and say threads.map for each thread. And for each thread, for now, I'm just going to generate a text that says thread dot, I don't know, author dot, and because we're using TypeScript, notice that we have this really nice autocompletion dot name, for example, and hit save. And just like that, I have this warning because I didn't provide this key. So the key is going to be the thread.id. Okay. And there we have it, guys. 50 threads that are fake, but they seem real. Now we can actually start working on the UI. Now, if I scroll down, and reload, you're going to see that we have this animation triggering and looks amazing. And if I change this device to be dark mode, this is going to still look a little bit nice. Okay, and the text, it's working. The reason for that is because this text, it's being imported by the components theme that came with this template. So if I go to my components theme down here, they are exporting this text component that is compatible with dark mode, and they are grabbing they are applying these colors from these colors that they define here in the constants folder. So if you are checking these codes, just make sure that you are familiar where these colors are coming from. Let's say that in dark mode, we want the text to be red. You can simply come here and change this to be dark mode, and it's going to be red. So by abstracting the colors, this is actually a really nice pattern that you can do. You can abstract these two objects, one light and one dark, and even you could add another one if you want to. But yeah, having the colors here is going to scale. It's going to allow you to scale the application really easily and make modifications super easy. Okay, now that we know where this data is coming from, let's actually start by creating a component here inside this components folder. Let's name it threads item. So I'm going to create a new file, threads item.tsx. Okay. Now this threads item is going to be actually a really complicated component, because if we go back to the other application, the demo, each one of these elements, it's has the name, the picture, the time, the other picture, if it has one, it has these icons, has these replies, these likes, and these pictures of these persons. And actually what I want to show you guys is that if you press Command 3, if you are on a Mac, you're going to have this super huge zoom on your computer. So you can actually really see the details of this screen. So in this case, we have these three really small images that are real, and that are coming from the replies of this post. So yeah, we have these images and we need to render. Now, the way I like to do this, guys, it's actually, it could be tempting to just create one component that is going to render all this logic, but it would be a good idea to divide this component in even smaller components. So for example, I want to divide this first row to be one component, and then I also want to generate maybe another component that is going to hold this text, the body, or maybe we can add this in the same component. But then I want to add another component that is going to contain these icons. Then I want to create another component that is going to contain this. Then I want to create another component that is going to contain all these components. And finally, I want to create another component that is going to contain the profile picture and the pictures down here. Okay. And finally, the final component that we are going to return is going to be this whole bunch of components. Okay. Well, that is going to be our approach in this case. So let's actually put this back where it was. And let's go back to the application that we are working on. And this threads component, it's going to be using all as React from React. Oops. And I'm going to export the full function, this threads item. Okay. Now this is going to return a JSX element. Don't forget it. Okay. Yep. And return for now, just an empty tag so we don't get yelled at. Now, another cool thing about this is that we're going to get a thread as a property. So I'm going to say that I'm going to get a thread like this. Okay. Now we have this thread as property. it's going to be required. So otherwise we are going to get an error. And what I can do now is maybe just delete this and have a view from React Native. And inside this view, I can actually have a text. And the text is going to be changing between dark and light mode. So let's import it from the theme. And inside this, I'm going to say thread.author. In this case, we can say username. Okay, now if I hit save and actually go back to the index screen, and instead of rendering this text, let's actually render a threads item. And this is going to be a self-closing tag. So it's going to look something like this. And I need to delete this as well. Now remember that this is going to take the thread. So I can say thread like this. What I'm saying is just spreading all the properties that we have inside these threads so that we have access to them inside this component. And we could also as well destructure this component, but I think this is going to be easier. Let's actually save this. Okay. Now we are seeing the usernames here. And what I want to do now, because we're going to be using images, I want to install this dependency, the following. And the dependency is going to be expo image. So I'm going to say npx expo install expo image. This is a really nice library that allows us to render images in a better manner. Okay, so now I'm going to run this by running yarn iOS again. Close my terminal for now. We are not going to be using it. I'm going to close as well this index and basically all these screens, and I'm just going to stay working on this threads item. Now, it would be a good idea, guys, if you want to abstract the components in another component, in another files, or maybe in the same folder of this threads item. But I'm just going to add these components inside this one. So it's going to be easier for you to understand. Now, I'm going to start by creating the right side of the post. So I'm going to say, I'm going to create a view. And this view is going to contain a post heading, right? So we want to create another component for that. I'm going to say post heading down here. And this post heading is going to have the first row. So this post heading is going to need access to the name, the created at, and also the verified. So the verified is going to allow us to know if the user is verified or not. So we need to specify the type of this item. So I'm just going to type this quickly by saying name created at of type string and then verified of type boolean. Okay, and now it's not yelling at us. We can return a view that is going to have another view. Now I'm going to need an icon. I'm going to need an icon. So I'm going to add an import for this up here. I'm going to be using material icons for the icon of this post heading. And I want to render this inside a view down here. So I'm going to paste this code, guys, and I'm going to explain it to you. It's just a view that is containing the name of the user, and also it's containing this icon verified, and I'm giving it a blue color. Now, if I hit save, nothing is going to happen. The reason for that is because I'm not using this post heading component. So inside this view, I'm going to have this post heading. Now this is going to give me some errors because we are not passing the properties. So I'm going to access to the author.name in this case, and the created at is going to be the thread dot created at, and finally we have the verified, which is thread.user, each user, sorry, author.verified. They have this property. Now if I hit save, this is not running. I'm going to run this on the port 8082. Now this should be rendering this post heading. Okay guys, the application is running, and as soon as we load the data, as you can see here, we have the users that are verified. Okay, now this header, it's actually going to this post heading is actually going to show as well this feather icon, that is the 3 dots, and also the created at. Now I'm using this function that says time ago, but if I delete this, you are going to see that we have this time. Now this time needs to be formatted. How can we do that? Well, by creating this time ago function. This is going to be one of the helper functions. You may be tempted to install a library to do this kind of operation, but it's not that hard. If you go to the utilities and just create one file that says time ago, for example, .ts, this is just a helper function. And for this function, we are going to export it. So I'm going to say export function time ago. This is going to be lowercase like this, and it's going to take a date of type string as parameter, and it's going to return a string actually. So I can say string here. Now we need to grab the time between now and the time that the post was created. So we can say const now equal to new date from JavaScript, and then const diff in milliseconds now dot get time. This is going to return the milliseconds of this date, and we can subtract the milliseconds that we have in the date that we are passing. So I'm going to say get time as well. Okay, now we also need to validate that we don't want to, if it has passed a lot of time, we don't want to render a lot of hours. We want to render the days, for example. But in this case, I'm just going to validate that we have seconds, minutes, hours, and maybe days. So by checking the difference in seconds, minutes, hours, and days, we can actually have this validation here. And if the seconds are less than 60, we can return the seconds. Otherwise, we return the minutes. Otherwise, we return the hours. Otherwise, yesterday. Otherwise, days. Okay, now if I hit save and actually import this function here and hit save, you are going to see that this was generated 17 hours ago, 10 minutes ago, and 21 hours ago. So this is working fine. We don't have days. We just have this recent date, but this is working as intended. Now let's keep working on the component. This is going to need some styling here in the container. So I'm going to add this in an inline. I'm going to say reflex direction row, hit save, and also align item center. Okay, and justify content space between. Okay, and also, okay, yeah, this is working fine. Now, of course, we don't have an issue at this point because we don't have anything to the left of this item, but it could happen that this is not taking, it could happen that this goes over the screen. This goes off the screen. And the way we do that is just, the way we can fix this is just by saying flex grow of 1. So this is going to guarantee that the width of this container is going to grow until it hits the space available, and it's going to stay there. Great. So this is going to be the heading. Now that we have the heading, we can actually create maybe a post footer. And to create a post footer, this is going to be just a very straightforward component that is going to take the replies, the likes, and I'm typing this as well, like we did before. and just returning the replies and the likes. And I'm putting this little dot here. And this is going to be the footer. So let's add the footer here. I'm going to say footer, pass the properties that it needs, replies. Each thread is going to have replies, so we pass them. And also we need to pass, actually this is marking me an error, I don't know why. Yeah, so these replies are threads, but we need the replies count. Sorry about that. We also need the likes. This is going to be come from the thread dot likes count. Hit save, and there we have it. Great, so this is looking fine. Now we need the bottom icons as well. For the bottom icons, guys, I'm going to create as well another component down here. And these bottom icons are gonna be from Font Awesome. These icons, I just took the time to look for them and add them here. But I'm sharing this size and theme on all of these icons, as you can see here. And just flex row, align item center, gap of 10. And I'm just validating that if we are on dark or light mode, we're going to change the color between dark and white. And I need to import these from React Native. So the bottom icons are going to be on top of the post footer. So I can say here bottom icons, hit save. And there we have them. So this is looking great. This is looking cool. What else we need? We are going to need some styles here. I'm going to create some styles down here. One for the container, one for the image of the user. And I'm going to need to import as well style sheet from React Native. Great. Now we also need the post left side. I want to leave this left side until the end. What I want to do now is actually render the image and the content of this post. So this is going to be inside this view. After the post heading, actually, I'm going to have a text, and this text is going to have the thread.content. And if I hit save, we have the content. So this is working fine. Also, I want the image, but I only want this if the thread comes with an image. So we can simply validate this like this and have the image. Now this image is going to be from Expo image. So be sure that you are importing this from Expo image. Now the way Expo image works is going to be by taking a source, and this source is going to be a link or a string right away. So we can simply say .image. Now at this point, we are sure that we have an image. That's why we are passing this like that. And also we need to provide a style. Now for the style, I want to take 100% of width, and the minimum height that I'm going to set is going to be 300. I also need a border radius of 10. Then we also can specify this placeholder. Now for the placeholder, I'm just going to pass this image that the Expo documentation has. It's going to be this blur hash, and I'm going to paste it here as placeholder. You can go to the code and check this out, or you can go to the documentation of Expo and actually copy this example by yourself. After that, this image is going to have as well a content fit. In this case, I want to say cover because I don't want to have spaces that are not filled. And also we can have a transition. This is a really nice feature that comes with this image. So when we are loading the image, we are going to be showing this placeholder. And when we load the image, we are going to have a transition. So I'm going to say 200 milliseconds. And if I hit save, we can see as you can saw there, we saw the blur hash, the cover. And then when it loaded, everything works fine. So we have these weird images and these cats. Great, so this is working fine. Now what I want to do is going to be actually generating the left side of this post. Let's go back to the style here. This left side is going to be all the magic, the only thing that we came for to this video. And just to make sure that this is working on dark mode. Here we have it. Now, we need some spacing, but we are going to worry about this spacing in a moment. And well, actually what we can do here is just add a style and say gap of 6. And that is going to add some spacing between the post heading, the text, and the image. Now we need to generate, guys, I'm going to delete this text. Now we need to generate the left side, and that is going to be another component. So for the left side, I'm going to copy another component, and I'm going to explain it to you. So let's go down here. Okay, so we have this post left side, and just to see how this is going to work, here I have this error that says replies is possibly undefined. So maybe I can add this here. Nope. Oops. Well, I'm just going to ignore this error for now by saying ts ignore. Hit save, and I'm going to use this post left side up here. Post left side. This is going to take a thread. So I'm passing the thread here. Okay. And if I hit save, you are going to see that this is breaking. Now, the reason for that is because this left side needs to be from left to right. So these two items, I'm going to add a style here from the styles.container actually, and hit save. Okay. And this container down here, it's just a flex row with gap of 6 and margin bottom of 30. Now let's actually analyze this post left side component. We are grabbing the current theme using the use color scheme hook. The border color is going to be changing. That's why we are grabbing this color theme between these two values. Now this border color, it's this little line that you are seeing between the user and the persons that have replied to this post. So this little line is going to be a border. Now, the first thing that we are rendering, it's the image of the user using expo image. We are applying a transition. I'm going to change that to be 200. Also, we are having this view. So the line that you are seeing there is just this view, and I can change the color to be red so we know what we're talking about. This line is just a view that is growing accordingly to the height. So by aligning this to the center, it's going to be between these images right in the middle. Okay, so this is just this view. Then we have another view that contains the images of the persons that have replied, or users that have replied to this person. Now, the way that I implemented this was just generating an array that contains 1, 2, 3 numbers, and then define, iterate over these 3 items because I want to show 3 images. And for each image, I'm grabbing the replies that I have on this thread. So I'm accessing the actual replies and grabbing the current index. In this case, we're going to start at the index 0. That's why I'm saying -1. And I'm grabbing the photo of the author. Then I'm applying a style. Now this is really important, guys, because the width of this image is going to change depending on the index that we are iterating on. So it's going to start with 1, which makes the first image to be 7 by 7. The next one is going to be 14 by 14, and the next one is going to be 21 by 21. If I change this to be 10, for example, and also 10 by height, and hit save, you're going to see that the images get bigger. And I think that looks better, actually. Maybe I'm going to use A9. Hit save. And yeah, so this is how I achieve this functionality, this UI. And now the only thing that is bothering me at this point, well, yeah, and that's it. That's it for this component. And minimize this, minimize the styles. Let's go back here. Now guys, notice that by abstracting these little components, we can actually see how this threads item it's looking. We have this post left side, post heading, post bottom, bottom icons, post footer, the image, the content is just a text. And because we are applying this some width of 100% to these items here, we are going over the screen. And the way we can fix that is by applying a flex shrink here. So flex shrink, it's going to prevent the content from going off the screen. And if I hit save now, you're going to see that this is looking fine. Now, if I reload, we have the really nice animation. Every time that I'm reloading, it's looking really nice. And if I change to dark mode and reload this again, we have this animation as well. Now you could change the image, you could change the animation for dark mode if you want to look for an animation, or you want to create one animation by yourself, you can do so. I'm using the same animation, but I think it looks good as well. And if you scroll down, you're going to see that everything is working great. Now, if we want to generate random data, we can reload the application. Let's see if this works. And we are going to have new data. Notice that we have the transition when the images are loaded, and we are rendering something while we are loading these images. So this is really nice, guys. And this is all I wanted to show you guys. Actually, this UI, it's beautiful. I really loved it. That's why I created. I had a lot of fun creating this UI. And I believe that's it for this lesson, guys. I hope you like this video. I hope you learned something new. Don't forget that if you want to download the code for this, go to codewithbeto.dev/projects, and you're going to find all the resources that you need. Also, don't forget to check out my React Native course. Don't forget to give it a like, leave me a comment, and otherwise, I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. Bye. Quick coffee break. If you want to build applications that actually make money, consider becoming a pro member at codewithbeto.dev. You get all my courses plus production-ready projects like Platano, a ready-to-ship AI image app with payments already built in. One price, lifetime access. Everything I build goes in there. Link in the description. All right, back to the video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Code with Beto. In this video, we're going to learn how to create a Snapchat camera clone. And it's going to be very complete because we're going to learn how to handle pictures and how to take videos. We're going to be using the Expo camera package from Expo. And actually, we're going to be using as well Expo symbols, Expo media library to access the photos of the phone. We're going to be using as well async storage to handle the onboarding of the user. When they open the application for the first time, we're going to show an onboarding screen, and then we're going to ask permissions to use the camera. Also, we're going to learn how to handle video, like playing the video, taking pictures. We are going to share then these pictures and videos. As well, we're going to learn how to handle QR codes. So without further ado, let's actually see the demo. As you can see on the screen, I have my iPhone. And then I also have the simulator. I'm using an iPhone 12 for this tutorial, and because we need access to the camera, I'm gonna be playing with my real device. So I'm going to build this application for the first time so that you guys can see. Let me unlock this device, and the app is running. And if I wait a second, we have this beautiful onboarding screen with this really nice animation. And actually, I'm taking advantage of the Expo template. When you create a new Expo app, already comes with this parallax effect, which looks really nice. By the way, this application will be compatible with light mode and dark mode. Let me see if I can enable light mode quickly. Okay, this is how it looks. I prefer, dark mode, so let's keep it dark. All right, so what I wanted to show you guys is basically permissions. Once we hit continue, we need to provide access for the camera, the microphone. So let's allow this. Let's allow. Okay, so just for testing, we're going to learn as well how to handle when user does not allow to use, in this case, the microphone, right? Now, for this specific video, if the user does not provide access for any of these things that we need access to, like microphone and camera, I want to prevent access to the application. So let's see what happens if I press don't allow. We see this alert that is saying to continue, please provide permissions in settings. Okay, so now we show this error alert. And if I press continue, I will get the same alert. Okay, so let's go to settings. Now we have to do this manually. I have to scroll down and then search for Snapchat clone, which is the last one. And I'll turn on microphone. Let's go back to the app. This will reload the application. Let's continue. And now I need to provide access to my photos. If I don't allow access, the same thing would happen. So in this case, I'll just allow full access. And here we have it. So this is the camera. I forgot that I put a video by default, but I closed it and this is how it looks. So let me just show you here around. I am in my desk and you can see the screen there and recording in progress. And this is how it looks. So a couple things to notice. If I close the app and then come back to the application, let's do that. Let's go back to the app. We won't ask permissions. We won't see the onboarding screen. We'll just go straight to the camera, okay? So this is how it looks. We have access to the library, as you can see. We can view, 4 pictures here, but if we want to see the entire library, we can just go to this button and we will display the library of the user and we can scroll and things like that. Okay, things that we can do here, we can, use the zoom, for example, zoom out a little bit, and then we can take a picture. So if I take a picture, this is how it looks. Now from here, I can save this image by pressing the top right button. We have this alert and we can also share, okay? Now let's close this. We get this really nice transition when we come back to the camera. Now let's see the video feature, okay? Now check this out. Every time that I switch between snap and video, we have this really cool animation. And when we are taking a video, let's try to take a video. I'm just going to press this button and we are recording. We are showing the yellow of Snapchat, as you can see there, and it looks great. So let's just record a quick video and then I'll just pause the video and we get this view. Now from here, of course, you can customize this if you want, guys, but let's just play this video and we can pause using the same button. One more thing that we can do is just press anywhere in this video and we will get the native controls of this video, which means we can use the default player and we will have access to all the buttons and maximize this to full screen or even do screen sharing. Okay, so let me press again to toggle the controls. We can save this video to the library, we can share this video, or we can simply close. Okay, let's take a quick video again. Super quick, stop. In this case, I will save this video. Video was saved, as you can see there. And then I close this. We get this transition back. Now, one more cool thing that we can do here, guys, and that I wanted to show you is that, for example, I have this mug here, and this mug has a QR code. And we have this QR code detected, as you can see there. Now let me minimize this window because it looks bad. But if I, put this here, we got this QR code detected. And if I, if I just take it out, it won't be detected anymore. Now it's cool that if I just, show a little bit of the QR code, I think it will be detected super quickly. Okay, it's not, but if I put it closer, there we go. Once we have this QR code detected thing, we can actually press it. That's a button. And I have a QR code here prepared for this video. Okay, so here we have this QR code. So I'll just press QR code detected, and this will take me to the link, right? This is super cool and very easy to implement actually. So you will be surprised. Then press done, and we will go back to the QR code. From here, I can take a picture if I want to. Save it. Okay, close this, go back to the library, and we're able to see the new pictures, as you can see there. All right. And yeah, that's basically it, guys. This is what we're going to be doing in this video. If you're interested, just stick till the end. I think in this video is going to be very helpful. We're going to learn a lot about how to handle taking pictures, taking videos, and how to handle the media to display once we have the videos, right? Okay, now that we have seen the demo, let's actually jump to the video. Alrighty guys, so as always, if you want to get the code for this video, it's going to be available completely for free at codewithbeto.dev. Just go to the project section and you'll find this video here once it's available. As you can see, we don't have it here, but we have the latest, which is the symbols. And we're gonna be using as well the symbols in this video. This library is really cool to have, you know, these kind of animations for the recording and taking pictures. Those icons are coming from these SF symbols. But yeah, once this video is ready, you should be able to just come here, click the video, and then if you scroll down, you'll find the GitHub link, or if you want to download the code as a zip, you can do so as well. And as well, you'll find all the dependencies that we need for this project. Okay, now that being said, if you feel like you are like I'm going too fast in this video, or if you see some things that are new to you, I would highly recommend, guys, that you check out the course of React Native here in the platform as well, to, you know, strengthen the basics of your knowledge in React Native. And then once you have the basics, you can actually start building, you know, applications faster if you know the basics. So we have this React Native course, really good, very complete. We also have the Master React with TypeScript. If you are into web development, if you want to learn how to use the latest frameworks like Next.js, how to deploy an application, how to integrate payments with Stripe, for example, check out this video as well. Using TypeScript, of course, we're going to be using TypeScript in this video as well. But if you want to learn more about TypeScript, I would highly recommend this course, since we have a specific section just to learn the basics of TypeScript, like generics, which is one thing that is very common to see in React applications. Okay. And then finally, we have this amazing promotion right now. We are offering a Git and GitHub course for pre-sale. So huge opportunity. If you want to check it out, go to codewithbeto.dev. Now let's actually start building this application. Alrighty guys, so the first thing that we need to do is actually create the application. So for that, I'll just go to my desktop, and then I have this folder called test, and I'll create a new Expo app using Yarn. So I'll say yarn create Expo app, and then the name of the app, in this case, Snapchat camera, and hit enter. This will take a moment. Already, and the project is ready, as you can see here. So let's CD into the Snapchat camera. Now, before I open this in VS Code, I want to install the dependencies that we're gonna be using. So you can get these dependencies at codewithbeto.dev if you don't want to write them manually. So I'll just paste them here. You can actually copy paste them all at once. So the first one is going to be Expo camera. This will allow us to take pictures and take videos. Then we're gonna be using Expo symbols. Expo symbols is used mostly for iOS, and basically the icons that you see in the application, like the video and snap here in the demo, all these icons are from Expo symbols. And if you want to learn more about Expo symbols, check out my previous video. We learn how to make animations, how to customize them, and things like that. Then we're going to be using as well Expo Media Library for accessing the photos here. So in the demo, we also have access to the photos, as you can see here. And then these photos that you can see here are coming from the media library. So we need this library as well. Finally, as well, we're going to be using async storage. Async storage, it's used to store if the user has opened the app for the first time. So if the first time that we open the application, we want to show the onboarding screen as we saw in the demo. And once we open the app, the second time, we just want to go straight to the camera. So to save this value, we're using async storage. Expo image and video to display the pictures and videos that we are taking with the Expo camera. Okay, then we're using Expo sharing to share the videos and share videos and pictures. And as you can see here in the simulator, let's just, well, in the simulator, I won't be able to take a picture. But once we have, let's say that we have a video, and actually I have one here hard-coded. So from here, we can share. If I press the share, we should be able to see this share, okay? And from here, we can send this video in messages or WhatsApp or whatever. So I'll just close this and close this. Okay, and finally, we're using Expo browser. And this is used to open QR code. For example, here in the demo, if I just bring my mug, you can see the QR code detected. So to open the QR codes in a web browser, we are using Expo web browser. Okay, and that's it. That's all we're gonna be using. So let's go ahead and hit enter and wait for a little bit. Okay, so dependencies have been installed correctly. Let's go ahead and open this in VS Code. Alrighty guys, so here we are in VS Code, and the first thing that I want to do is pre-build my application so that we can generate the native code for iOS and Android. So let's go ahead and run npx expo pre-build and hit enter. This will ask me, the package for Android that I want to use for this application. I'll just select the default one, and it will ask me as well for the identifier for iOS. This is just a test, so I'll just select the default one. Now this will create this Android and iOS folder. And by the way, a pro tip guys, since these folders are auto-generated every time that we run npx expo pre-build, I would recommend that you add these folders to the git ignore so that they are not tracked by Git. Okay, and let's just close this for now. That's the first change that we want to do. Now, the first part that I want to start working on is going to be the onboarding screen. And for that, we can actually use the simulator. So let's go ahead and run this application on iOS by saying yarn iOS. All right, so I'll just go ahead and minimize a little bit my terminal while this is compiling for iOS. Now, we're going to be using Expo router, as you can see here. This is the default template that comes with Expo, and it's really nice because already comes with support for dark mode, and we also have a couple of tabs here. Okay, so let's go ahead and start abstracting a little bit the logic for the onboarding. Like I mentioned before, we want to take the user to the onboarding screen just the first time they open the application. To know if they open the application, I will abstract this logic into a hook. So let's go ahead and create a new hook. And this hook will be called use first time open.ts. And looks like this, use first time open. So when we're creating hooks, so the first thing that I'll do is actually import all as React from React. And when we are using hooks, we need to export this function. Use, and now the simulator is asking me if I want to open the camera. So I'll say yes. And this will take me to the Hello World application. Okay, and this is how it looks. Very nice. All right, so let's call this use first time open hook. And this hook it's going to keep track of two things. The first one is going to be if it's the first time or not. So let's create this variable is first time and set is first time. Okay, so this is going to be a boolean, and at the beginning I want this to be false. Then I want to have another one called is loading, because this is going to be an async operation while we are checking if we have a user. So I mean, if this is the first time or not. So let's track the loading state by saying is loading, and set is loading equal to false at the beginning as well. And then we can simply use a use effect that takes two parameters. The first one is going to be a callback function and then an array of dependencies. The array of dependencies is going to be empty, since I just want to run this effect once when the component mounts. Now I am going to create an async function. So let's say async function, and the name of this function is going to be check first time open. And then we don't have any parameters. It's just like that. Let's use a try catch. If we have an error, we can just put it in the console for now. Error, getting local first time. And then just put the error in the console. Okay. Now in the try, what I want to do is use the async storage library to check if we have a value for the for the open for the first time. Okay, so let's do that by saying const has opened. I'm going to call this has opened equal to await, and then let's use the async storage. Now this async storage, we need to import it, so I'll say from, I need to say async storage, and this will come from React Native async storage. Okay, so let's use this async storage here. Now this async storage comes with some methods like get item. This get item will take a key, which is like the identifier for my value. In this case, the identifier is going to be called has opened. Okay, and then this will let me know if this value is not null. Basically, that means that the user has opened the application at least once. So let's validate if has opened equal null. This means that it's the first time that the user is opening the app, right? So first time, and here I'm going to say set is first time equal to true. Okay, otherwise I'll use an else, and I want to set the same variable, but in this case it's going to be false. Okay, now let's remember that we are keeping track of this is loading state. And by the way, I want this to be true at the beginning, because we're going to be loading right away once we run this use effect. So finally here, I want to set the is loading equal to false. The reason I'm putting this in the finally is because if we have an error, the finally is still going to run. So we can set the loading equal to false. Okay, now don't forget to call this function, check first time open, after we declare it. And then we can simply return these two variables, is first time and then is loading. Hit save, and this is our hook. Okay, so we are just basically checking if this is the first time. Now something to keep in mind is that if this is not the first time, or if this is the first time, you might be thinking this is a good time to actually set this value instead of just setting this set this to true. but I want to wait a little bit on the set item because I want to set that only once the user approves the permissions for the microphone, for the camera, and things like that, okay, and the library. So yeah, that's our hook. Now the second thing that I want to do is create an onboarding screen. Let's go to the app. Let's create a new file called onboarding.tsx. Now for my onboarding, I want to basically copy this screen that we have here. So if I go to the index, this is the screen that we are seeing here. I'll just select all, copy. Let's go to the onboarding and change the name to be onboarding screen and hit save. Okay, there we go. Okay, so before I start editing this, onboarding screen, well, I guess I can say here, Snapchat camera, just so that we know that we are in this screen, hit save. And before I, start changing everything in here, I need to add this screen to my stack, right? So let's go to the layout here, the main layout, and scroll down. Here we have the tabs, here we have the screen not found. So I'll just duplicate this and then say onboarding. This is going to be my onboarding screen. And I want to set some options for this screen. So we can do that here as well. So I'll say options. Let me minimize the Explorer a little bit. So the presentation for this one, I want to be full screen modal. And then header shown equal to false. And finally, I want to animate this in a fade manner. Okay, so let's hit save. All right, now we have added this screen to the stack. Let's close this for now. And now let's go to the layout of the tabs. Since the tabs are the first screens that we're seeing here, in this layout, I want to have the validation before I, show anything to the user. So in this layout, we can simply say const equal to use first time open. We're going to be using our hook, and this is returning the loading state and the first time. And then in the tab layout, I can have a validation and say if it's loading, then I'll just return an empty tag for now. And then if it's the first time that we are seeing this user in this application, I want the redirect. And for redirecting, I'll be using this redirect from export router. So let's import this. And just to show you, this is coming from export router here. And this redirect is going to take an href, and we want to redirect the user to the onboarding screen. So let's hit save. And once I hit save, super quickly, we can see that we are taken to this Snapchat camera, which is the onboarding screen. And now that we are here, we can actually start working on the UI a little bit. All right, so for the onboarding screen, the first thing that I want to do is change this image. I don't want to have the React image. I want to have a cool image that is going to come from Expo symbols. So I'll use symbol view. And I don't know why this is not giving me autocomplete. Let's see. Symbol view. Okay, I'll just have to import this manually. So let's come here and say from Expo symbols, I want to use the symbol view. Okay, and then we can come down here. And the symbol view, let me comment this for now. The symbol view is going to take a name of the icon that I want to use, or I would say symbol, and I want to use a camera.circle. Now again, guys, if you want to learn more about symbols, check out my previous video. And then size 250. I will leave you a link down here if you are interested. So let's hit save. And now we have this really cool icon. Now, before I continue, actually, I want to mention that we have this colors file that comes in the template inside the constants. We have these colors, and then this is where we are using the the colors for the theme that comes with this template. Now I want to add a yellow color for the Snapchat things, right? So I'll add this Snapchat primary color, which is a yellow color. And then I want to change a little bit, the background for the dark mode. So we can, come here and change this to be a black. Hit save, and that's how it looks. Now let's go to the onboarding again. Now in this onboarding, in the same symbol view, I'll specify a type for this. This is going to be hierarchical, and then we can also have an animation spec, which is going to take an effect of type bounce, and hit save. All right, and that's how it looks. Now we can also specify the tint color, and I want to use my color, so let's import this from the constants. It doesn't matter, I'll use dark dot snap primary. This is going to be this yellow. Okay, and then finally this is going to work only for iOS, and we need to specify a fallback for Android devices. Now you might want to change this icon, but for now I'll just use the same image that we had before for React, just to make sure that this is going to render something for Android devices. But if I don't want to waste a lot of time changing this, but for now let's just use this image. Okay, just keep in mind that this is going to be for Android devices. Cool, so now this is looking good. Now I'll just minimize this a little bit. And let's check out the text. So we have a couple things here. I'm going to have another text. I'll just use this simple text. I think I can use this one. I'll paste it here after the view. And I'll have this, and then I'll just have this text that says, welcome friend. To provide the best experience, this application requires permissions, right? So we need to let the user know that we need permissions so that, they actually approve them. Because if we just, randomly start asking for permissions without explaining anything, they won't be accepting, right? So let's change this to be camera permissions. Hit save. This is how it looks. Now we can add a more detailed description here. I'll just delete this, and for now I'll just say something like, well, just let's add an emoji, camera, and say for taking pictures, and hit save. Right? And we can do basically the same thing for the extra permissions, and this would be a good point for your application to actually, explain a little bit more about the features that you're gonna be offering. Okay, so once we have these three items, I can just come down here and create a simple button from React Native, and let's create a title that says continue. Now, whenever we press this button, I want to, ask for permissions. So let's create an empty function for now here. Okay, this is how it looks. Let's quickly check how it looks on Android. On light mode, this is how it looks. Let's go back. Cool, so everything is working fine. Now let's create this function up here. Now, when it comes to asking for permissions, we need to ask permissions for camera, microphone, and media library. So for these, we can use hooks. For example, use camera. Okay, so this is not giving me autocomplete. Okay, so I'll just come here and import from, I need Expo Media Library, and then I also need to import Expo Camera. So I'll use, say, Expo Camera. We also need permissions for microphone, and actually the microphone will come inside this hook. So use camera permissions, use microphone permissions, and then from Expo Media Library, we can use permissions. Okay, so now here I say use camera permissions, And then this will return a like camera permission result. And then a function to request camera permission. So I'll say request camera permission. Yep, and this is how it looks. Now we need to do the same thing for the mic and the library. So I'll create these three variables. First one, camera, and then microphone, and then permissions for media library. Okay, and I named this one media library permissions and request media library permissions. So the API is very similar. Now we need to create a function to handle the continue, right? So let's say function handle continue. Now these functions are asynchronous, which means we need to await for them, and this function needs to be asynchronous. Okay, so I'll use a function to request permission for everything. Okay, so let's create a function to do that down here. This is going to be an async function as well. So let's say async function. The name for this one is going to be request all permissions. Okay, and the request all permissions won't take anything, just like that. Now we need to track the status, right? We need to know if the user has approved everything, not just one thing, but everything. So I'll use this variable camera status for camera, and let's await and call the request camera permissions. Okay, and then we can validate. If we don't have, then let's check the camera status dot granted. If we don't have anything, we can actually alert the user. So I'll import alert from React Native dot alert, and then just say error camera permissions is required. Okay, and then we can return early false. So that means that this function is going to return a boolean with the camera status, right? It should return true or false based on this. Now let's do the same for the permissions of the microphone and library. So down here, I'll have this microphone status and media library status. We are doing the exact same thing, just with different functions for each one of them. And at the end, if we don't return early, this means that the user has granted access, right? So let's return true. But one important thing, guys, is that once we have permissions for everything, now this is the point where I want to use my async storage. So let's import async storage and set item. Remember that the item key, it's called has opened. And I will set this value to be true. Okay, now let's go quickly to the use first time. So the get item has opened. We need to use the same name here. Okay, otherwise this won't work. So make sure that you use the same key to look for the item and to set the item. All right, now this function is ready. Request all permissions. Now we can come up here and say const. Remember, this is going to return a boolean. So we can say const all permissions equal to await request all permissions. And finally, based on all permissions, so I'll say all permissions. If we do have these permissions, we can use the router from export router to replace the navigation for the tabs, which means we are going to go to the home screen. Okay, I just say navigation tabs. Cool. Now, otherwise, this means that we don't have permissions and we have to show an alert for the user explaining that they need to go to the settings and provide permissions for this application. Otherwise, this won't work. Okay. So we're using the handle continue. Let's copy the name of this function, scroll all the way down, and whenever we press this button, we want to ask for permissions. Okay, and yeah, this is how it looks. Now, let's try this out in the simulator. I'll press continue, and it's asking me for camera access. I'll go ahead and allow everything, even the library. Okay, now we are replacing and we are taking the user to the tabs, which means this is working fine. All right, and this is all we needed for the onboarding screen. Let's go ahead and close this. Let's go ahead and close the colors, and let's move on with the camera screen. Now, before I forget, guys, we actually need to make one extra configuration inside the app.json. So for Android, we need to have some permissions here. So after the icon, I will add this permissions key, specifying that we need permissions for, writing images, camera, record audio, media location, and things like that. And we have to do similar thing for iOS, but for iOS, we need to add a plugin down here. So the plugins, they are going to look something like this. I will copy paste this. We need to add Expo Media Library, Expo Camera, and Expo Video, we don't need to add it. This is going to be automatically added, but Expo Camera and Media Library, we need to add. And then you can also tweak this message if you want for the camera permissions, as well as the microphone and the photos, okay? So you can change this for something more custom to your application. Also make sure that you have this array structure. So each item, basically, if we put it like this, each item should look something like this. And then put this together like that. This is how it should look, okay? Okay, so let's hit save. This will format again. Once we have that, you should be good for permissions. Now, if you made this change, you need to pre-build again or build again your application in order for this to work. Okay, so let's close this. Okay, so one thing that I want to do, guys, is, as you can see, we have two tabs here. One thing that I want to do is just delete the tab that we are not going to be using. So let's delete this explore file. Okay, and also let's go to the layouts. We have this tab for the explore. Let's go ahead and delete this and hit save. And now we only have one, one icon here. And instead of having a home, I want to have a camera. Okay, and it doesn't matter if it's focused or no. I'll just have the camera all the time. Okay, this is how it looks. Now, of course, if you want to have more screens, you can do so. But for the sake and simplicity of this video, let's just keep it like that. Now let's go to the index. We're going to have in this screen the camera. So I'll start by saying import from Expo Camera. We're gonna need a bunch of things from Expo Camera. And then we are going to import as well all as web browser from Expo web browser. Okay. Now let's tweak a little bit the UI. First thing that I want to do is, delete everything that we have in here and change this to be a simple view. Okay, so let's say view from React Native. This is going to be my main container. Okay, now of course, guys, for the simplicity as well of this video, I'll be writing inline styles. Okay, so I'll say style flex of 1 to make sure that we are taking the entire space in the screen. Now inside this, I want to have my camera. So from Expo Camera, I'll have my camera. Okay, and this is how it looks. Cool. So the camera, guys, needs a reference. A And the reference will allows us to access methods for the camera, like taking a picture and recording a video. This reference needs to live in a variable. So let's call this variable camera ref. And we're gonna be using React. So let's go all the way to the top and say import all as React from React. Oops. Okay, and let's go down here and say used actually ref. Okay, this at the beginning it's going to be null, and the type of this reference is going to be camera. Actually, it's not camera, but camera view. And let me import camera view instead of camera. Okay, cool. Now let's assign this camera ref to the ref of the camera by putting this variable here. Cool. Now with this reference, we can access methods like I was saying, like .current, record async to take a video, or take picture async to take a picture. And we are going to learn more about it in a moment. So for now, let's just add this reference. Let's add as well a style. And I want to add a flex of 1 because I want this to take the entire screen. So if I hit save, we will see a blank screen, but let's test this out in my device. So let's bring my device here. Now the device it's still running the previous app. Let me just close this. So to test this, we need to, let me delete this app to make sure that we don't have anything here. Okay, so to test this, we need to run the app in my device. So let's stop the server. And what I want to do now is just say npx expo rebuild again, just to make sure that I have everything right in my folders. And then I'll access the iOS folder and I will open the Xcode workspace by saying open Xcode workspace. Okay, and if you run this command, this will open Xcode in this folder. Okay, now as you can see here, I have my Xcode and it's detecting my iPhone 15 Pro, but for this I want to use my test device, which is the iPhone 12. Before I run this, before I hit play, I need to go here to the project in the sign in and capabilities, and I need to select a team. For this, I will use my company, Code with Beto. And now, once we selected the company, we can go ahead and play. Let's see what happens. This is going to take a moment, so let's just leave this like that for now. This is going to take a couple of minutes. Let's move this to the right, and let's go back to the code. Let's see the out, and let's start the server by saying yarn iOS again. This yarn iOS will run in the simulator, but Xcode it's used to run it in my real device. So yeah, let's wait for a little bit for that. This is building again in the simulator, and I'll just minimize the terminal for now. We don't need it. Okay, so back to the view. Once we finish loading, we should be able to see the camera that is working fine in the device. All right, so while this is loading, guys, I want to take advantage of, the reusability of this application, since we're going to be handling a lot of buttons that come as icons. I want to create some components. So the first one is going to be an icon button. Okay, so let's create an icon button.tsx. Okay. And this icon button, it's going to be a component that will render, an icon that you can press, but I want to use symbol view. So for iOS, and then we need to provide a fallback for Android. So for that, let's say export defaults. Sorry, import actually export default function. And this component is going to be called icon button. Okay. Now, because we're going to be using this component many times, we need to pass some properties to this component. So I'll create an interface, and I call this interface icon props. Okay, let's take a pause right now because the build was completed and now it's running in my real device, as you can see here. Now we get some warnings here. And I think this warning is because this is the first time that we are running the app and we need to provide access to the network. So I press allow and then run again. This should be quick now since this is the second time that I'm running the play button. So let's wait for a little bit. Okay, and it's running. It's loading the app again. And at this point, it should detect that Metro is running. So if I open this, okay, so this failed. I need to start the server. Otherwise, this will fail. I need to switch to the development builds. All right, and we have the onboarding screen. So this is working in the real device. Cool. Now, from here, what I can do is just continue, allow permissions, full access to everything, and this will take me to the index screen where we have the camera. Now, because this is the first time that I'm opening the camera, it's taking a little bit, but it's looking fine. As you can see here, we're able to see everything. Cool. So let's just leave that like that for now. Let's continue with the icon button since we need to add some icons to the screen. This component is very important. So a couple of things that we're going to need for this icon in order to work properly, it's going to be an iOS name since we're going to be using the symbol view. So I need to type this with the SF symbol. Then for the Android name, we're going to be using iron icons. So I'm just grabbing the type from the icon's name. And finally, we need a container style because sometimes I want to have, a custom style. So let's use the view prop from React Native. Okay, so these are only types. And then I can say that this component is going to take icon buttons prop. And inside here, I can start by just autocomplete and put all the variables that we're gonna be using in here. Okay, we need a function whenever we press a button, and sometimes we need to handle a width and height to make the icon look good. All right, so inside this component, we are going to return a view, which is a touchable opacity from React Native. All right, so whenever we press this icon, I want to call my function onPress. Cool. Now let's add a style here. I want to have an array of styles. First one is going to be my style, but the second one is going to be the container style property that we're going to be passing in here. Okay, and we're going to play around with this in a moment, but for now, let's go down here and use a symbol view from Expo Symbols. The name for this symbol is going to be the iOS name. And then we need an Android name as well. Well, for the Android, we're gonna be using a fallback, right? And we're gonna be using iron icons. The size, it's going to be, let me create some variables for these kind of measurements. I'll put them on top. So I'll use this icon size of 25. Okay. And this is for Android. we need to provide as well the name of this icon. So the name is going to be the property under name. Then we can also provide a style here if we want, and a color. So the color would be white. Okay, let's hit save. And this is for Android. So let's keep playing around with the properties for iOS. We need to provide a size as well. Size is going to be icon size. Then we need a style as well. Now the style, this is going to look a little bit ugly, but we need to check if we have a width and height as property. And if we do, I want to provide this width and height to the style. Otherwise, I want to pass just an empty object. Okay, let's hit save. And then we need a tint color. The tint color is going to be white as well. And I think that's all we need for this. Now let's add some styling for this. But before I add some styles, let's just use an icon in the index. So the camera view actually could be a self-closing tag, as you can see here, but we can also have a closing tag. And inside this camera view, I can have an icon button that I just created. Now this is going to take an Android name. I can use any icon for this example as well for iOS. And we need to provide a on press. Okay, let's hit save. All right, and as you can see in the device, at the very top left, we are able to see this icon. Okay, so let's go back to the icon. Let me add a type, hierarchical. Oh, there we have it. That's a white. I don't know what happened there. Okay, so let's go into this style here. I want to have a background color. This background color is going to be black, but this black, I want to have some opacity. So the opacity would be 50%, and this is how you can do opacity. Then we need padding. So I'll use my container padding. Border radius would be, just to make sure that this is going to work all the time. I'll do the container padding multiply by 2, and then I'll add to these the container width. Okay. Finally, we need to provide a width, container width, and hit save. All right, and that's how it looks. Cool. So I think this, this component, it's a little bit stable. We should be good to reuse it across our application. So let's go ahead and close this. Let's go back to the camera view. Now, before we jump into, doing a bunch of things in here, let's think a little bit about the view of the camera. We're going to have a bottom tools. The bottom tools are going to be like switching between taking pictures and videos, and also the library and the filters that we can use with Snapchat. So let's start with the bottom tools. Okay, so these bottom tools should be a component actually. So let's go ahead and create a new component. Oops, so I'll create a new file. And this will be called bottom row tools.tsx. Okay, so let's say export default function bottom row tools, and this will return a view for now from React Native. Okay, and yeah, so the first thing that I want to have here is actually an icon button, which is going to be very similar to the one that I left here. So let's remove this from here and put it here. Okay, and this button for iOS, it's going to be a photo stack. And for Android, it's going to be a library. Okay, cool. Yeah, so let's hit save. Let's go back to the index and add this bottom row tools component. Hit save. All right, and we can see at the top right this icon, which means this is working fine. Now let's create a couple of styles. So down here, I will create a style sheet from React Native. The first style is going to be direction row items. The reason why I'm creating this style is because I'm going to reutilize it, since we are basically just ordering from left to right and aligning items to the center and give it a gap. Then we also have a bottom container. So these two are going to be used for my main view. So if we come all the way here, we can add these two styles as this. Okay, now let me remove this. Sorry, by saying style equal to, and I need to close this in here and hit save. Now, as you can see in the device, we're able to see this, this icon, which means this is working fine. So when we press this, we need to actually navigate to the library screen. When we want to navigate using Export Router, we can use the link component from Export Router. So let's wrap this icon and say that we are going to use this as child. Okay, now this link, it's going to take an href, and I want to navigate to my media library. So this screen, we haven't created it yet, but we're going to create it in a moment. So let's just leave this as it is for now. And let's go down here. I want to create a new container. So I'll use a view from React Native. And inside this view, I want to have a touchable opacity from React Native. Okay. Inside this, I want to have a theme text. This theme text component came with the template when we created the app, and I call this snap. Okay, and then this touchable opacity, whenever we press this button, I want to set the camera mode, but I'll do that later. For now, I'll just put an empty function. And yeah, so let's duplicate this and hit save. All right, now I get a warning, but I also get the text at the very right, as you can see there. Then another thing that I want to do is align these two items from left to right. So let's add a style here by saying styles.direction row. Hit save. There we go. Finally, after this view, okay, so one is for the snap, the other one is for the video. Hit save. Okay, then after this view, I'll create another link from Export Router, and this will, take me to, this should take me to other screen if we want to, but actually at this point, I will just create an icon button, and the Android name is going to be add, and iOS name would be magnify. And this is just for, just so that we have an icon there. And at the bottom, you can see these two items. Now let me move this so that you can see a little better these bottom tools. Okay, so yeah, now every time that I press, the snap and video, we have this opacity and it's working fine. Now let's go to the index file, and we're using these bottom tools, right? But we want to, change between taking pictures and taking photos in the camera based on this. So to do that, this camera comes with a property called mode, and mode can be either picture or video. And if I left picture, this is going to be the default value, but we want to be changing this based on the user preference. So for that, let's create a new variable. and I'll create it after the ref using useState. We need to pass the type, which is going to be camera mode, and we can import this type from Expo Camera. Okay, you can see here. Now I'm initializing this by default to be picture, but you can do as well video if you want. I'll just leave a picture for now. Then instead of having this mode picture hard coded, I'll pass my camera mode. Okay, and then we can pass this set camera mode function as property to the bottom tools. All right, and then we can use this function in this component. So before I go, I'll copy this type. Okay, so let's go here, and we are going to need to declare an interface for the props of this component and add paste the type, which is going to be a React dispatch, React set action, and the type is going to be Expo Camera. So camera mode from Expo Camera, and we are importing this in here. Now let's say that we are going to grab this from the bottom tools props, and we are going to use the set camera mode. Cool. So this is the only thing we need, I think, so far in here. Maybe I'll pass as well the camera mode, which is this value. So let's copy and paste it here. And yeah, so camera mode, let's copy this. Let's declare this type here. And then we can destructure in here. Okay. Now we can use this camera mode to validate the style of this snap, right? So let's create a style, and I'll just change the font weight based on the camera mode. So if the camera mode is equal to picture, then I want this to be bold. Otherwise, I want this to be 100. Okay, and that's how it looks. Cool, so now we can actually just copy this and paste it down here in the video. But in this case, we want to check if it's video, it's safe. Cool. Now in this case, we don't have, this condition is not meeting. So if it's video, we want this to be bold. If it's pictured, bold. Okay, this is good. So what am I missing here? Oh yeah, I think I need to save here. Okay, so if I hit save, we get this reloaded screen. Now, every time we press this, we can say set camera mode equal to, in this case, picture. Let me remove this extra curly. And in here, I'll do set camera mode. This is for the video. Okay, now let me test this out in my device. So if I press on video, we can see the switch there. And this is actually switching the camera as well, because this is updating this variable camera mode, which means it's working fine. And I think this is all we need for the bottom tools. Cool. Now let's create another component for the tools or the items that are going to be above this, right? This can be the main actions for the Snapchat camera. So let's go to the components, create a new file. This is going to be called main row actions .tsx. All right, so these main row actions, let's start by exporting it, default function. And let me just copy this name here so that I don't have to type it. And then return, let's return a view for now from React Native. All right, so we are going to have a couple things in here. The first thing is going to be like the controls for taking pictures and also the pictures and some filters, right? So that means that we need to pass the handle take picture function whenever we press the circle button to record a video or take a picture. Then we also need to know the camera mode so that we can change this icon. And also we need to know if we are recording or not. Okay, so let's create an interface that will, declare the types that we expect in this component. So let's import this camera mode from the Expo camera library. Okay, now inside this component, we can destructure the main actions. Okay, so let's grab this. All right, so we have these variables, right? Now, we need to display like the circle, right? For taking pictures. Let's do that here. I'll use a touchable opacity for that. But this touchable opacity comes from React Native. And actually, every time we press this, I want to call the handle take picture, which is the function that we are passing, right, as property to this component. All right, so inside in here, I'll create a symbol view. And then we need to specify a name for this icon. Now the name of this icon is going to change depending on the camera mode. So if the camera mode is picture, then I want a circle. But if the camera mode, otherwise, if the camera mode is not picture, it means it's a video. But for a video, we need to show an icon when we are recording, and we need to show a different icon when we are not recording. So if it's recording, I'm going to pass this variable as property as well. I want to use the record circle. Otherwise, I want to use the circle.circle. All right, and you'll see how that looks in a moment. Now let's provide a size for this of 90. This is going to be a big one. And then the type is going to be hierarchical. Okay. Tint color, we can change the tint color based on the recording. If we are recording, I want to use the color from my constants. I'll use the light dot snap primary. Otherwise, I want to use just a white color. Okay, so that's the tint color. I also want to have an animation. So let's have an effect here. Type, and the type will depend as well if we are recording or not. If we are recording, I want to have a pulse. Otherwise, I want to have a bounce animation. And repeating, I want to repeat the animation if we are recording. So we can pass this in here. Now you see that we don't know anything about these variables, but by just passing them in here, we are able to, validate all these things before we can actually render this component in the other component. Now, I won't provide a fallback for Android, but if you are using Android, please do. Otherwise, this won't show anything. Okay, just keep that in mind. All right, so that's our touchable opacity. Let's hit save and let's test this out. I'll pass this to my index. So let's use this main row actions. Now this is complaining because we need to pass a camera mode. So let's pass the camera mode in here. We need to pass as well the handle take picture. We don't have this function yet, so let's just pass an empty function. And finally, it's recording. So in this case, we are not passing anything. So I'll just say false for now and hit save. Now, as you can see in the top left of my iPhone, we are able to see this circle, which means this main row actions is working. Cool. Now let's create a style for the container of this view. Okay. So for that, I'll create a style because this is going to be a large style. I'll create it down here using the style sheet from React Native. And I'll name this one container. Okay, let's give it a width of 100%. Then let's give it a, flex direction row. Okay, before we continue, let's go here and add this style dot container, hit save. Okay, we don't see any changes yet. Let's align items to the center. Cool, that's fine. Let's justify content to the center. Now it's centered. Then I want to position this at the bottom of the screen, right? First of all, I want to say position absolute. And then I want to give this a height of 100. Hit save. Now it's absolute, but I need to say bottom. We can say 0, but I leave some space by saying 45. Okay, so if I say this like 0, this will be over my buttons and I don't want that, so let's say 45. Okay, and that's looking good. Perfect, so we have the container. Now we need to display some symbols to the right of this, right? In this case, in the real app, we would have icons, right? Or filters for Snapchat. Just to mimic this in this example, I'll create a symbol view. And let's provide a name. In this case, I'll use a face dashed for, just for fun. And let's give it a size of 40, type hierarchical, and then tint color would be white. Hit save. And there you can see the face. Now I want to have 4 faces, so we can use an array. I'll create an array and say 0, 1, 2, 3. And then I'll map over this array for each item. And for each item, I want to render this symbol view. Now I need to provide a key for this. The key is going to be the item, and let's hit save. All right, and there we have it, guys. Now this is looking funny and I'm not able to scroll, which means I need to wrap this into a scroll view from React Native. Okay, hit save. Now this is a scroll view. I'm able to scroll, but this is not what we want, right? Let me move this again. So we need to move this and set it from left to right. And scroll view takes something called horizontal. This will place the items horizontally. And then content container style, we can add a gap of 2 to add some separation between. Now I don't want to show the horizontal indicator, so we can use the show horizontal indicator equal to false and hit save. All right, let's try that again. And it's working fine, looks good. Perfect, now we need to do the same on the left, but with the pictures of the user. Now, how can we grab these pictures? Well, we can use the library. So let's use state here from React Native. Now, I'll be grabbing, the pictures, and we will call them assets, set assets. We will be using this from, using the Expo library, media library. So let's create an async function. And the name for this will be get albums. And let's delete this because we are not passing anything. Now the way we get the pictures is going to be fetched albums equal to await. And then we need to call this function called albums async. This is coming from the Expo media library. This will get me the albums of the user. Okay. So this is yelling at me. Let's see. It says that it expects an argument. Okay, so I wrote get album async instead of get albums plural, which is not going to take anything. So let's delete the other one. All right, so these are the albums. Once we have the albums, we can grab the assets. So I'll create this variable album assets equal to await, and then get assets async from Expo Media Library, as you can see there. Okay, so this will return basically the images, and as you can see, this is going to return an asset. So let's type this variable by saying that this is going to be an array of assets, like that. And this asset will come from the Expo library. Okay. Now, finally, once we have the assets, we can set the assets here by accessing the album assets.assets. Okay. Now, this get assets async takes some options, like for example, the album that we want. Now, the album that I want, it's going to be the recent. We can actually, search by this album, but in this case, I don't care which album I get. Now, the media type, we can specify photo, audio, or known, or just video. I leave photo for now. We can sort by creation time, and then we can grab just the first 4 photos, since I only want 4 photos. I don't want the entire library, right? It would be a lot of pictures and maybe the user won't use them. So let's just stick with 4 for now. Cool. So yeah, I guess at this point, because I don't care about the albums, if you want, like, specify the album, you can say, for example, fetch albums at position 0. Okay, that's an option. Let's comment this for now. Let's see what we get. Now, once we have these, assets in place, we can use a flat list from React Native. Now, this flat list is going to take data. Let's pass the assets as the data. Let's use the render item. So for the render item, this will return the item and index as well. So I just want the item, and we want to return an image. Remember, guys, that we install Expo image. So I'll import Expo image. Because we are iterating over these items, I'll provide a key, and the key would be item.id, which is the photo ID. Then the source would be item.uri, and we need to provide a style to specify the width and height. So I'll say width of 40 and height of 40 and border radius of 5. Okay, let's hit save. All right, we see some spacing in there. Now I want to have this horizontal as well. All right, now I don't see anything, maybe because I didn't specify the album. So I'll just, try to maybe reload the app. Let me see if I shake this and then reload. Okay, I got this warning. So I'm not able to see the images. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, so I'll actually put this list as inverted because I want to start the scrolling from right to left. And then let's see, horizontal. I want to have a content container style as well. I'll give them some space, like 6 between items. All right, now something is wrong in here because we are not getting these assets. Let me see. Oh yeah, so the get albums is never called, right? We need a use effect for that. So let's create a use effect. And let's just call the get albums and hit save. Okay, that's why. Now we are able to see these images. Now, keep in mind, guys, that I inverted this list, but if I don't invert it, the scroll is going to be awkward in here. So let's invert it, and let's hide as well the horizontal scrolling. show horizontal scroll indicator equal to false. All right, let's hit save, and I'm able to scroll, super nice, and to the right, super nice, and everything is centered because on the left and on the right, we have only 4 elements that are of the same width and height. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now, let's see if I don't provide this album, what happens. Okay, I think nothing happens. So let's go ahead and delete this. I don't think it's necessary for this example, but you can select the album like recents or places and things like that. Okay, cool. There we have it. So I think this component is ready. Now remember that we need to handle the take picture and camera mode, but we are already calling this whenever we press this button. So inside this component, we don't need to do anything else. I'll just go ahead and close it, and let's go back to the index. Okay, alrighty guys, so moving on, I want to start working on the QR code before we continue with these controls. Let's add the ability to detect QR codes, okay? So for that, I'll create a variable here, and it's going to be called QR code detected. Set QR code detected using user state. Now keep in mind that whenever we detect a QR code, that will return some data, which means would be the what's the name? Would be the URL of the QR code. Okay, so let's see what's happening here. Okay, so I'll use this variable to track that. Now, the barcode scan property that comes with the camera view. Let me make this down here so that we can see better. Now, there's a property called barcode scanner settings. I want to specify the barcode types that my camera is going to accept. And as you can see, we have these many type of codes that we can use. In this case, I'm just interested in the QR. Now, there's also a barcode scan event. So that means whenever we detect something, in this case, I want to create a function called handle barcode scanned. And let's create this function here. So we're going to be calling this function whenever we detect this barcode. And by the way, this is going to return a scanning result of type barcode scanning result. So let's copy this and let's add it here. Now we need to import this type from the library Xbook camera. So let's hit enter. And now we should be able to access this scanning result. Now I just wanted to, okay, well, let's actually try to implement this function. So this scanning result, it's going to come with some data, as I was mentioning before. So if I say dot for this result, I can access the data. And from here, I can put it in the console actually. So I'll say console log scanning result.data. Now, if we get, this data, I'll put it in the console, but then I'll set the QR code detected equal true. This will store the link. So I'll pass the result data. And then furthermore here, I want to validate, I want to prevent an infinite loop, because if I, keep scanning the QR code, even though if we open a view or something, the camera will still detect it. So I want to prevent the camera from rendering. So we need this variable to do that. So let me comment this for now and hit save. Okay. Now let's see what happens whenever I detect a QR code. So I have a QR code here on my screen. And at this point, we are able to see here in the console that we have the link, but this is happening a bunch of times every frame. Let's clean the terminal and let me show you here my mug. So if I grab my mug and show you the QR code, so that's the data that we are getting for the QR code of the mug. So let me clean. Just keep in mind that this is going to be different, right? Sometimes some QR codes won't work and things like that. But now that we know that we're getting the link, what I want to do here is prevent rendering this view if we were able to, open the browser. Okay, so we are handling the barcode scan, and then what I want to do is handle opening the QR code. So let's create a function to open the QR code. This function is going to be async. I'll call this one handle open QR code. Won't take anything as parameters, but in here I want to create another function, other variable, and this one is going to be called is browsing, because if we have the browser open, that means that we don't need to show the camera. Okay, so let's create this variable is browsing in here. This is going to use React, and it's going to be a false at the beginning. So based on this, every time that we open the browser, I want to set this variable, set browsing, set is browsing equal to true. And then I want to, open the browser. So I'll say browser result, and we can use this method that comes with the web browser. So if you remember, we were importing this web browser here at the top. So web browser dot, and then open browser async. Open browser async, it's going to take a URL, which is going to be the QR code detected. Okay. And then we can actually specify some options here, some parameters, and I'll say presentation style equal to, we can access as well the web browser dot web browser presentation style enum dot, and then I'll use the form sheet. Okay. Then once we finalize browsing this browser, we will get a result from the browser result called .type, and I'll search for the type cancel. So if this type is cancel, I'll set is browsing equal to false, right? So now with this, with this thing, every time that I detect a QR code, this is going to set okay, so on barcode handle, this is going to call this hard, set this code in this variable, and based on that I can display a component that will let me know that I detected a QR code, right? So I'll use this QR code detected, and if I have something for this, I will render something, in this case an empty tag, otherwise null. But I want to use this QR code, this is browsing, to prevent rendering everything if we have the browser open. So I'll say if it's browsing, return an empty tag. Okay, so let's hit save. This will restart everything. Now let me scan the QR code here. Okay, it's scanning, but of course we are not seeing anything because I don't have anything in here. But just to test that this is working, let's use a text from the theme text and say hello. Okay, let's see if we are able to see it. Okay, so at the very top left, we see the hello. But now this hello actually is going to stay there for a while because we need to set that to be false, right? Now, one thing that I wanted to do before I do that is going to be handle opening this browser, right? So let's create a component for the QR code button. that I want to render in here. So I'll name this one QR code button.tsx. All right, this is going to be just a touchable opacity. So I'll cheat a little bit, guys, in here. I'll just copy paste this component that I already have. Basically, I'm passing these properties. And actually, let me change the name of these props. Okay, so I'm passing the handle open QR code function, and I'm calling it on this touchable opacity, which has this current style. And then I'm using an icon of the QR code for iOS and QR code for Android, and then a text that says QR code detected with color white semi-bold. Let's hit save. And now instead of rendering this theme text, I'll use this QR code button, and let's pass the handle open QR code with handle open QR code. Okay, let's hit save. Now we are able to see this QR code detected because we detected a QR code a while ago. But what happens if I am not seeing the QR code anymore, and I don't want to have this, this QR code here all the time? So for that, we can use a timeout reference, okay? And this timeout reference can help us to set this, to hide this QR code again, okay? So let's put this in here. Let me see if I can move this in here. So this timeout ref, it's gonna be used inside this handle barcode scan. Then in here, I'm going to check if we have a reference. So if we say current, I want to clear the timeout of this reference, current. And then if the timeout current, if we don't have one, we want to set it to a new set timeout. Okay, and I want to wait 1 second before I set the QR code detected to be null again. So I'll pass an empty string. And now what happens is that if I bring again my QR code, it's going to be detected, but if I go away, it's going to stay 1 second and then it's going to disappear just by using this timeout ref. Okay, very nice. Cool, and that's how we can handle QR codes. Now let me go and scan this QR code, and this time I will actually press this button. This will take me to the website of the QR code that we detected. And if I press done, this will open the camera again and we can start over again. Very cool, right? Alrighty guys, so now we have the QR code feature enabled super quickly. Now we need to add the camera tools that we have on the top right? So let's create a component for that. Let me hide the terminal here. I'll create a component. I'll call this one camera tools.tsx. It's going to have basically the camera zoom on the top right, camera zoom out, the flash, the torch, the facing of the camera, and things like that. Okay, so let's start by saying export default function camera tools. Okay, and this is going to return a view from React Native. Okay, let's keep it simple for now. We can always come and refactor. So we have these two files. Let me scroll up here on the left. In this home screen is where we are handling the state of the camera. But I want to mention a couple things because we are not using all the properties of this camera. We also have camera zoom. So I'll use this zoom here. Now, in this case, this is a Boolean, so I can say, sorry, it's not a Boolean, it's a number from 0 to 1. So I'll use 0 and hit save. But if I use 1, you'll see that we have a lot of zoom. But if I use 0, 1, that's how it looks. If I use 0, 0, we don't have any zoom, and we can start playing with these values. Okay, so we can handle the zoom like that. I'll put 0 for now. We also have the camera flash, and the flash can be auto, on, or off. So if I say on, next time that we take a picture, we will use the flash. Now we also have the torch. So camera torch, I don't remember the name of this property. Enable torch. So enable torch basically will turn on my flash, as you can see there. And if I turn it off, you can see how it's turning on and off in the image. Okay, so let's leave it off for now. We also have facing. Facing, you know, is to rotate the camera. And if I use front, I believe this would be for a selfie. Okay, and that's how it looks. So I'll turn this back to back. This is how we can use the facing. Now I comment the torch. All right, so we want to handle these properties of the camera inside these component camera tools. So for these, we will need to create some state variables and then pass these to the camera tools properties. Okay, so let's start by creating a camera zoom variable. This is going to be a value from 0, like I was mentioning. So let me move this to the left. Let me create this variable here. This is going to be use state. At the beginning, it's going to be 0, and it's going to be called camera zoom. Okay. Now we also need a facing, flash, torch. So let's create these variables here. So I'm just naming camera torch, flash, facing, and then I'm initializing these values to the default. In this case will be off, and I need to import this type from the expo camera. Then I'm using the front or back for the facing. And now I think that those are all the features that we need for this camera. Now we need to map these to each value. So let's start with the flash. So I'll use the camera flash, camera zoom, and then enable torch. I'll use the torch, camera torch, and facing, camera facing, and now we can hit save. All right, this will initialize the camera as usual, but now we have these state variables that can be changed in the component. So let's go and declare these variables in the component. So an easy way to do this would be to just go to the camera tools and then create an interface, and the name is going to be this one, plus props. And in here we can start defining you know, all the variables that we're going to be needing. In the first one could be the zoom. So what we can do is just hover here and copy this. This is going to help us for the type. And then we need to do the same for every other variable. So I just copy paste all this, then import this type, and also import as well. I think that's the only one I was missing. Okay, so these are setters and these are values. And now we need to you know, get those values from the properties inside the component. So let's do that in here. Okay, so we are basically saying this component is going to take these properties, and once we have these properties, we can use them inside this view. Okay, so in this view, we are going to have some icon buttons. Let's start with the flashlight. Okay, so let's provide an iOS name, flashlight of circle. Let's just leave it like that for now. Android name is going to be flash, and then on press, in this case, we want to set the camera torch. So let's say set camera torch equal to, now in here, I'll grab the previous value of this state, and based on that, I'll set the new state, but with the negation. Okay, so let's hit save. Okay, so now to test this out, let's just leave this icon and let's go back to the index. Let's scroll down, and after my QR code, I'll import my camera tools. Okay, and now we need to pass all the state variables that we declared before. So I just pass them like this. This is how they look. Let's hit save. Okay, and now we are able to see, this icon at the top left in my device, but it's hard to get. So let me close this. Let me go back to this component. Now that I passed all these properties in here, I'll close the index for now. And yeah, let's come back here to the camera tools. I want to start adding some styling so that we are able to see the icons. So let's say style, position absolute first of all, and then I want to put this to the right. So I'll say right 6. All right, and then why am I getting a warning here? Okay, so this is a number. Okay, now it's in the right. Now let me add a gap of 16. Hit save. Then I also want an index to make sure that this is going to be always visible. So I'll put this index 1. All right. Now we should be able to see these camera tools, but let me actually go back to the index and let's scroll down here. So all this is inside this camera view, but actually is not visible, right? So what I'll do is inside the camera tag, I'll create a safe area view component from React Native, and then I'll wrap everything inside this safe area view. But I need to provide a flex of 1 so that we take the entire space of the screen. Okay, and as you can see, that didn't do anything. All right, so I think that is because we need to provide a view for these items. So I'll use a regular view from React Native and wrapped inside the safe area view. Okay, and now we are able to see it, but this view also needs to have a style of flex of 1 to use the entire screen space. All right, and now we are able to see everything inside this. So the safe area view is taking effect because if I comment this, you see that the icon will go off again. So let's leave the safe area view, but we needed the view as well. Okay, so let's go to the camera tools component. Okay, so everything is looking fine. And at this point, if I press this icon on my real device in here, you can see how we are turning on and off the torch. So everything is working fine. It's hard to see, I think, but let's see in here. This is on, off. So it's easier to see if we get things closer. So let me just put this in here so that we have some items in the video. Okay, so that's that. And now basically, guys, we need to do the same thing for every single feature. Now, I'll focus only on iOS for now. So for iOS icons, I want to check the camera torch actually status. And if this is equal to true, then I want to have the off. But if it's false, I want to have the flashlight. In this case would be slashed circle. Okay, so at this point you can see that is off, but if I turn it, the icon should be changing. Okay, and it's changing. Every time I press again, we change the icon. All right, so now we have to do the same for every single action, guys. We have to do the same for the, for the facing camera, for the camera flash. We have to do the same for the zoom, and finally to close the, for the zoom in and zoom out. Okay. So I'll just go ahead and copy paste. Basically, it's just duplicating this and change the variables. So to do this in a quicker manner, I'll just paste this in here. Basically, we have the same thing that we saw previously. We have one for the camera facing. So if I hit save, we should be able to see these icons, and you can just copy paste and should be fine. But if now I press the flip camera, okay, it's working, and you can see here my hand, and if I press again, it will flip the camera. We can also turn on the flash or off, and the zoom can be seen like this. Now let me show you the zoom, how I handle the zoom. Let's scroll down. Okay, so here's the zoom. First thing, when we press the plus magnifier, we need to add zoom. But first of all, we need to check that we are not passing from 1, because if we pass the zoom from 1, we will crash the application or we will get an error. So this needs to be between 1 and 0. That's why I'm checking. If the camera zoom is less than 1, then I will increase by 0.1. Okay, otherwise I won't do anything. And to decrease is the same thing. We cannot go below 0. So I'm just checking if the camera zoom is greater than 0. Then I will subtract or decrement by 0.1. Otherwise, I won't do anything. Okay. And the zoom is working fine. Cool. All right. I think we are good with the camera tools. Let's go ahead and close this component, and let's go back to the index. Now, we are handling, it seems that everything, but we are not able to take pictures yet. So let's do that now. To take a picture, guys, it's actually fairly easy. We need to create a function to handle that. So I'll minimize these functions that we have here, and I'll create one more up here. This one is going to be an async function as well. And the name of this one is going to be handle take picture. It won't take anything as parameters. It's just going to be a simple function, and we will get a response based on the camera ref. So if you remember, we are using this camera ref, and this camera ref comes with some cool things. So let's access the current instance of this reference and then check the methods that we can use. So we have these methods, as you can see here, but the ones that we're going to be using is going to be the record async, which means taking videos, and then stop recording. Stop recording will stop recording if we are recording, otherwise it won't do anything. And then we also have take picture. So let's use in this case take picture, and this function takes some options, and these options can be passed in this object. And some of the options that we can pass is, for example, base64. If you want the image to be base64, you can pass base64 here. You can pass an ID, additional exit. So there's many properties that we can pass here, like quality of the image. If you want to decrease the quality or if you want max quality, you can specify this in here. Scale on picture saved and things like that. So for now, I'm not going to be using anything, but just so that you are aware of all these options that we have in here. Now, once I have the response, this response will come with the base64, height, width, and URI. The thing that we care will be the URI. So let's save that in a variable called picture. Okay, so for my picture, I will store that in a variable here. So let's use useState for that. It's going to be a string, and I call it picture and set picture. And I have actually this demo that came with the library when I install it, the image, sorry. So let's use this link just for testing. At this point, we will have a picture by default, and then we can use it, right? But once we get this response, I can say set picture equal to response.uri, okay, which means I will replace. And just, for the simplicity of this, I will tell TypeScript that this won't be null by putting an exclamation point. Now, again, if you want to learn more about TypeScript, check out my course at codewithbeto.dev. Okay, let's scroll down here. So a couple things to notice, guys. Once we take a picture with this, handle take picture, once we take a picture, we need to show the image. Otherwise, we will just continue viewing the camera. But once we take a picture, we need to show that image. So if we go to the main row actions, remember that we have this handle take picture. In this, I'm going to call my handle take picture. But once I take the picture, I want to, let's say just for fun, let's put this in the console, response.uri, and hit save. Now let's open the terminal. Let me clear the terminal. Okay, let me take a picture. I'll just press, and the picture was taken, as you can see. And if I scroll down in the terminal, I have this URL. Now this picture is in the cache of the iPhone, which means if I close the app or I do something else, I will lose this image. So we need to save it as well. So let's do that. So we are setting the image here, but the first thing that I want to do is display this image. So to display this image, let's create a component, and this component is going to be picture view.tsx. Okay, export default function, picture view. This will return a view for now from React Native. All right, so this picture view will take actually a couple of properties. So let's copy this and create an interface, declare some props. The first one is going to be a picture, and the picture is going to be of type string, and then set picture. This will be, a React.dispatch. So let me import all as React from React. All right, and we can type this by saying .dispatch. Now this is a generic. So let's say set state action, generic again of type string. All right, that's the types that we need. Finally, I'll say here picture views props. I'll set picture and picture. Cool. So picture view, I need to display the image, right? If you remember, we installed the image from Expo image. So this image will take a source, which will be the picture, and finally we'll take a style, which will contain a width of, I want to take the entire screen, so I'll pass 100%, and height of 100% as well. Okay, and then I'll just give it a, some styling if you want, but for now just width and height. Let's hit save. Let's go back to the index, and now something important here is that if we have a picture, we want to display this picture, right? So after this validation, I will check if we have a picture, then return my picture view from my components. Okay, this will take my picture. So we need to pass the picture and then set picture. And let's pass the set picture state setter. So at this point, you can see that I'm moving actually my device. So let me shake to reload, and I'll, just show you guys I can move around. Okay, I actually cannot move around since we have this hard-coded picture, but this is good, right? If I remove this, we will get the camera again with this funny warning. And then just I'll keep moving and take a picture, and you'll notice that the picture was taken. And now we are able to see this view, which contains, my current view, but now we are not able to see the camera. We are not able to see any controls because now we are in the picture view. Sounds good. Now let's see if I can change this again by updating, and then come back, and now I have the camera again. Okay, so let's leave the camera for now. Let's go back to the picture view and let's fix a couple things here. Actually, let me bring back the other view. This one. Okay, so we can use this one to just see how the controls of the view when we took a picture are going to look like. Okay, so first thing that I want to do is add more icons. And these icons are going to be just for maybe just closing this view, right? And also saving this image. What else? Sharing the image. So let's create some icons for that. I'll create a view. On top of this view will contain the controls. So let's create an icon button. The first one is going to be iOS name. Let's do the save. So for the save, I'll use the arrow down. Android is going to be, do we have a save? Yes, we have a save. And then on press, we are going to save this image. So let's hit save. Okay, so we are able to see the icon at the top. Let's add a style here. I'll do a position absolute. Then right of 6. Let's see, hit save. Okay, now I'm not able to see anything. Let's just see index of 1. Okay, there's my icon. Let me add a padding top of 50. Cool, so this is working fine. And I'll add a gap of 16 so that we have separation between icons. If I create more icons like this, we have a nice separation. Okay, so that looks good. So to save a photo, we need to use the function save to library from Expo Media Library. So I'll hit enter and this will get auto imported. This will take the local URL, which is the picture URL that we are getting as property. And just to see that this is coming from Expo Media Library and we're passing it here. Now, yeah, once we have done that, I'll create actually a couple of steps here. So I'll add curly braces. Then I want to show an alert so that we know, let the user know that the picture was saved. So we can say picture saved. Hit save. Now let's try to press this button. Okay, so this is not my device, but I'll press in my real device. And the picture was saved. Okay, let's see if that was true. I think that didn't work. Let me go to the library. Photos. Okay, so it wasn't saved. Let's see what happened. Let me go back. Let me open the terminal. Let me press that again. Possible unhandled rejection. I think this needs to be a sync. Yeah, and I need to await this. Oh yeah. Okay, so let's try again. Okay, so let me reload. Let's try this again. Now I press save. Oh, okay, makes sense. So I guess this is failing because we are passing this URL. So let's try to save a picture. Okay, so let's take a picture of my mug and then save. Picture was saved. So in this case, I think this was successful. Let's go to the library. Okay, and we are able to see the picture. Cool. So let me shake this again to reload. Okay, so taking pictures is working. Cool. Now let's continue working on the, let me take a picture on the picture screen. All right, so I'll just add some icons, guys, for fun, but so that we display something. But of course, you can keep adding more features to this app depending on what you want to do. I'll replace this icon for square, circle, triangle, just so that we know that we can add more features in there. Now, I want to add an icon for sharing, and actually sharing is very easy as well, guys. I just use the await share async, and this function comes from expo sharing. Okay, and sharing async will take a picture as well, which is the URL, and you can share this with your friends. So if I can save, we should be able to press this share and just select where you want to share messages or things like that. Okay. Funny thing is that you can pass some options as well, like dialogue title for Android. But for now, I'll just leave that as it is. Okay. All right. So we have that. Now I want to have a close mark, and this close mark will live on the top left. So after this view, I'll create another view with this position, and then this icon will set the picture to null, which means if I press this X, I will go back to the camera view. Let's take another picture, for example, of this. Let's just leave it like that for now. Yeah, so that's for closing. And I think that's all we need for now for the camera view. Okay, so let's go ahead and close this. Let's go back to the camera view. So here we are validating if we have a picture, we're going to show a picture, and we can save pictures, as you can see there. Now this is in my library. Now I want to do the same thing basically, but for videos, right? All right, so let's do the videos quickly. This is going to be very similar to the picture view, but in this case, instead of having a picture link in here, I will have a video. So let's actually use, we can use a custom video by default, like we were doing for testing. So I'll provide this video that I got from the Expo documentation. So we will have this video, set video. This is just a string with the link to the video. Got it? So that's that. That's one thing we need. Now let's go ahead and duplicate this picture view. So I'll press Command C and then Command V. This will paste a copy here, but in this case, instead of picture view, I will call this video view. Okay, and hit enter. Now I need to search for picture view and change this to be video view. Now I'll add component, since this is going to be, since there's a method called video view from Expo and I don't want to cause any conflicts there, so I'll add the component keyword as well. Okay, that's that. We're good on that. Now for this video component, like I mentioned before, it's going to be very similar, but now we need to change this. Instead of picture, it's going to be video. Okay, and this will be uppercase. Oops. And this will be uppercase. All right, and that's that. Cool. So when it comes to, showing a video, guys, we're gonna be using the video view from Expo, and that is going to require a reference. So we've been using refs for the camera. We need a new ref for this video view. So I can call this one video view ref, for example, and let's pass the type in here, video view from Expo video. So we need to import this, okay? And once we have this reference for the video, we need to create a video view. So I'll create my video view down here. Okay, and by the way, I need to change this. So let me quickly do that. Okay, let's go down here all the way to the end. And instead of having this image now, I will have a video view from Expo. Now this will take a ref, and this is the ref, video view ref. It will also take a style. So the style I want to be width of 100%, as you can imagine by now, and 100% for the height. Cool. Now, this will also take a player, and we will learn more in a moment. But we can set other options like, for example, allow full screen or native controls. This is by default true, but you can set it to false if you want. But I'll leave it as true for now. Okay, so the player basically, it's like an instance of the video and some settings that we can set for this video. Let's go up to the top in here and let's create this reference player. So I'll create a player variable, and then we can use a use video player hook that comes from Expo video. This will take the source of the video. We are getting this from the properties, so let's go ahead and pass it directly. And then we need to set a callback function for the setup. This callback function will return the player. And once we have this player, we can set settings over this player. For example, player loop equal true. If we want to loop the video, in this case, I do want to loop the video. Player.muted equal to true, for example. Player.play, so that we can play this by default. And let's see what else we have. We can say player.duration, current time, emit, mute, loop, play, playback rate, playing, and yeah, release. I mean, we have many things, so you can check it out by yourself. If you need any other specific feature, maybe it comes in here. Okay, so now that we have the player, we can copy this variable, scroll all the way down, and provide it in here. So I'll say player and hit save. Okay, cool. What else we need for this? I think we should be good. But if we want to pause and continue this video, for this I want to, okay, I leave this X mark in there, but I want to, let's see, I'll use this. Okay, so I won't be using the shared for this. I mean, we can share actually, so I'll keep the shared. For this one, let's use this one for playing and pausing the video. Okay, so this icon name is going to depend on the isPlaying variable, and actually we need to specify this one. So isPlaying, it's going to be used with useState, and this is going to live inside this component. So let's use useState for this. This is going to be a Boolean, and then to set this variable, I will create a useEffect. Okay, so this useEffect will take these two parameters. Now my useEffect is going to be run every time the player changes, and inside this useEffect, I need to create a subscription to the player. So I'll say player add listener, and then play changed, playing changed. Okay. Now from this, we can have a callback that will return isPlaying, and then we can set isPlaying equal to the callback. Okay, now this subscription needs to be cleaned up once we unmount this component. So let's go ahead and say on the return, remove this subscription. Cool. Now we are setting this is playing. We can use this is playing down here. So if we are playing, then I want to use a play. Otherwise, I want to use a pause. Okay. For Android, let's just leave it at like that for now. I think we can use maybe the same icon for Android. Okay, now let's test this out. We have a hard-coded video, so we should be able to see that. But now I want to duplicate this. If we have a video, then I want to have a video view component. This will take a video. We will pass the video, and the setter will be set video and set video. Okay, let's hit save. This will re-render, and now we are able to see the video that we hard-coded in here. Okay, so this is nice. We're able to see the video, and I'm able to see the controls as well. I have the play here, and if I press the play, something happened. Let's see what happened in here. Okay, let me go to the video. Okay, so I set the video to null, which is not what I want. What I wanted to do here is actually pause the video, right? So let's handle this on press based on the is playing, right? So if we are playing, I want to say player pause. Otherwise, I want to say player play. Okay, and then set is playing equal to, you know, whatever we had, but the negation with this. Okay, cool. So now let's reload. Let me shake the device and reload. Cool. We have the video by default, and I can use this button on the top right. But because I left this variable called video ref, allow native controls, I'm able to tap anywhere in the video, and I can toggle these these controls. But if I set this to false, if you want to have something more custom like we are doing with this play and stop, you can do so. And if I press anywhere, I won't see these controls. But in this case, I want to keep them. So I'll just leave this as keep native controls so that I don't have to code like the speed, for example, or to move forward and backward. I can drag and drop at the bottom, and I'm able to see the entire video. Okay. Now, finally, I just close this, which will set the video to be an empty string, right? If I close, we will set video to be an empty string, and this empty string will trigger this validation, which is false at this point, and we will fall into rendering the camera. Cool. Now, we are taking pictures at this point, but if I switch to video in here, I'm able to see this very nice transition with the, the icon for the video, but we need to handle the recording of the video, right? So to handle the recording of the video, let me hide the terminal here. Let's scroll up. We have this handle take picture. We need something similar for the recording. Okay, so let's create a function up here. Now by default, I will delete this and I will have just an empty string like that. All right, so let's create another function, async function as well. So let's say async function. The name of this one is going to be toggle record. Okay, won't take anything, but the first thing that I want to check is if we are recording or not. So we don't have an is recording variable yet. So let's go ahead and create an is recording variable. This is going to be a Boolean. And down here I can say if is recording, Then what I want to do is actually grab the camera ref dot current dot stop recording. Okay, now we are going to set the is recording. Now we are handling actually this set is recording because we are going to validate some things based on the is recording. Okay, so I'll set this to false. Now else, if we are not recording and we are toggling the record, means that we need to set the is recording equal to true, and then const response equal to await. I'll grab the current camera ref dot current dot record async. Okay, now again guys, this can take some options in here. For example, the max duration of the video. So if you are creating like a snapshot, maybe the max duration would be something like a minute, I think, or something. But for now, I just, leave without options. Now set the video. Once we have the response, it's very similar to the image. I'll grab the URL and I'll tell TypeScript that this won't be null. Okay, I'm setting the video once I finish recording. That's all. Now let's use this toggle record. So the toggle record actually can be called in the same main row actions when we are handling the take picture, but this is going to change based on the camera mode, right? So if the camera mode is picture, then I want to handle take picture, but otherwise I want to toggle the recording. So if I hit save, and let's wait for a minute. I think the app is loading. Okay, so we are going to toggle the record. What else we have in here? Now, just to validate what is happening here is that in this main row actions, we are calling this handle take picture, but this function is going to change, right, based on this validation. So when we press, also we are passing the is recording. So is recording, we need to change this variable here, because based on this validation, we are going to render the animations and the repeating animation, and also the symbol for iOS. So let's go ahead and hit save for that. Let me reload the app. Let's see what's going on in here. Okay, so I think that the app actually crashed. I'm not sure why. Let me open the console. I'll clear the terminal and I'll run the application again. Okay, so it succeeded. So it might be that I have been, using this for hours now. Actually, I think I'm running the wrong one. 1 second. Yeah, I'll run this again on the iPhone 12. I have two apps, so that's why this is the correct one. This is the one that we're working on. Let's see if this fixes the issue. Okay, starting. Okay, and we have it working again. Now I'll press on video. Everything is working fine. Let me hide the terminal. At this point, once I finish recording, I'll set the video and we will see the component. So I press record. You can see that now it's yellow because we are recording. Is recording is equal to true. And once I finish recording, let's press again. To toggle the recording, we are able to see the video. And from here, we can play with the default native, native controls, or I can play with the native controls of the video, which is really nice. Okay, and this is going to loop, which means it's going to start again once we finish recording. And yeah, this is how it looks. Let's stop. Now from here, I can save the video. So let's go ahead and press the save. Video saved. I got the alert. Now let's go to the library to see if that's true. Go to the photos, and if I scroll down, I'll find this video, which is really nice. Now from here, I can get more info maybe, like the information and things like that. Okay, cool. Let's go back to the app. Now from here, I can share as well, or save the video and then close this. This will set the video to be null, which means we're going to delete it from the cache and go back to the app. Okay. And yeah, this is how we can handle recording videos. Now, finally, guys, we have this bottom left icon that should take us to the what's the name? To the gallery, right, of the iPhone, so that we can see the photos that we are taking. Because right now we can just see 4 here in this scroll. So let's quickly create, just before we finish this video, let's quickly create a new screen to display these pictures so that we don't have to go to the photos to see our new pictures. So I'll create a media library.tsx. This is going to be a screen for our media. And this screen, guys, is going to be actually fairly simple. So let's say export default function, media library screen. Okay, let's return an empty tag. I will have a scroll view actually in here from React Native. Okay, and we will have something very similar to what we did to get these photos that you can see here on the top and the bottom left. So let's do these assets, set assets, and then equal to react.useState. Now I need to import this. So let's actually go to the component bottom. What is it? Bottom rows tools. Is it the one? No, it's actually the main row action, right? Yeah, here we are iterating over the images in this flat list. So we need to do something similar to get these photos. So we can copy this. Let's go to the media library and paste it here. Now we need to import React. So yeah, so let's import these hooks. Let me move this to the top, by the way, it's good practice. It's safe. Let's go back here. I'll paste this in here. Oops, I didn't copy this. Okay, let me paste it here. All right, so we need to import the asset from Expo Media Library and get assets async from Expo Media Library as well. Once we have these assets, we can set the assets. Finally, at this point, we don't want 4. We will delete this first, and we'll just leave this like that so that we will get the maximum, which is, I think, 20 pictures, and then from there we can move on. Okay. All right, so down here I have this scroll view, and then I'll just say assets.map for each photo. And for each photo, I want to return an image from Expo image. I'll pass a key, which is the photo ID. And also, this is a good point to analyze, the information that comes from each picture, like for example, the album ID, duration, file name, height, URI, and things like that. Okay. So next, I'll pass a source, which is the photo.uri. And then style. My style will be width of 25% of screen, and then height of 100. Okay, let's hit save. Now we need to add this screen into our layout. Let's go to the layout. We have this screen, so I'll add one more by duplicating the onboarding, changing the name for media library, and yeah, we can change the presentation to be a modal. Header shown. I want to show the header actually, so I'll leave that as true. Animation, instead of having fade, I will just delete that. And I think that's all I want, so I'll hit save. And now if I go back and press the same icon, this won't work because This won't work because this icon is in the bottom row tools, and when I was pressing it, let's see, where is this button? Yeah, media library. So this is taking me to the media library. Let's wait for a second. Let's try to navigate again. Okay, so I had to reload. Now this is working, and this is how my library looks. But of course, let's fix this quickly. Let's go to the media library screen, and in here we need to play a little bit with the styling of the scroll view. So we have something called content container style. I'll add a padding top of 50, and then I'll add a flex direction row. Okay, and finally, to prevent items from going out of the screen, I'll have a flex wrap or wrap. Okay, this will wrap the items. And yeah, this is how it looks. Actually, I think I don't need the padding. Now I'm able to see my pictures sorted by creation time, which should be the latest one first, and then anything else. Okay, so creation time. Let's see if this works by dismissing this and take a new picture of my AirPods. Okay, oops, let's save. Photo save, and let's close this. Let's open the media library, and we are able to see my AirPods, my new picture. Cool. Alrighty guys, now as a conclusion, let's just go to the index. So I close this. I go to the index which is where we have, you know, all this. I'll take a picture here. Well, I can just leave it there in the video. Just want to analyze a little bit what we did in this video, because this is a very large video. You know, we can use these links. If you want to check the code at codewithbeto.dev, you can use these links for testing, and it's good for debugging, especially when you are using the simulator. But just what we did, guys, it's very simple. You know, let me delete this that we're not using anymore. Delete this as well. So yeah, so what we did, guys, is basically use the camera and bind every single action that we can do with the camera with state and provide it in here, and then try to decouple all this logic into components that we can reutilize, keeping in mind some sort of validations, right? For example, when we detect a QR code, we are preventing, once we open the browser, we're preventing everything from being rendered. And once we close the browser, for example, we are setting again this variable to false so that we can render the camera. And the same thing we're doing for the picture and video. And yeah, so this is the app, guys. I hope you liked this video. I hope you learned something new. Don't forget to go to codewithbeto.dev if you want to learn more about React Native. If you feel like you need to learn or enforce the basics of React and React Native, please check out the courses, subscribe to the video, give it a like, leave me a comment. If you want any video in special, just let me know. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Bye. Quick coffee break. If you're serious about React Native, consider becoming a pro member at codewithbeto.dev. You get my full React Native course, TypeScript, Git, plus real production projects with source code you can ship. One price, lifetime access, everything I build goes in there. Link in the description. All right, let's get back to the video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Code with Beto. In today's video, we're going to learn how to build an Obscura camera clone using Expo. Let's see the demo. So here I have an iPhone 12 that I'm going to be using to demo this app. This is the iPhone 12, as you can see here, but this iPhone 12 is recording an Android Pixel, as you can see here. So this is going to be working for both Android and iOS, as you might expect when we are using Expo. We're going to be using React Native Vision Camera. Some of you guys have been asking me to create a video using Vision Camera. Also, if you want to use Expo Camera, which is a very popular library, I have a video in where we created a Snapchat clone if you want to check it out in the channel. We'll leave a link in the description as well if you're curious. But yeah, first of all, guys, I'm super excited for bringing this video. It's a very interesting application that I really liked. And I want to actually show you guys how this app looks in production. So, oops, wrong app. Let me close this one. This is actually the app on the App Store, Obscura. And this application is very popular actually. And it's very nice. It has a really cool black screen UI. And this is what we are trying to achieve, more or less. We're not using the camera. We're going to have as well these kind of controls for zoom and for the exposure of the camera. And yep, so this is our target, this is our expectation, and this is our reality. This is the application that we're going to be building. So we have a couple of functionalities here. For example, if I press on the plus down here, you can see that we have this really cool animation using reanimated to present these buttons that can allow me to play around with the zoom. And let's close that and let's play with the exposure. So this looks really cool if I do this. And yeah, so I can even put +2 and this is how it looks. These values are going to be changing between iOS and Android, and we will learn how to do that as well. So let's close this. So once you are happy with the, let's say the zoom and also the exposure, we're also displaying, as you can see here at the bottom right, the exposure and the zoom that we're using. Then let's take a picture. Once we take a picture, we take the user to this screen with a nice animation. This is actually a modal screen that is displaying the image that I just took. And you can see here the iPhone. This is how it looks. This is the iPhone 12, as I was mentioning before. I can save to gallery or delete and go back. In this case, I will delete. And as you can see, this library is very fast. Vision Camera is a very cool library, honestly, that it's very fast and it's really nice for using the camera. And you know, if you need your application to be very responsive like this one. Now let's take a picture. Of course, this is the light. I can turn it on and off. Let me put this back to 0 and this back to 1. And let's see if I turn the flash on and let's take a picture. So as you can see there, it's pretty obvious that the flash was on. And I can also take a selfie, as you can see here. Hello. And then let's just take a picture of the Mac, for example, here. And this one, I will save it. So save to gallery. And now I can navigate to the gallery and see my picture here. One more thing that I almost forgot is that we're gonna be building as well this beautiful screen for permissions, as you can see here on the Android device. I'm not gonna be demoing that, but we're gonna be building this UI as well to ask the user for permissions to use the camera, to use the library, the microphone, and cool things like that. All right, so that's the demo. Before we start, don't forget to subscribe and like this video. And now let's dive into it. As always, guys, all the resources and the source code for this video is going to be available completely for free at codeWithBeto.dev. When you go to codeWithBeto.dev, make sure that you check our courses. We have a course for React Native, React with TypeScript and Next.js, and Master Git and GitHub. Make sure to check those out. And if you're interested in the code, just go to the project section and you'll find all these projects that we're building in this YouTube channel. And as I was mentioning before, we have here the Snapchat clone with Expo Camera. If you're interested in this one, just go and check this video out. And if you're interested in the code, just come down here. And as well, you will find a project for this video, this one right now, for the Obscura clone, as soon as I release this video. Okay, so you don't see it now, but once this video is out, you should be able to see this project here in the projects. All right, so now that being said, let's start building this application. Alright guys, so the first thing that we're gonna do is just create a new Expo project by running pnpm create Expo app. And by the way, you don't have to use pnpm. I just like to use PNPM, but you can use Yarn or MPX. Okay, so let's hit enter. And this is going to ask us a couple of questions like what is my app name? My app name is going to be Obscura clone, and I'll put it like this, hit enter. This will start creating our project. So let's wait a second. All right, so our application is ready. Next thing that I'll do is just cd into my folder. And now I'll clear my terminal. And now that I'm here inside the terminal, I will install a couple of dependencies that we're gonna be using. So let me just copy paste this in here. By the way, I'm gonna leave these dependencies in the project at codewithbeto.dev if you want to go ahead and copy them. By the way, I'm not gonna be using the React Native worklets, so we can just go ahead and remove this. I think this topic is more advanced for the goal of this video. This is more, I would say, beginner friendly, just teaching you how to use Vision Camera. So we're gonna be installing Vision Camera as well as Expo Blur. This is totally optional. I'm using the Expo Blur to display this exposure and zoom in a nice manner, but that is totally optional. Also, we're gonna be using the Expo Media Library to save the photos, okay? So let's go ahead and hit enter to install these dependencies. All right, so the dependencies are installed, but we still need to make some configurations in order to use Vision Camera. So let's go ahead and open this in VS Code. Alrighty guys, so now we are inside VS Code in our newly created project. Now I want to mention a couple things. First of all, we're gonna need a real device to test this because we need access to the camera. We cannot do this in a simulator. The second thing that you need to keep in mind when you are using Vision Camera is that you need to have React Native version 0.73 at least. So you can check that version here. You have to be above 73. In this case, I'm using 74. Just keep that in mind, okay? So here we have Vision Camera and we're using 4.5 in this case. All right, so now that being said, we need to add some configuration in our app.json. All right, and as you can see here, React Native Vision Camera was added, just automatically, but we actually need to specify a couple options in here. So let's go ahead and put this inside an array like this and add these properties. So I'll just paste these properties in here. And by the way, this is totally optional. If you are not gonna be taking videos, that's fine. You don't need to ask permissions for audio. Okay, so let's go ahead and clear that out. This is how the plugin should look like inside your app.json file. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit save. Now, once we have this configuration in place, we can go ahead and pre-build this application. Now, if you are not familiar with pre-build, basically is a command that is going to allow me to create the native projects for iOS and Android that Expo provides. So as you can see here on the left side, we don't have any iOS or Android folder, even though this is a React Native application, right? So let's go ahead and create this by saying npx expo pre-build and hit enter. Okay, this is going to ask me what package do I want to use for my Android app. I'll just go ahead and select the ones that we have by default. So let's go ahead and hit enter. Of course, you can change this if you want. This is going to take a moment because as you can see here on the left, it's creating the Android and iOS folders. These folders are being created based on the specifications that we have in the app.json, based on the specifications that we have in the package.json and all the configurations in our project. Expo creates these native projects automatically for us. Cool. And by the way, a tip for you guys is that if you're going to be using EAS, which is Expo Application Services, to build this application, you should go ahead and just add to the git ignore these folders so that GitHub will ignore these two folders. So I'll say iOS and Android folder, hit save. And now as you can see here on the left, they are now like gray instead of green, which is good. Now let's go ahead and close the git ignore. And now that we have these two native projects, let's go ahead and compile this application in my device. I'll just go ahead and cd into the iOS folder and open Xcode by saying open Xcode workspace, the Obscura clone workspace, and hit enter. Okay, so the project now it's open on Xcode. I'm not able to make this, you know, a little bit bigger so you can see, but the idea is to select here on the left the Obscura project and then go ahead and sign in capabilities. We need to sign in because we're gonna be testing this in a real device. So I'm going to sign in with my account of Code with Beto. We can go ahead and select the iPhone 12 from the top and just play. So this is going to take a moment. Let's see if this works. Let's go back to the code, and this should be running on the device on the right if this works correctly. But in the meantime, this is going to take like a second or 30 seconds. So in the meantime, I want to start changing some things in my application. First of all, I'm not gonna be using tabs, so I'll just go ahead and delete this folder tabs and just leave this layout. All right, so now we are, selecting the tabs in here, but I'll change this to be an index. And let's go ahead and create this folder. So I'll just right click and say index.tsx and hit enter. Okay, so this index is going to be our only screen basically. I mean, it's not our only screen, but it's the main screen where we're going to have all these controls, as you can see here on the device. We're going to have permissions, validations, and things like that. So inside this index, let's go ahead and just export default function. I'll name this home screen like that and close. Cool. So let's just return an empty tag for now. I'll just leave this as it is. Yeah, maybe I can have a text, but I want to use this from the theme text that comes with this template. Okay, hit save. And as you can see here on the right, we are able to see the application. Let me go ahead and select allow, and then I have to reload the JS. By the way, I don't think this will work because I haven't started the server. Let me say pm start, or you can say as well npx expo start and hit enter. All right. Now let me switch to a development build, because remember that we pre-built this project because this library needs access to the native code. So let's go ahead and switch to development build and reload the JS here by pressing reload. And this should be grabbing from the server that we are running in here. And it's working, as you can see here. All right, and I can see the hello world at the top left, which means this is working fine. All right, so we have our hello world. Now the next thing that I'll do is actually work on an application, sorry, not an application, but a screen to ask for permissions. It's the first thing that we need to do when the user launches the application, because we need access to the library, we need access to the camera so that we can show the home screen, and we need access to the microphone in case you need access to the microphone. So let's go ahead and create a new screen on the left, and I'll call this one permissions. Okay, so let's export the full function, this screen called permissions. And I'll say just screen so that we know what's going on in here with the naming. And let's return for now just an empty tag. I'm going to be importing all as React from React. Let's go ahead and as well import from Vision Camera. I'm going to be using the camera here. So I'll say camera, and also I'm going to be using the camera permissions status. Okay. So the first thing that I want to do is check the permissions, right? So we can do that down here. I'll say camera permissions status, and then set camera permissions status. Let me go ahead and close the Explorer on the left, and let's analyze this a little bit. We're using useState to save this variable, and we are typing this as camera permission status, which if I just open here double quotes, you can see that we have these four kind of permissions, which is denied, granted, not determined, and restricted. So at the beginning, it's going to be not determined. Let's go ahead and select that one. And now let's create basically the same thing for the permissions of the microphone. So I'll say, let me go ahead and change this with lowercase. Microphone permission status. We're going to be using useState as well. And the status is going to be not determined. Okay. And just to show you guys, we also have the autocomplete because we are typing this like this. All right, so these are the two variables that are going to be holding the state. Now remember that we're going to be using as well permissions for the library, and we installed Expo library for that. So let's go ahead and import all as Expo media library from Expo media library. Okay, now we're gonna do basically the same thing. So I'll say const media library permissions, and like permission status. Let's say media library permission for this one. But this is going to be a bit different because we're going to be using from Expo media library. We have this method called use permissions. So we can use this hook, and this hook is going to return the value. Basically, they are doing this for us. So let's go ahead and return the value, and this is going to return as well a function to request permissions. So I'll name this one request media permissions, media library permissions, like that. And this is a function. The first one is going to be the actual result of the permissions. Inside this return, I'll have a theme view. And this theme view comes with the Expo template. So let's use this one. I'll create some styles as well down here. So I'll say styles equal to style sheet from React Native dot create. Now create a container that will have a flex of 1. And let's go ahead and close this one like that. Cool. Now let me add this to the theme view. And here, style equal to from my styles.container. And inside here, I'm going to be pasting this text. It's just, Obscura needs access to a few permissions in order to work properly. And for the subtitle style, I'm going to say subtitle. I'm going to say subtitle and just text align center. Okay, and hit save. Now, before I go, actually, I'm going to add a padding of 20 in here and hit save. But let's go now to the index screen. And in here, we're going to be checking the permissions. And if the user doesn't have permissions, we're going to send them to the permissions screen. So we can do that using vision camera, use camera permissions hook. Now this is similar to what we had with Expo. As you can see, the API is similar as this one, use permissions, but in this case it's for the camera, and this is going to return the has permissions status. Okay, so we're gonna check on based on this variable. Now let's check as well for the microphone permissions. So I'll say microphone permission, and here I'll grab the camera from vision camera, and I'll say dot microphone get microphone status. Now we need to redirect to the permissions screen if the user doesn't have permission. So we're going to be using the Expo router. Let's say router equal to use router. So I'll use this hook, use router from Expo router. Now let's create a variable called redirect to permissions. And this variable is going to basically be a Boolean that is going to check if we don't have permissions or the microphone permission is equal to not determined. If one of these is true, then we want to redirect the user. So down here, actually, we can use the redirect component from Expo router, and this is going to take an href. Okay, and as you can see here, we have the permission screen. So let's go ahead and hit save. And now we are redirecting, as you can see on the right, and we have the Obscura needs access to a few permissions in order to work properly. And yeah, that's great. Now, an extra validation, guys. And by the way, I need to say here only if we need to redirect to permissions. Let's go ahead and hit save. And yeah, now down here, I'm going to validate if we don't have a device, we need to just display nothing, right? So I'll say return. And this is for the case if someone is trying to run this application on a simulator. This device is not going to have a camera, so we need to validate that. So to actually use the camera, we can use, let's say device equal to use camera device from React Native vision camera. And this use camera device is going to return a device. But we need to specify if we want to have the front camera or the back camera. So in this case, I'll use the back camera, hard coding it like that for now. And then just check if we don't have a device in here, just return an empty tag. Cool. So the validation of the permissions so far should be working because we don't have permissions. We are redirecting the user to the permissions screen. And now we can go to the permissions screen and keep working. All right, so the next thing that I'll do is just add a couple of items here in the UI. So I'm gonna need some styles. And for the styles, I'll just go ahead and paste these styles. I'm just pasting a footnote. It's just styling text. Then we also have a row that is going to be aligning items from left to right to the center, giving them a gap of 6. Then we also have a spacer. This is useful when you want space between items. So this is going to be like an empty view that is going to be pushing a margin vertical of 8. Okay. Then we also have a permissions container. This is just having a background color, border radius of 10, padding, justify content space between, and you'll see how these styles work in a moment. This is for the text. These are very simple styles. Continue button. So let's go ahead and use these styles up here. All right, so let's hit save. Now the next thing that I want to do is actually use this tag from expo router dot screen, and we can, if you didn't know, we can access the options in here, and I'll change the header title to be permissions with uppercase. So if I hit save, you can see that on the right, now we have permissions with uppercase, which is good. Now down here, next thing that I want to do is add a view. This view is going to come from React Native, and I'll give it the style of spacer. Okay, and hit save. Now we don't have anything after this view. I'll have and let me move this here to make sure that it's working. As you can see here on the right, we are pushing this text down, which is good. Okay, so let's create a view, and I'll add this style of row. So let's say style dot row, and inside this view, now inside this row, I'm going to add an icon from Iron Icons, and the name for this icon is going to be lock close outline, and close this tag like this. All right, let's give it a color of orange. Hit save. All right, there's the icon. Now for the size of this icon, I'm going to declare a variable of here, and this is going to be of 26. So now down here, I'll say size, and then use this variable, hit save, and that's my lock. I'm importing, by the way, Iron Icons from Expo Vector Icons, and then I'll create a theme text that is going to say required. Hit save. Cool. Now let's add a style here from the styles.footnote. Hit save. There we go. And let's add a new spacer after this view. Hit save. Let's give it a space between spacers. I think this is good. Now let's create a view that is going to contain a switch to ask for permissions. So I'll say view from React Native. This is going to have a style, and this is going to have 2 styles actually. So let's use stylesheet.compose function to use the styles row as well as the styles.permissions container. And basically what I'm doing here is combining 2 styles for this view because I want the items from left to right, but I also want to apply the permissions container, which has a background color, border radius, padding, and justify content space between. Now the items that I want inside of this, it's going to be an icon. So let's go ahead and copy this icon, and then we can just change the name. Paste it here. The name of this one is going to be outline, and hit save. All right, so that's the camera. And the color for this one is going to be gray. Now I'll add a switch from React Native. And this switch is going to have a track color when true equal to orange. Hit save. And now we need to map a variable to the value of this. And the value is going to be based on the camera permission status. So if this is granted, then this is going to be true. Otherwise, it's going to be false, or the switch is going to be off. And when we change this, we want to call the request camera permissions function. So request camera permissions, we don't have that yet. So let's go ahead and comment this for now and hit save. Now we need a text. So let's add a view in here. Inside this view, I'm going to have a theme text that says camera, and then I can duplicate this and change this to be used for taking photos and videos. This is like a description of why we need permissions, and then just provide a type of subtitle in here. Subtitle, hit save. All right, that's how it looks. Now let me add a style in here. This is going to be the permissions container. Sorry, the permissions text. All right, now that looks good. All right, and this is basically what we need to do for each permission. And also I'll go ahead and call this function request camera permissions. We don't have it yet. We're going to create it in a moment. But what I'll do, guys, it's only copy paste this view a couple more times for the microphone permissions and the library permissions. So let's go ahead and hit save. And of course, this is going to yell at me because I don't have these functions yet. And I'm saving this. So I'll just go ahead and comment this on change, hit save. And now this is working. Okay, cool. This is how it looks. I'm just duplicating this view, right? In this case, this is going to be for microphone, and we are providing a description for why we need access to the microphone. And then we are just adding the switch based on the microphone permissions. If it's granted, then it's going to be true. Otherwise, it's going to be false, or the switch is going to be off. Then the library outline, color gray, basic stuff in here, just, these views in here. Cool. Now we have a spacer at the bottom. We have actually 3 spacers. Let's go ahead and create a button down here using a touchable opacity from React Native. Inside this touchable opacity, I have an arrow to the right so that the user knows that, this button needs to continue once you provide the permissions. Let's add a style. I'll combine again a couple of styles by saying compose, grabbing the row as well as the continue button, and hit save. Now this is at the center of the screen with this nice border. If you want to, just come down here and check the continue button, it's just a padding. We are aligning the item to the center, border radius of 50, and border color white, border width of 2, basic styling again. And yeah, this is how it looks. Now, whenever we press this, we want to handle the continue, but we need to create this function. So let's comment this for now and hit save. And now let's go at the top of this file and let's start creating these functions. So down here, I'll create a function for handling and requesting permissions for the microphone. Now we can say permissions equal to, and for these permissions, we need to await. That's why this is an async function. And I'll use the camera from React Native Vision Camera. Just make sure that you are importing this from Vision Camera. And then we can access this method called request microphone permissions. Okay. Now, based on this result, we are going to set the microphone permission status, passing the permission like that. Okay. And we're going to do the same for the camera permission. So I'll just go ahead and duplicate this function, but instead of accessing the request microphone permissions, we're going to ask the request camera permissions. This is going to set the camera permission status, which is this variable, with the new value based on the result of this function. Okay, now we need also a function to handle the continue, right? So when the user presses the continue button, I want to take them to the home screen or the index file, but at this point, the permissions should be granted. So I need to validate if camera permission status is equal to granted. And also I want to say if the microphone permission status is equal to granted, as well as the media library permissions equal to, actually this is going to be a little bit different, it's just dot granted. If these are true, then I want to use the router dot replace, okay? And I'll replace to the index screen. Otherwise, we can show an alert to the user. So let's import alert from React Native. And let's say, please go to settings and enable permissions. You can customize, of course, this message. But basically, we're going to enter in this else statement if the user does not provide any of these, right? So in this case, I'm saying you have to give me permissions for everything. Otherwise, you don't have access. Maybe in your case, you only need camera permissions and these two are optional. So you don't need to validate for these two, right? But in this case, I just want to make sure that we have access to everything. That's why I will prevent the user to move forward if they don't provide access. Otherwise, I'll just tell them you have to go to settings and provide permissions. Cool. Now let's go ahead and call these functions down here. So let's request permissions camera permissions with this switch and request microphone permissions, as well as request media library permissions. Now in this case, we're calling this function directly. So we have the await as well in here. And this function is coming from the use permissions hook. Okay. So actually, I think I have a typo. Let's request media library permissions. Let's copy this one. And this is just the name that you can provide to this function. So I'll paste this one here. Okay, so I had an S. So yeah, this is how it looks. Now, finally, I need to handle the continue. So let's go ahead and hit save. Let me bring my device and I'll just provide permissions by toggling the first switch. So I'll say allow. Now the switch is orange because this is true. Let's allow for everything. But let's just test that I don't allow for the library. So I'll say don't allow in this case. And if I press continue, I'll see the alert that is telling me, please go to settings and enable permissions. So I'll just say, okay, close these two applications. Let's do the Obscura clone, which is the one that we are working on right now. And I see the hello world. Alrighty guys, now we are able to go directly to the hello world in this case, because we are only redirecting to the permissions if the user has not provided permissions for the camera or the microphone. We don't really need to validate permissions for the library because the user can use the camera still without saving photos. Anyways, once we have this validation, we should be able to always navigate to the hello world, even if I reload the application. So let's go ahead and do that. This is going to reload, navigate, or go straight to the hello world very quickly. We don't even have a navigation animation. It's very quickly going to the hello world. All right, so let's start by adding a view inside of this return. So I'll say view from React Native and just wrap this text. I'll also create some styles. So let's go down here and say const styles equal to style sheet from React Native. Dot create. I'll have a container style and we will have a flex of one so that we take the entire screen space. And then I'll have a padding top. Now, I'll validate the platform in here because this behavior is different for Android and iOS. So let's check if the platform OS is equal to Android. Then I want to have the status bar. And keep in mind that I'm importing this from React Native. And I can say the current height. So this is the height of the status bar, and this is the padding that I want to have in my container for Android, and for iOS, I'll just have 0. The reason why I have 0 on iOS is because instead of actually using this view, I'm gonna be using a safe area view from React Native. Let's wrap this in here again, and let's add the styling here. So say styles container, hit save, and we should be able to, oops. Yeah, I need a parenthesis in here. We should be able to see the hello world in the safe area view. Okay, cool. Now, the first thing that I want to do is display my camera. So after this hello world, I just delete this text for now and render the camera component. Now, this camera component is going to take some properties. The first one is going to be a style of 1 because I want this to take the entire screen space. And it also takes a device. So let's pass the device as well as is active equal to true. So let's hit save. And we should be able to see the camera in there. Let me flip the phone. Let's just leave it there. I think that should be fine. Yeah, so I don't have like a lot to show you guys, so that view should be enough. Now, these are the, I would say, 3 properties that we need to have the camera functioning. But a couple of things to notice is that the camera is taking the entire screen, and that's not ideal. That's not the UI we want. So let's go ahead and take 2/3 of the screen for the camera and 1/3 of the screen for the controls. What I'll do for that is wrap this in a view from React Native, and then also create a new view down here. And let's create, well, I'll do inline styles. I think it's easier to see. So what I'll do is that I'll add a style for this one, and I'll say flex of 1, and down here I'll say flex of 1 as well. So what I'm doing here, I'll add a background color. Let's say gray. What I'm doing here is basically taking 50% of the screen, because remember that the container has a flex of 1, which means it's going to take the entire screen, right? But inside this container, we have 2 flex of 1, which means each flex is going to take 50% of the screen. But if I change this to be 2, that means that this view is going to take 2/3 of the screen, and this, because only has flex of 1, it's going to push for 1/3 of the screen. So let's go ahead and hit save. And now the screen is taking 2/3 of the screen with this very clean style. Let's go ahead and remove this background color. We don't need it anymore. It was just to show you guys. And yeah, that's how it looks. Now, the camera has a border radius. So let's say border radius of 10, hit save. And this will not apply unless you have an overflow hidden. And now we have this really cool border radius. All right, so let's start working on the controls. Inside of this view, I'll have this comment for the top section of the controls. Now this top section is going to have a view in here, and we're going to have a theme text, or actually, yeah, it will be a theme text that will have a max FPS. And this is a really good time to show you guys all the information that we can get for the camera from this library. So I can say device.format, add position 0, and then say max FPS. Well, you can just press dot and see everything you have, like photo width, video height, everything you need. But I'll just show here the max FPS, just so that we know. In this case, it's 60, which is pretty decent for this iPhone. Then let's go ahead and duplicate this, and I'll say, let's say just for information width, and we can access the formats at position 0, and then say photo width. We can do the same thing for the height. So I'll do that in here, height of And then we can just say again, device.formats at position 0, photo, in this case, height. All right, and that's how it looks. We can also display the camera name. So let's create a new text and say camera and access just device. If we just access device, we have a lot of information. So I'll just say name. And we have very useful information, for example, the min zoom or the max zoom as well. In this case, you can see that this is available, example 128, right? And this is going to depend on the device, and which is good to know is that for this specific device, we can check what's the maximum and based on that validate, right? We can also check, for example, has torch, has flash, and we're gonna use a couple of these in a moment. So let's just display the name for now. As you can see here, it's the back camera, but if I come here and change this to be front, hit save, you can see that now the camera says front camera. Let's change this to be back so that we can see something. And yeah, this is how it looks so far. Now, what I'll do, guys, is I will apply the same concept inside of this flex. I have a third of the screen, but this third of the screen, I want to divide it into sections. This is going to be the top section, and I want this to take only flex of 0.7. So you can also do that if you didn't know. And now let's create a new section down here. I'll copy the same view and I'll name this one bottom controls or bottom section and put it like that. Hit save. Let's just put a background color just to show you guys how much of the screen this is taking. Okay, so let's remove that. Now, inside of this view, I want to have buttons, but these buttons, I'm going to be reusing these buttons a lot in these controls. So what we can do is create a component for this button. So I'll say Obscura component. Actually, Obscura button is a better name, .tsx. And export default function, Obscura. Oops. Button. Now this button, guys, actually I don't want to spend too much time working on it. I'll just go ahead and paste this component that I already have in here, and I'll go ahead and explain it to you. So in this case, we are importing some colors, and these colors come with the template. So if I say colors, you can see that we can import these from the constant. And if I click in these colors, this is going to take me to the colors that come with this template. So I'm going to be using those just for utilizing stuff, an icon, and then some stuff from React Native like style props, style sheet, text, touchable opacity. And I'm going to be passing props to this button because I want this button to be dynamic, right? I want to reutilize this button with different icon, with different name, and maybe with not a title, maybe just with an icon. So I'm specifying the properties here called Obscura button props. We're going to have an action when the user presses the button. We're going to have a title, which is optional. That's why I'm having this question mark. Then we also have an icon name, container style, and icon size. Now the icon name, it's being typed so that when we type the name, it's gonna be typed based on the ion icons that we are using from Expo Vector icons, okay? And then the container style, it's going to be applied to the touchable opacity down here. So the type of this is going to be a view style. And then we have an icon size of type number. Then we are passing these as properties to the component, typing it like that. And this is going to be just a touchable opacity. We are passing the onPress from the prop, the style container, and then I'm just validating based on a couple of things. For example, if we have a title, I'll have this value, otherwise I'll have 40. We're using the dark background, and on top of that, we are passing the container style. Now this is a way of combining styles as well, passing them inside an array. Or we can also use the stylesheet.compose function that we saw previously. All right, then we are validating. If we have an icon name, we are rendering an icon. If we have a title, we are rendering a title. Okay, in this case, it's going to be a text, just with a font size of 40, font weight, and color white. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit save. This is the container style, by the way. Just adding a padding, flex direction row, align item center, gap 7, border radius of 40, and that's it. It's honestly a very simple button component. It's just a touchable opacity that I'm going to be utilizing. So let's go ahead and come back to the bottom part and let's start utilizing this component. I'll say Obscura button, importing this from the component, and we need to pass some properties like the icon name, right? So this one is going to be flashlight. Okay, and then we also need to pass on press. So I'll just pass an empty function. And as you can see here on the right, we're able to see this, this icon that I can press and nothing is going to happen. Okay, because we don't have an action, but you can see here how am I pressing it and how it looks. Cool. So we're going to have a lot of buttons in this case that are going to be in charge of showing the tools like the torch, like the flashlight. So in order to keep like the state of these variables, I'll go ahead and create some variables up here. We're going to be holding the state of the zoom, the exposure, the flash, the torch, the some of the zoom controls. So for those, I'll go ahead and copy some of them in here after device. And let me just go ahead and go to the top and say import all as React from React. Okay. And down here, I'm going to be using these variables using state. So these are like the tools, right? The zoom, the exposure, the flash, the torch. And keep in mind that the zoom is going to be based on the device neutral zoom, which is a property that we can access from the device in here. And this is going to be like the initial zoom of the camera. Okay, cool. So based on that, we can render our buttons and also change these variables, but also we can map these variables into the camera state. So let's put this here, and I'll start by adding the zoom from my my variables. Then we can say is is active, is always going to be true. Then we can pass something like resize mode, and resize mode can be contain or cover. By the way, in this case, I want it to be cover. So this is how it looks. This is the default, by the way, but it's good to know that we can say contain. And in this case, this is going to like push, right, the entire view of the camera. You can play around with this, but in this case, I'll just use the cover like this and hit save, so that we cover the view that we are interested to see, right? Cool. Then we can say exposure, passing the exposure variable, as well as the torch, passing the torch. And then I think that's all, right? We have the torch. Oh, we're missing the flash. The flash actually is not a property that we can add to the camera, but actually like a variable that we're going to pass before we take the picture. So we're still gonna need the flash in a moment. We're gonna use it. And now that we have all these state variables, we can start playing around with them in here. So this Obscura button can start looking something like this. The icon name is going to be flashlight or flashlight outline based on the torch on or torch off. Now, each time that we press this, we're going to start toggling the torch. So what I'm doing here is accessing the previous state and then validating. If the previous state is off, then I want to put it on. Otherwise, I want to say off. it was on, right? Basically just toggling. And if I go and check my device and start pressing this, you can see that this is working. Let me press it again and again. And if you're not able to see, let me put my hand. This is very easy to see actually. I'm just toggling it and it's working fine. All right, so let's leave it like that. And let's start adding more buttons like that. Okay, so I don't want to waste too much of your time, guys. I'll go ahead and paste these buttons and let's go through them one by one. The second one, it's a flash, right? This is going to be the exact same thing as a torch. The difference is that the torch is going to work as a lamp or as a flashlight, and the flash is a variable that we're going to be using to pass to the camera before we take the picture to tell the camera whether or not use the flash on the picture, okay? And we're just toggling this value as well. Then the camera position, this is going to be to flip the camera. So let's go ahead and create this variable. I'll go up here. Let's go to the variables. And after the torch, we can have the camera position. All right. And the camera position is going to, and actually this camera position, guys, is going to be by default back, but we can pass it before. If we declare this before the device, we can just map this camera position in here. Instead of having the hard-coded back, we can say camera position and hit save in a moment once we finish. But basically what I'm doing here is just setting the camera position between back and front based on this icon, okay? And the icon name is camera reverse outline, okay? And then we have this image outline. So this is an interesting one. This button is going to allow the user to open the media library application, or like the photos application for Android and iOS. But we need to redirect the user. And in this case, we're gonna be using linking. This is a like a module that comes from React Native with a function called OpenURL, which is very useful to link the user to specific applications. So for iOS, it's called Photos Redirect, and for Android, it's called Content Media External Images Media. So if I hit save and then grab my device in here and try to press the library icon, you can see that it's taking me to the to the Photos app. All right, so that's working fine. Cool. Now these icons, as you can see here, they are all in one place. Yeah, let's call this one, instead of bottom, I'll call this one middle, and then say legs direction row, and say, well, let's hit save, and then justify content space evenly. Cool. Yeah, just like that. So we don't need like a super complex, styles, right? Just by having these very simple styles, we can have a beautiful UI. All right, so let's go ahead and minimize this. We know that this is working. We already mapped these variables, so let's use the selfie one. It's working, as you can see me there. And then we can navigate. All right, the last one actually is going to be this one, which is going to take me to this screen with no purposes for now, because this is out of the scope of this video. But if you want to have some sort of settings screen, you can do so. And yeah, so let's turn on the flash. Well, we're not handling taking picture right now, so let's just leave it off. Yeah, let's continue. All right, so now what I want to do is work on the controls for the zoom and the exposure of the camera. So to display the user the values that we are handling, I'm gonna put this after this view. So I'll create a blur view. And remember, guys, we installed blur view from Expo, and you can verify that this is coming from Expo up here. As you can see there, Expo blur. Expo blur is going to take an intensity. I'm just using 100 and the tint dark, and just adding a style. In this case, it's going to be absolute because I want to position this at the bottom right of the camera, like around here where my mouse is, and just adding some padding. Then I'm passing this experimental blur method. This is for Android. As you can see here, blur method to use on Android because this blur view, it's actually experimental on Android, and in order for this blur to work correctly, we need to pass this property like that. And then I'll just pass a text. This text can be actually a theme text. So let me change this in here and remove this style. Hit save. And there we have it. So this is a blur view, as you can see here. And if I move the device, we can see a little bit the background. And you can play around with this tint. For example, if you want something more light, you can do so. And this is how it looks. Okay. Now in this case, because we are using, like dark stuff, if you just type dark, you're going to have like system thin material dark, which I think it looks good as well. It's more like you can see between it, through it. And yeah, so this is good because at this point we're using just a text to display the exposure and the zoom. And now the user knows what is like the zoom that he's using or the exposure. All right, so now I'll go ahead and create my last section. So I'll position myself in here and say bottom. This is going to be like the bottom section. In this section, I'm going to provide the controls for the zoom, as well as the exposure, as well as the button to take the picture. So let's create a view and let's give it a style. So I'll say style, background color, let's say green, hit save. All right, we don't have anything because we don't have a flex, right? So in this case, this section, I wanted to take a little more screen. So I'll say 1.1 and hit save. And this is going to be my bottom section. Okay, it looks good. Yep, and we can see it there. It's green. So let's add the let's add a touchable highlight from React Native, as well as a font awesome icon, which is going to be a dot circle, and then it's going to take a take picture function, which is a function that we haven't created yet. So I won't save this for now, or maybe yes, I can do that by just saving it like this. As you can see there, this is the button, that's how it looks. Now what I'll do now, it's apart from this, I want to save flex direction row because I'm going to have more items. So let's hit save. Then I want to say justify content space evenly as well. So let's hit save. This is actually going to center the item and align items to the center and hit save. Cool. Now I'll just go ahead and remove the color green and just leave it black. That's how it looks. Now let's work on the take picture before we dive into the zoom and all that stuff. So I'll say on press, take picture. All right, so now let's go ahead and copy this. Let's go at the top of our file and let's create this function. So const take picture, it's going to be an async function. This is going to be an arrow function, and we are going to try to take a picture. So something can go wrong, right? So it's a good practice to have a try catch in here. And for now, I'll just put it in the console log the error, but it's a good idea to have an alert and specifically tell the user what went wrong by accessing the message of the error or displaying something related. It also is a good practice to have some validations in here. So for example, I can say if camera, and by the way, we don't have a camera, which brings me to, we need to somehow tell the camera component down here that we need to take a picture, right? So the way we can do things like that is by adding a reference to this camera. So let's go ahead and say const const camera equal to useRef from React. And this is going to be equal to null at the beginning. And I'll say that this is going to be of type camera. And then we can use this to reference the camera by saying ref equal to camera. Okay. Now with this reference, we can take the picture, but I can also say camera.current. If this is equal to null, then I want to throw an error. So I'll say throw new error, passing the message like camera ref is null. And what this is going to do is actually, if we hit this line, this error, it's going to trigger the catch with this error message, and we can put in the console so that we know what went wrong. In this case, we can say something like, we don't have a camera. Camera ref is null. Or something, you know, more custom, whatever you need. If we do pass this line, we can say something like console log taking a picture, right? So that we know we are taking a picture. Then we can grab the photo by saying await, and then using the camera reference. So I'll say current dot take photo. All right, this take photo function takes some options, and these options are going to be an object, and you can say things like flash, and this is a great point to map or flash in here. So I'll pass the flash variable. You can also have things like enable auto distortion correction or enable auto red eye reduction, or whatever you guys need. You can just put here equal to false or equal to true. And you can see all the options by checking this photo file. Sorry, by checking this take photo options method. So we can actually do that by coming here and say take photo options, and then just click on this, and you can see that we have the flash, which is the first one, the one that I'm using. We have path, and you also have a description, which is really great. So this must be a directory, as Vision Camera will generate a unique file name itself. Then we have, you know, these options, and you can keep scrolling down, but I think these are all the options. Some of them are for iOS only, as you can see here. But yeah, this is a good way to know all the options that we can pass to the camera. Okay, we are taking the photo, we are saving it, and then what should we do with this photo? Well, we need to show this photo to the user, but I don't want to keep adding more stuff into this screen because we already have a bunch of stuff. So I want to take this photo and send the user to a different screen where they can see the picture. So I'll use the router again. I'll say router.push, and I'm going to push this path name. It's going to be media, which is a screen that I haven't created yet. But then I also want to pass some parameters. The first one is going to be the media, which is the photo.path. This is like the address in the device where the picture is going to be saved. And then the type. The type of this is going to be photo. And this type, guys, it's actually just a variable that I'm using to tell the screen media that I'm passing a photo, because we can also record a video, right? So for example, we can have something like video equal to await camera.current.take record. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, and actually I don't have the video capability in here. Yeah, we need to come down here and say video enables video capture with start recording. So I'll just say, yes, I'm gonna be using video. I think we can do the same for photo, but I think photo by default is true. So let's go down here. Sorry, let's go up here where was I? Yeah, so we can do something similar to this by saying current dot, yeah, start recording. Okay. So when you start recording, and actually this takes some properties, I think. Yeah, you can also pass record video options, as you can see here. And on recording finish and on recording error, this is going to return the like the video, and then you can handle whatever you need to do with the video, like for example passing the path name as well. And in this case you would say this is a video, so that when we are in that screen we can render the video instead of rendering a picture. Okay, so for now this is out of the scope of this video. I don't want to make these videos too complicated, but this gives you a really good idea of how to take a video. Basically it's the same thing, but instead of photo, a video. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this media screen so that Expo router stops yelling at us. TSX, hit save, and let's go back, and now we don't see this error anymore, which is good. And yeah, let's close this. All right, so now that being said, this is all we need for taking the picture. So once we take the picture, we're going to navigate to the media screen, display the photo, but we're going to validate this in a moment. So let's go ahead and hit save. Now the warning goes away, and we can scroll down and our bottom is finished. Now let's leave the media screen at the end. What I want to do now is add the left and right buttons that are going to be down here. And these buttons are going to render the, like with using reanimated, where they're going to render the, how can I explain this? They are going to render, if we go back to the App Store. So in this case, we're trying to do something similar like this. So we're going to render these buttons in this order. So every time that we press these buttons, instead of doing an action, well, we're going to be doing an action, but the action is going to be showing these buttons like 0.5, 0.1, 2, 3 for the zoom, as well as the exposure. So yeah, let's do that. Let's go back to the app. Just put this in here and let's create these buttons. Now I need some state so that I can validate when I can render the buttons, and I'll create these two state variables for show the zoom controls and show the exposure controls. This is just a boolean that is going to be false or true, and we're going to be toggling this, and based on this we're going to render the component that is actually going to do this, change the zoom and change the exposure. Okay, so we have the zoom and exposure, and we're going to change them based on the controls. So let's go now down here. Before this touchable opacity, I will add this Obscura button, and this button is going to be a plus and minus sign. And on the other side, let me paste this button as well, which is going to have a title of X1, and this is going to be in charge of the exposure. Now notice that we are just toggling these booleans, so we're setting this to true or false, whatever the previous value was. So let's go ahead and hit save. And as you can see here, we have these buttons that are not doing anything so far. So let's go ahead and create the components that we need. Let's go ahead and create a new component. And this component is going to be called zoom controls.tsx. All right, so this is going to be a very interesting component. And by the way, you need to have reanimated installed because we're going to be using it. React Native reanimated, as you can see here. If you don't know if you have it installed, you can just search for reanimated in your package JSON. The Expo template comes with reanimated, which is great. I don't have to install it. It's already there, and I can just go ahead and import it and use it. I'm going to be using animated and bounce in, and you're going to learn more about this in a moment. Then I'm importing as well some stuff from React Native, like a text, touchable opacity, use window dimensions, and view. And then and then a touchable opacity from React Native gesture handler. Now, then I'm also defining a couple of variables that you can play around, like the min zoom, the max zoom, and then neutral zoom and zoom options. Okay, this is an array of values, and we're gonna be using those in a moment. Next thing that I want to do is just define my component. This is my component, zoom controls, and I'm going to be passing the set zoom, set show zoom controls, and the actual zoom value, because we need to know which is the current value so that we can set the next value, right? Cool. Now I'm just typing this as this. Now I'm just typing these properties, as you can see there. The set show zoom controls is going to be a function that is going to take the show boolean. The zoom is going to take the zoom number, and it's going to return void. Now, of course, guys, there might be a better way to integrate this, and also, maybe you can play around with the values, and this is not the best solution, but it will work. So let me just add a return in there, and I'll have a width and height because we want to display the buttons like in the clock way to the right, like 12, 1, 2, and 3, something similar like that. So we need to have the radius, okay? For the radius of the screen, we need to use the width and or height, the minimum of those. So I'm just playing around with these values, and I just subtracted 100 from the height, and then we're multiplying these for 0.35. We can adjust this depending on the type of circle that you are trying to draw with the buttons. Now, when the user presses the button, we actually want to just call this function, which is going to handle the zoom press. We're going to pass the zoom factor, and then we are going to validate if the zoom is equal to -1, then we want to set to the neutral zoom, which is going to be this variable that we define in here, which is 1. And then otherwise we need to calculate the new zoom. And then this is going to be calculated as follows, based on the minimum zoom or the max zoom. We're grabbing the minimum of those and then set the zoom. Okay, zoom factor, zoom, min zoom, and max zoom. So basically we are just checking that we are inside of this range between 1 and 121 and 128, sorry. Cool. This is the function, so we don't need to do anything else for that, just call it. Now let's create a view for this. Inside this view, we're going to have these controls. So this is actually very cool. The first thing that I want to do here is just iterate over the zoom option. So I'm gonna say map, this is an array. So I'll grab the zoom option and the index, and we are going to return an animated view. So I'll say animated.view. This is the view that we are returning, and we're going to return this view z times. So this is coming from here. In this case, we only have 5 buttons. So we are iterating, and we are going to render 5 buttons. Now, we need to calculate some stuff in here. I'll just go ahead and paste this. We need an angle, and this is going to be changing depending on the index, okay? Because the first one I want it at 12. The second one I want it at 1, 2, and 3. So we need to do that by multiplying by the index. Sorry, we start by getting the angle, which is going to be the index divided by the length of the array divided by 3. And actually I was playing around with these values. You can switch them, multiplying this by 2 and then by p minus 2. This is going to be basically the start point, which is 12 o'clock. And these values were given to me by ChatGPT. I'm not really sure what are they doing, but they are working. Then we also need the position X and Y of each button, and we're getting those with the cos and sin of this angle. Okay, then multiplying by the radius and just playing around with these values, plus 40 and then plus height divided by 4. Cool. So now we are iterating over each item. So let's provide a key in here. This is going to be the index. And the cool thing about using reanimated is that we can have an entering animation. So I'll say bounce in, which can also have a delay of I multiplied by 100. This is cool because it's going to show each one of them with a delay based on the index. And it's going to appear like dun 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 dun. not all at the not all of these controls at the same time, but we're gonna be waiting a little bit. And then we need a style. The style is going to be position absolute, right? Because we want to position this in a manner that is going to be like a clock. So we need to specify the left position equal to X and the top position equal to Y. So I'll say top equal to Y. And then we need the content, which is going to be just a touchable highlight. Go ahead and paste it in here. We are going to call the handle zoom press whenever we press this button, passing the current zoom, the current value of this component that we're iterating in here. And then just adding a style and also a text that is going to let me know which value I'm pressing, right? So let's go ahead and hit save. These are the controls. That's all we need. Let's go ahead and go back to the index and we need to display these values. Okay, so let's go to the index and I'll scroll up. I'm going to minimize this. So one more thing to keep in mind is that we don't want to show this entire section, this entire view down here when we have the controls enabled. Well, you can show them if you want to, like having an overlay, but in this case, I don't want to show them. So I'll have a validation based on the show zoom controls. If this is true, then I want to render the zoom controls and I'm going to be passing the set zoom function, the set show controls, as well as the zoom. If we don't have a zoom, I'll just default this to be 1. All right. Otherwise, for now, I just have a null value. Okay. So let's see what happens if I press the plus. All right, it breaks because native gesture handler must be used as a descendant of gesture handler root view. All right, so let's go to the layouts and let's just add this component, gesture handler root view, and wrap this in here. Hit save. Now let's try again. I'll press this and we have them. Cool. But I just broke my UI. Let me shake my device and reload. Yeah, so the UI just broke because the way that I want to use it is instead of rendering null, I want to render the entire view that we had before. So this means that when I have the zoom controls enabled, I won't be viewing these controls. Okay, so let's do that again. I press this and everything goes away and I can play around with the zoom. Cool. Now let me go back. Let me reload. I just realized that we don't have like a plus button. So let's go back to the zoom controls. And after this, after this array, after iterating over the array of buttons, I'll just have a touchable opacity, which is a button that is positioned kind of in the middle or at the center of this circle. So yeah, let's go ahead and hit save. This is going to just set the zoom controls equal to false. And let's do that again. Let's press this button and the button is there. I can close the controls and we are bringing back everything. Now keep in mind that because we are showing this delay, bounce delay of 100, we have this really cool animation when I press the plus, right? So if I just go ahead and comment this line and show the buttons, they are showing very ugly. Okay, I mean very statically, which is not super cool. But if I just add this simple line, because I'm using reanimated, I have this beautiful animation and we can play around with these values. As you can see here, it's working fine. I can do zoom up to 5 and then come back to 1. And yeah, so you can play around with these values. You can change these values if you want by coming to these zoom options. But yeah, let's go back. And actually you can set the zoom and just close it. And the zoom is going to remain, as you can see here on the screen, zoom is equal to 3. And then I can go back and set it to 1, go back. Okay, cool. Now we need to do the same thing, guys, but in this case, it's going to be for the exposure. So this is going to be very similar. Let's go here and create a new file. This one is going to be exposure controls.tsx. This is going to be extremely similar, guys. So in this case, I'll go ahead and copy paste this component. Let me walk you through it. The difference in the exposure one is that the values are going to change between Android and iOS. So that's why I'm having here two arrays. I want to use one array for iOS and I want to use the other one for Android. And you can see how they work in a moment. Or maybe you can just run it on an Android. In this case, we're using these values for iOS, which is a simulator that I'm using. I mean, it's not a simulator, it's my real device. But yeah, so there we have them. These are the values that we're gonna be iterating. And now keep in mind that I'm just saving one of them in this variable based on the platform. Okay, cool. Now I'm having the same animation from Reanimated, so nothing different. Passing the same properties, set exposure, set show exposure, and the current exposure. Okay, typing this the same manner as we had it before, getting the radius as we had it before. Let's actually put this side by side so that we can see the difference. This is the zoom. Let me scroll a bit up. So far until line 27, nothing has changed. The handle exposure is just going to set the exposure. We don't need to care about the range between 1 and the maximum zoom. And then we can keep scrolling down. Now the difference here, guys, is that in this case I'm playing around with difference position, right? So in this case, instead of adding 40, I'm subtracting 90, right? And the other difference, I think, is that yeah, I think that's the only difference. So yeah, the only difference is that for X, we are subtracting from the width, okay? And in this case, we're just getting like the angle. So yeah, we are subtracting from the width minus the cos, which effectively is going to position this at the right, but coming instead of starting the clock at 12 and going to 3, it's going to start at 12 and it's going to go to 11, 10, 9, 8. All right, it's going to be backwards. Now, the logic is very similar. If we scroll side by side, we are just passing X and Y similarly as here. And the controls are going to be pretty much the same thing. We can actually, I think, subtract this into a component and then just pass as property which side you want to render this component. But so far, I think this is great. And here I have a text that is rendering the exposure. If it's greater than 0, we're going to have a plus, otherwise just the exposure, because it can also be a negative number. So keep that in mind. And finally, if we close it, it's going to stop showing these exposure controls. So let's go ahead and go back to this screen. And what I want to do now is have a validation, an extra validation in the middle of these two. So let's add this validation in here like that. But in this case, I want to say if the show exposure controls it's equal to true, then I want to render the exposure controls, which is this component. Now this component takes some properties like set exposure, and we have a variable already for that. And then set show exposure controls, set show exposure controls, and finally the exposure value. Hit save. Cool, let's see if this works. Let's grab my phone and press this button. And cool, this works just fine. And we can play around with these values. Remember that I'm mapping this exposure to the camera. Okay, and you can play with these values, guys, by moving around between these This is like super bright, very dark, which is cool, looks nice. Maybe -1 looks really cool if I turn on the Android. Yeah, so here we have, let's go ahead and allow everything on Android. Maybe this is a good time to show you how this looks on an Android. So hopefully you can see there. Let's quickly go and allow everything while using the app. Yes, and allow this one as well. Let's go to the app. This is how it looks on Android. Of course, it's not connected to the Metro server, which is fine, but the animation works as expected. Oops, I think I wasn't recording correctly, but the animation is working as expected. Oops, minimize. Yeah, and we can play with these values. As you can see here in Android, you see the 10, 5, and +10. And on iOS, which is my device that I have here, we have 2 and -2, which is different. Let's put this to 0 again. Let's close this. Let me close this here. On the left is going to work as expected as well, as you can see there. And because I'm not connected, and that's fine. But yeah, everything else works fine. Even if I go to the library, it's taking me to the library, and we can go back to the app. We can turn on the flash, the light, everything works just fine. And yeah, that's Android. Let me take this out of the way and maybe block it for now. Yeah, let's put this back here. And by the way, I was forgetting taking the picture. We need to actually take the picture. Let me go ahead and take a picture here. So as you can see, it's taking the picture and it's going to the oops screen because we haven't integrated the media screen. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so let's see how the media is going to look. I'm going to start by importing my button, theme view, text, and some other stuff from Expo Router, like use router, use local search params. Because remember that when we navigate after taking the photo, we are passing some params, right? We're passing the media and the type. In this case, it's hard-coded to be photo. So we're going to grab this type from the use local search params. And once we have this, we can just render a, so I'll say return, we can render a theme view. But actually I was working on these guys. Let me copy this in here and I'll create some styles down here and we can analyze this in a moment. But for now, let me just go ahead and save. I'll show you exactly how this works in a moment, but this is a very simple UI. If I take a picture, we are navigating to the media screen, as you can see there, and I can go back and take another picture. And this is actually fast, right? As soon as I press the button, we are navigating. And then we can play around with the exposure. Let's put it very dark, like -1. I think that looks cool. And then let's add a zoom of 2 and maybe go back and change this to be -2 so that we have this really cool dark, and press the picture. And this is taking me. So this is how it looks, the media. And what is happening under the hood, let me open the terminal in here. What is happening is that we are taking the picture and then let me open this so we can see a bit better. And then we're navigating, right? So let's analyze this in slow motion. Let's go to the index. As soon as I take the picture, I push the media to the media screen, and then I put in the console the media type, right? Media type is always going to be photo, as you can see down here. And this is the file path. And this file path that I'm getting from the media that I'm getting as well from the route, from the router params, this is how we are grabbing this value using this hook. But then once I have this media, I'm just passing this to the image. But now keep in mind that I had this validation here to show you how you can handle video. If you validate based on type, if the type is photo, then you render an image. Otherwise, you would render a video. instead of null, right? In the video, this would look something like this. You will need to pass the media as well and some styles for the video. And finally, we have the button to save to gallery, which is very easy to use. I really like this from Expo that, we have these really cool modules like save to library. It's a simple function that we are importing from Expo Media Library. And that's it. Now, if you want to customize this screen, like for example, as you can see here in my device, it's a stack screen, right? So when I take the picture, it's navigating, sliding from right. But if we go to the layout and just duplicate this and change the name to be media, hit save. We can add some options like the presentation. Give me 1 second, presentation, modal, hit save. And now as you can see, we have this really cool modal view. Let me go ahead and get rid of my zoom and my exposure. Let me take a picture there. And now we're navigating from the bottom, which is really nice. We can swipe and you can see that we have still the camera active under this screen and it's working fine. Okay, cool. So yeah, I took a picture there. Let me save it to the gallery. Save to gallery. And now if I press the button, it's going to take me to the gallery where I can view my picture. As you can see, good quality. I can crop and do all the kind of stuff that you can do in your library. But yeah, if I come back, we should be able to reload the app and see the camera. All right, let's turn on the flash in this case and take a picture. And as you can see, that comes with flash. Hopefully you can see it in the video, but yeah, that's how it works. But yeah, super easy to integrate this media library, guys. As I was saying, if you want to integrate the video, shouldn't be too hard. And actually, there's a really nice library right now, a new library from Expo Video. Let me go ahead and show you guys. Expo Video, it's a new library that it's actually in experimental mode, but you can use it for your videos if you want to. It's very easy to use. You just need to install it, and then you can see the very simple example here in the Expo docs. But yeah, that's out of the scope of this tutorial, but I hope you really like this video, guys. I hope you learned something new. I think this is a really strong video, finally showing you how to use the React Native vision camera. You can do more advanced stuff with this camera, with this library. But what I was saying, this is going to work great on Android, as you can see there, as we saw previously. But yeah, remember guys, that if you want to get access to the code, just go to codeviveto.dev and check out the projects. I'm going to leave the link down here. Just come here, click the project that you need and scroll down. You'll find the dependencies that we used. You can download the link. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to check out the courses here. Don't forget to give it a like. And yeah, I hope you like it. I hope you learned something new, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Bye. Quick coffee break. If you're serious about React Native, consider becoming a pro member at codeviveto.dev. You get my full React Native course, TypeScript, Git, plus real production projects with source code you can ship. One price, lifetime access, everything I build goes in there. Link in the description. All right, let's get back to the video. Hello everyone, in today's video we are building a real-time modern chat application using React Native and Expo. We'll implement sign-in with Google and passkeys authentication for seamless user experience using Clerk. Clerk makes authentication super easy, and they recently dropped a new awesome Expo module for native passkeys integration. We'll also use Clerk to handle Google sign-in so users don't have to type or remember any passwords. Because this is a modern app, right? For our backend, we're gonna be using AppWrite, which offers easy integration, real-time subscriptions, perfect for chat, and they also have a brand new React Native package for full compatibility with our Expo application. You can also find step-by-step instructions, dependencies, Figma design in case you want to tweak the UI and make it your own, configuration details, and more in the project page at codeviveto.dev. I'm gonna leave the link in the description down here. Also, once you are there, don't forget to check out my new React Native course, link below as well. All right, now let's see the demo. Alrighty guys, so here we have the demo. And as you can see, this is a beautiful and simple UI. By the way, if you're interested in the design, you can find the Figma design in the description, and you can come here and quickly see the screens. And if you want, you can duplicate this. It's fully open source, fully free, so you can tweak it and make it your own in case you want to change something. But this is how it looks. This is the final result. As you can see, we have the sign in with passkeys button, as well as the sign in with Google. So in this case, I'm going to be using two different accounts. So let's go ahead and sign in on the right one. I'm going to be using my Beto Muedano account. So let's go ahead and continue. And boom, just like that, I'm inside the application. And let's go ahead and sign in with Google. On the left, I'm going to be using a different Google account. So let's go ahead and continue. And that's it. This is how it looks. Now, as you notice, we also have passkeys integrations, right? So if I go to the settings page on each one of them, you notice that for Beto, I already have two passkeys, but I actually can delete them as well. So yeah, let's go ahead and create a new passkeys for each of these users. On the left, this is going to require the simulator to enroll using passkeys, right? So you can actually just go to the features and then Touch ID for this specific device. Since it doesn't have Face ID, we can use Touch ID. So I'm going to enroll it. And then let's try to do this again. I'm going to just cancel this and then add a new one. And then to, kind of simulate this fingerprint, I'm going to press Command Option M. And this is going to simulate my finger. And boom, just like that, I created a new passkey. Okay, let's do the same on the right. On the right, this device has actually Face ID. So if I go to the features, you can see that this is already enrolled with Face ID, which means that if I press Option Command M, I can, simulate that I'm scanning my face in here. And once I do that, we create a new passkey, which means if I sign out in these two accounts and then sign in with passkey, I'm going to continue and then press again Command Option M. This is going to verify my information with my passkey, and we can do the same on the left with Touch ID, which is super cool. And boom, just like that, we didn't have to do anything, just scan our fingerprint and Face ID, and we are signed in. So that is super cool. I'm super excited for this new module from Clerk, and it's actually super easy to integrate, and we're going to learn that in a moment. So once we are in the application, as you notice, this is going to be a real-time collaboration application, which means all the users can see the chat rooms, and you can tweak the functionality if you want to. But for now, let's go to the Expo News in both devices. Now, as you notice, if I enable the keyboard by pressing Command K in both devices, we have keyboard awareness and the input is moving. And we are not using anything special for that, just the regular keyboard avoiding view. And let's just start sending messages. So I'm going to press this button. And as you notice, the new message gets in there. And I can see it actually on the right. So let's type something, and we can even add some emoji if you want to, and just send. And you notice that on the left, we get the real-time message with the profile picture of the user as well. On the right, you can see my profile picture. And yeah, we can also create chat rooms. So if I go out and then, just create a new test room and just press create. Once I create it, I can, reload by just swiping, bring the new chat rooms. So I can see this one, and let's just go ahead and put a new message, and boom, just like that. If I do the same on the right, you can see that we already have this message, and I can quickly reply. So this is basically the logic. You can see this is a super minimal UI, looks beautiful. We can also delete chats, right? So let me just go ahead and exit this. I'm going to delete this chat in here. So if I press this button, the chat is going to disappear, and if I refresh on the left, the chat is gone. So this is basically what we're going to be doing, guys. If you're interested, stick till the end. You're going to learn a lot, and after this video, you should be able to integrate seamless user authentication and seamless real-time functionality in your application. So let's get started. Okay, guys, so like I said before, if you want to follow along with me, just go to codewithbeto.dev and select the project, and you'll find this project in here. Once you're here, just click in the project and follow the instructions. Right now, you cannot see this project because I haven't finished it, but once this is up, it's going to be available here, and you can follow along with me, copy dependencies and things like that. Also, you're going to need to have a Clerk account and also an AppWrite account. So just go ahead and create those accounts. You're going to need them in a moment. Alrighty, guys. So next thing, let's go ahead and create a new app. I'm gonna say create Expo app. And by the way, I'm gonna be using Bond. So let's say Bond create Expo app, and the name is going to be one modern chat video, and hit enter. All right, so the project is ready. Let's go ahead and see into this modern chat video, and I'm gonna open this in VS Code. Okay, so here we have our application, guys, and the next thing that I'll do it's actually go ahead and reset this project since we already have, like a bunch of things inside this application folder. If you go to the the package JSON, you're going to see that we have this reset project script, which basically is going to simplify the application so that, we can start fresh. So I'm going to say bun run reset project and then just say yes. This is going to basically just move the boilerplate to this folder and then just simplify my application just having a layout and an index. So if I just go ahead and say Expo start and then run this on my simulator, and this is using the iPhone SE, but if I press Shift I can select the iPhone 16 Pro, which is the one on the right, which is super cool. Okay, now this is how the application looks. Nothing crazy so far. All right, so the next thing that I want to do, it's actually go to my app JSON. And since this is going to be just a dark mode application, I want this user interface style to be always dark. So let's come here and say that this is dark, right? Now let's go to the right. And just to show you, this is the kind of style that we want to achieve, right? So we're not going to be supporting light mode in this application. So that's why it's a good idea to set this to be dark all the time so that everything matches the system dark. Now, the next thing that I want to do is actually change my scheme to be modern chat video, just like that. All right, so now the next thing that I want to do is go ahead and install the dependencies that we're gonna be using in this application. So let's go ahead and stop the server. And by the way, I'm using right now ExpoGo, but I'm going to close this because since we are going to be using passkeys from Clerk, this is a module that actually requires native code for Android and iOS. So we need to create a build for that. So in here, I'm going to run this command, bun add, and then Clerk Expo, Clerk types, Clerk Expo passkeys, as you can see here. And as well, I'm going to install Expo Secure Store, Expo Auth Session, Expo Crypto, Expo Web Browser, and Expo build properties. All these are dependencies that we need so that we can have the website to authenticate the user, the modal that opens the authentication where the user provides permissions, and Expo Crypto, Expo Auth Session, all these are per dependencies that Clerk needs. So let's go ahead and hit enter. Okay, so that is installed. Next, I want to install the dependencies for AppWrite. So I'm going to paste this in here. Like I said before, they recently dropped this React Native AppWrite SDK that we can install. And then a per dependency for that, it's going to be React Native URL polyfill. So we need that as well. And finally, I'm going to be using Legend List. Legend List, in case you didn't know, it's a highly performant list that we can use with React Native projects. So let's go ahead and install this as well. It's similar to Flat List. And by the way, I just remember, guys, that I need to install, actually, I'm going to say bun add again. I'm going to be using the AppWrite version 0.7.0 since actually I was having some issues on the latest version. So let's go ahead and install this to be sure. And if I go to the package JSON, let's search for AppWrite just to make sure that we are using this version. So those are the dependencies that we need. Now we actually need to configure and create these applications on their respective platforms like Clerk and AppWrite. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's start with Clerk. So I'm going to go to my dashboard and here I have the demo that I was showing you guys. This is the modern chat application. As you can see, I'm on the free tier, which is totally okay for development. And now I'm going to select this new project chat app. So if you don't have one, just go ahead and create a new application and just give it a name and you should be redirected to this screen. This is all we need so far. Now, the next thing that I'll do is just go to the configure tab and I'm going to enable a couple things in here. First of all, I'm going to enable the email address. And this is because we need to have at least one contact information so that we are able to enable passkeys, which is the next thing that I want to enable here. And this is a good thing. Premium features are free to enable in development instances, which is perfect for this video. So let's go ahead and close this. I'm going to keep scrolling down and I'm going to disable this email verification code. We are not going to be using that. And that's basically all we need, just the email address and the passkeys. So I'm going to hit save. Another super important thing that we need to do with Clerk is that on the left, we have this native applications tab or section. that we have to enable since we're going to be using a native application, right? iOS and Android. So let's go ahead and hit save. The next thing that I want to do here is actually add my application. So let's go ahead and press on add iOS. Now this is going to ask me for my team ID. So you can get your team ID in the Apple developer account. And so we need to provide that in here. And then we also need to provide the bundle identifier for iOS. So if I go to my project, I'm just going to pre-build my application. So I'm going to say npx expo pre-build and hit enter. And this is going to generate the native folders for my application. As you can see on the left, we now can see the iOS and Android folder. So I'm going to just, make this smaller and then select the app.json file. And this is actually going to add as well the bundle identifier of my application. You can actually change this before you pre-build, but right now I'm going to use the default that we have in here. Notice that this is as well the package for my Android application. So let's go to the right, and I'm going to paste my bundle identifier here and add my application. And that's basically all we need to do here. Notice that Clerk actually provide a hosted URL and as well a frontend API. We're going to need that to integrate passkeys in a moment. Now, if you want to follow along with Android, you can also add an Android application in here. But in this case, you're going to need a SHA certificate, and you can grab that actually from Expo Application Services in case you use them. But for this video, I'm going to be, sticking just to the iOS right now because I don't want to make this super complicated. So this is how it looks. And this is basically all the configuration that we need to have passkeys working. Now, I'm going to go to the SSO connections. And as you notice, by default, Google is already enabled. So there's nothing else that we can do here for development. But actually, once you're ready to go to production, you need to select this Google and actually use your custom credentials. The only thing that you need to do is just go out to Google Cloud, create a new application, and then enable OAuth. And that is going to give you a client and secret ID that you need to paste in here. And that's basically it. You can also tweak the scopes, which means it's the information that you're going to get from the users that are signing in with Google. Okay, but for test mode, we don't need to do any of those things. Just leave it like this and you should be good to go. For production, guys, as well, it's important to notice that your scheme, this one right here, needs to be added in the allowed list of SSO. So you can just add it like this and press on add. And yeah, of course, this is going to actually give me an error because you need to provide a path after this. So I'm going to say auth, for example. So this is not going to take any effect right now because we're using dep. But yeah, you can just add this in here to add your application in the allow list. Finally, guys, I'm going to go to my app keys down here and you can, change this to be Expo. This is going to give you the Expo publishable key for this project. So let's go ahead and copy this. And let's go to our project and I'm going to create a new file. And this file is going to be named .env.local. Okay. And this file, but by default, is going to be ignored so that we don't send it to GitHub. And let's go ahead and paste the Clerk publishable key. Okay, so once we copy that value, we can go back and I'm going to scroll down and select again native applications. We're actually going to need as well, guys, this front-end API. So let's go ahead and copy this value and let's go back to our project. This is needed for the passkeys integration. So in my app.json, I'm going to go after this bundle identifier and then we can also type associated domains and we have this option in here, as you can see, and we need to associate Clerk for the associated domain so that the user can sign in with the passkey. So I'm going to type app links, as you notice in here, cursor is giving me this, and then we also need to have a web credentials field. So we have these two, right? And we just need to go here and copy this front-end API, come here and paste it in both of these values in here. So this is how it looks. This are my associated domains. We only need to have app links and web credentials and set that to the domain from Clerk. Something very important, guys, is that passkeys were introduced in iOS 16. And at the moment, the minimum iOS target is 15. So we need to tell our application that at least the user needs to have the iOS 16, right? That's why we installed Expo build properties. So in here, I'm going to wrap this into brackets and then we can specify some options for this plugin. So I'm going to paste this in here and hit save. And this is how it looks. So it's just, um, specifying that the deployment target for iOS has to be at least 16. This is going to ensure that passkeys are going to work. Okay, and this is all the configuration that we need, guys, for Clerk. Now we can go ahead and start implementing the authentication flow. So let's go ahead and do that before we actually start integrating AppWrite. So I'm going to close this and let's go ahead and build our application. So I'm going to say npx expo prebuild again and hit enter. And then I'm going to run this on iOS by saying npx expo run iOS. This is going to create a development build with the native code necessary, and it's going to install it on my simulator on the right. Okay, guys, so let's go ahead and start integrating the authentication flow in our application. But before I do that, the first thing that I want to do is just open my gitignore and add the iOS and Android folder. Since we're using continuous native generation or prebuild from Expo, we don't need to track these folders, native folders, since we are generating these folders every time that we run prebuild. So there's no need to track them. Okay, so now the development build is ready. And this is actually installing it on the iPhone SE, which I don't really want to. I just close that one and I'm going to run this command again so that the application gets installed on this simulator. Now, this should be actually a bit faster now. So let's wait a little bit. And now I have added, that to my gitignore. So the next thing that I want to do is actually create a couple of segments for navigation. First of all, it's going to be one for authenticated users and the other one is going to be for users that are not authenticated. So a good pattern for that is to create an auth folder like this, and then let's create a new one for the app itself. And instead of calling it app, actually I'm going to call it, chat. This is going to be for authenticated users, right? Okay, and the app is ready, so let's open it and everything is working fine. Awesome. So I'm going to close the terminal for now and let's go to the layout. So far, we only have a stack, super simple stuff, and one screen, right? Which is the index. So what I'll do now is actually just grab this index and put it inside the auth and move it and then copy by pressing Command C and then go to the chat and say Command V. Now I have an index file, which is an entry point for each segment. And my entry point of the application, which is this stack right here, I'm going to switch it to be a slot. A slot basically is like a placeholder for the navigation while we determine if we should take the user to the authentication or the chat segment. Slots coming from Expo Router, as you can see here. Okay, and if I reload the application, as you can see, now it's just a black screen, right? So what I'll do now is actually just copy this layout and paste it inside of these segments, right? It's the same thing. But inside of this auth, instead of having this slot, in this case, I want to have a stack, right? So, which is what we had before. So let's go ahead and remove this in here. And I want to define my index screen. So I'm going to have only one screen. So let's define the index in here. So I'm going to say index and hit save. And now suddenly we are taken to the index, right? So this is how it looks. This is the index, and we can actually change the title to be auth, for example. And now we notice that we are going to this specific segment. Now we should do the same for the chat. So I'm going to just import this and define this index as my only screen. And in this case, it's going to be chat. And if I refresh the application, we're taken to the auth, since it's the first segment that this layout is detecting, right? So basically right now, what we need to do is just validate that we actually want to show this layout only if the user is not authenticated. So let's start by integrating Cleric. So the first thing to integrate Cleric is going to be wrap this into the Cleric provider. I want to say Cleric provider, and let's import this from Cleric Expo. Now Cleric provider is going to take a couple of variables like the publishable key, something called token cache, experimental passkeys. We're going to be using those, right? So passkeys actually can come from Cleric Expo passkeys. So let's import passkeys from here and put them in here. And that's all we need to do. Now from my end.local, I can grab my Cleric publishable key. So let's say that const publishable key, it's going to be equal to the process.end, and then we're grabbing the clerk publishable key. Okay. Now it's a good idea to validate if this is not set. Then I want to, just throw an error so that we let the developer know that we are missing the environment variable for the publishable key. Now this is actually going to ensure that if we pass this if statement, then this value is going to be set. Now for the token cache, this is actually going to take like a helper function that is going to be saving the session of the user using Expo Secure Store. Now Expo Secure Store is only available for iOS and Android, meaning that it's not going to work for web. So we need to make some validations to prevent our web application from crashing, right? So on my root folder, I'm going to create a new file, and this is going to be a folder called utils. And inside these utils, I'm going to create this cache.ts file. And then I'm going to paste this helper method that actually I just copy paste from the clerk documentation. And what I'm doing here is just importing token cache from clerk expo cache, okay? And then we're importing as well platform from React Native. And like I said before, this is just using Expo Secure Store to store the user session. And this is just exporting an object that contains two methods, one for saving the token and one from getting the token so that we can, restore the session of the user. So this is how it looks. It's using Secure Store, as you can see here. It's passing a key, and that's basically it. Now we have an important validation down here. We actually just want to export this for platforms that are not web, since I just said before that this is only available for native. So with this validation, we can ensure that we are exporting just undefined for web. And that's it. So let's go ahead and hit save, close this cache, and then we can just say token cache and import this from these utilities. And that's all we need. Okay, and we have a little warning. And this is because clerk was initialized or loaded with development keys. And they are, just showing a warning for that. And that's why we're seeing this in here. So we can close it. There is another provider from clerk. It's called clerk loaded that we can bring from Expo. And I'm going to wrap this in here. And this is going to ensure that clerk has been initialized correctly. Otherwise, it's not going to render anything inside of it. So right now, because I'm using this clerk loaded and reloading my application, I can be sure that clerk was loaded correctly. Now, if you see a blank screen or something, it means that you might need to go back to the configuration in clerk dashboard and enable this native API, right? So make sure that you have this enabled before you integrate this in your code. My application, it's dark mode, right? So I'm not sure why I'm seeing this white screen. Let's go ahead and import the theme provider from React Navigation Native. And I'm going to set this to be always dark. So the value can be dark theme. And this dark theme can be imported directly from React Navigation Native. So if I hit save now, you notice that now my theme is dark and it's always going to be dark. If you want, you can validate this based on the color scheme, but so far our design it's using dark mode. And that's all we need for the entry point of our application, guys. So we can now safely close this and let's start working inside the auth segment, because this is the segment that we are being redirected right now. So in my root layout, what I want to do is just check if the user is actually signed in. And we can use this very handy hook from Clerk Expo that is going to help me, it's just going to return this Boolean and let me know if the user is authenticated or not. So we can say if the user is signed in, then redirected to the chat section, right? Or the chat segment that we have in there. So I can, say here, chat. So basically, if the user is signed in, then we don't want to render the login screen. Instead, we want to take them to the chat screen. So let's go ahead and hit save. And I actually like to do this, guys, which is copy this and go to the chat and paste this in here. And I want to have the same validation, but the negation, right? Which is if the user is actually not signed in, then we want to redirect them to the auth. This is going to prevent weird things, and it's actually good because this ensures that if the user is not authenticated and somehow this segment got loaded, we are going to hit this if statement and we're going to return the user to the auth section. Now we have a little, little thing that our text, it's always black. So we're going to be using text white across our application. So it's a good idea to actually create a components folder. So let's go to the root folder in here, and I'm going to create a new file called components. And inside components, let's go ahead and create a text.tsx with uppercase in here. So let's hit save. And now we have this component. And this is going to export just a default text, but with white text, right? So I'm going to, just export this super simple text component. And a cool thing about this is that I'm actually extending this so that this text can support passing properties like style and other props, which are, at the end of the day, text props. And this is, why we are extending this interface that we're passing in here. And yeah, this is basically how it looks, this custom text that it's always going to have this color white. So let's go ahead and hit save. And now what I can do is just use this text instead of using the default text from React Native. So in here, I'm going to import this from my components and hit save. And now you can see my text on the right, and we can do the same for the chat. Okay, let's hit save and boom. All right, so let's actually get to work and authenticate the user and work a little bit on the UI for the authentication. So the first thing that I want to do is actually set some options in here. And I'm going to say that I don't want to show the header. Yeah, that's it. Let's close this and let's go to the index. Now, the first thing that I want to do here is actually work a little bit on my UI. I'm going to be using a save area view from React Native. And hit save. I'm going to delete these styles, just leave a flex. And in here, I actually going to need my logo. So in the assets, images, I can just drag and drop my logo. But you can grab this from the Figma. So what I did here is just went to the Figma, grab this icon and export it, and then you can use it, right? So in here, what I'm going to do is just drag and drop this icon in here. And this is my logo. So I'm going to be using this. Let's close this. So I'm going to create a view and let's put this in here. I'm going to import this from React Native and let's call this modern chat app. Okay, hit save. Let's bring the icon. I'm going to import image from React Native. Let's bring the logo and give it a style. So if I hit save, this is how it looks. Now I'm going to, provide a style for this text. I want to say font size of 32 and font weight bold. Oops, this should be bold. Hit save. Awesome. And then I can just have a simple text that is going to say, yeah, the best chat app in the world. That's good. Now for this kind of wrapper view for this section, I'm going to add a style with a gap of 20 and align items to the center. And that's how it looks. Super simple stuff. Now I'm going to be using a button that is white for my entire application. So let's go to the components and create a new button.tsx component. And this is going to just re-export a simple pressable, as you can see here. And this pressable is going to take as well a style so that we can extend the style. And it's going to take a children, which is what we want to render. Now there's a quick, there's a simple validation here that is just checking if the type of the children is a string. It means that we need to render this in a text component. Otherwise, it means that we might have a view inside this button or inside this pressable stuff, right? So we're going to just render the children in that case. That's why we have this, validation. Now we also, support passing styles and extending the styles for this button and extra properties that a pressable can get. So this is the super simple button. And then once we have this, I can just close it and come here and use this button. So I'm going to import my button and let's say test. Now in this case, the children is text, as you notice here, which means it's going to render a text. So if I hit save, this is how it looks. Of course, the button has this super simple style, which is background color white, padding, border, width 100%. That's all it has. Okay, cool. So this is my button. Of course, right now I'm passing just a, string, and I can say, sign in with passkeys, and then I can create a button for continue with Google. So let's say continue with Google. Hit save. Now for the continue with Google, actually, I also have an icon in here that you can, take from the source code. And this Google icon, it's a super simple icon that we can put inside this Google button. So let's do that. Now in this case, instead of having a string, I want to have a view. So let's go ahead and remove this. And I'm going to add this as follows. It's going to be an image and a text. So if I hit save now, as you notice, we can now see the icon and the sign in with Google with the extra style that I added in here. Now I'm going to add an extra style for this button in here, which is going to be a flex direction row, gap, align item center, and of course you cannot forget the justify content center. All right, this is how it looks. Now at the end, I'm going to just add a margin bottom of 20. Let's add a margin bottom as well for this one. So let's say style, margin bottom of 20. I want to add, space at the top and also at the bottom. And a cool thing to weigh this is actually using kind of like a spacer view. So I'm going to create a simple self-closing view in here, and I'm going to add a style and give it a flex of 1 and hit save. So notice what happened, and I can add a background color here, red, for example. This is basically pushing the extra view because I'm using a flex of 1. And a cool thing about this is that we don't need to say 1. We can simply say 0.1. Just calculate a little bit how much we want to take, right? But actually it's not here. It's in here, 0.1. And this is a good space that I think it's good to take. Now this is actually going to change depending on other screens, right? This is why it looks good on an iPhone SE, which has a smaller screen. And boom, this is my spacer. And then I can copy this and go to the bottom and paste another spacer in here. Actually not here, but after this view. So after this view, I can paste another spacer, hit save. Okay, that looks good. And then finally, actually, I want to wrap everything into this view. So let's go all the way down and paste this in here, hit save. Now this view basically is just adding a padding of 16. Okay, and then, just aligning items to the center. Finally, I have this spacer. But for this one, actually, instead of having 0.1, you can play around with these values. I'm going to set this to be 1, which basically is going to push things above and below. So if I give it a background color red so that we can see where this view is at. Yeah, it doesn't have a width, but if I give it a width, you can see that this is basically pushing up and down. And we have this, desired view, which is basically putting the buttons at the bottom and the header and icon at the top. And this is going to shrink depending on the size of the screen. And yeah, this is our beautiful UI. Now we can actually go ahead and implement the business logic. So we're going to be using Google Sign In, right? And for that, we're going to be using the web view to authenticate the user so that the user can select the account. So I'm going to say web browser dot maybe complete auth session. And this is a method that we should invoke in the screen that is going to perform the authentication. This is going to help as well return the response of the authentication, and Clerk is going to manage that, but we need to add this line in here and then import web browser as well. Now to use Google Sign In with Clerk, we can say use SSO from Clerk. And this hook, I'm importing it from, Clerk Expo, as you can see here. And this hook comes with a method called start SSO flow. Now it's a good idea to have a really good error handling when you are dealing with authentication so that users know what's wrong in case of an error. So let's go ahead and create errors, set errors. And this is going to be of type actually, okay, let's go ahead and import use state. And this is going to be of type Clerk API error. And as you notice, we can get an array of these errors. So we can fully type them in like this and then display them. Okay, so let's go ahead and create two functions in here. One is going to be handle sign in with Google, and the other one is going to be handle sign in with passkey. Cool, super simple stuff. Next, in the buttons, for example, this one should have the handle sign in with Google, and the other one should have the handle sign in with passkey. Perfect. So the user first needs to create an account with Google in this case, and then they should be able to create passkeys, right? So let's go ahead and implement this function. Let's, create a try catch. For the error, we can say if, and then we can use this is clerk API response error from Expo, and then pass the error. If this is true, then we can set the errors, knowing that they are going to be of type clerk error, right? So I can say error.errors like this. Otherwise, we can just, throw the error or put in the console, or you can also set the error as unknown and let the user know that, we don't know what happened, something went wrong. And by the way, we actually need to display these errors in case there are some errors. So after the best chat application, I'm going to say errors dot map for each error, and let's render a text with the error message. And let's, of course, add the classic style with the color red, right? Cool. So right now we don't have any errors. That's why we don't see anything. So this is pretty cool error handling. Now let's use this start. So I'm going to say await start SSL flow. And this is actually going to return the created session ID, the set active function. Okay, and these are the two that we need. And then of course, this takes some, properties. For example, the strategy, it's going to be Google auth. And let me just delete this. And as well, a redirect URI. So I'm going to import all as auth session from Expo auth session. And Expo auth session has a really cool method called make redirect URI. And this is going to make the redirect URI based on the platform. This is going to work on web, iOS, and Android, like I said before. And yeah, so this is going to use the scheme for native, which means after the user signs in the browser, we are going to redirect back to the application, and then clerk is going to grab the user info and the result, and based on that, we can authenticate the user. So after this, I can say if created session ID, then we can set the user as active. So I'm going to say set active, and then we can pass the session, which is the created session ID. Now I have a little warning here, which is telling me that this set active is possibly undefined, and we can add, this exclamation point in here that is going to prevent this warning. Okay, so if we have a session, then we're going to set it as active, which is going to basically authenticate the user. And I'm going to add an else, which means there is no session, and you can handle this accordingly. And that's actually all we need, guys. We can actually now authenticate the user with Google. So let's go ahead and press sign in with Google. This is going to ask me, so I'm going to continue. And now I can see the clerk sign in page, and I can choose my account. But before I do that, I want to implement as well the sign in with passkeys. So for the sign in with passkeys, we can actually have a very similar try catch. So let's copy this in here, and then let's put this try, okay? So that if we have as well an error, we can display them. So I'm going to use a use sign in hook, and this is coming from Clerk Expo as well. And in here we have set active, and then we also have this sign in. We also have the is loaded. So in here we can say const sign in attempt equal to sign in authenticate with passkey. All right, this is going to take some options, and we need to set this to be flow discoverable. And that's it, super easy. Now then we can validate the sign in attempt. So we can say if the status is equal to complete, then we can say await set active passing the session from the sign in attempt dot create a session ID. Now this is going to complain again because this could be undefined. So I'm going to add this exclamation point. Otherwise, it means that something went wrong. So you should handle this accordingly. You can actually do a couple of things, like check if the user actually has, a passkey and things like that. So I'm just going to leave this empty for now. And that's actually all we need to authenticate a user. So Clerk is going to handle everything under the hood. It's going to check if we already have a passkey registered for this application, and it's going to use it. And that's it. So now we can actually try and sign in, guys, with Google. So I'm going to say sign in with Google, continue, select my account, and continue. And it worked. We have this little unknown client. I'm not sure why we're seeing this. I'm going to reload the application to make sure that the session is being restored successfully, and it is. If I reload, you can see that we are in the chat screen, which is super cool. And from here, we can actually just add a sign out button, right? So now we can safely close this and this. And now we can start working on the chat section. Okay, so for my chat, guys, I want to create a new file for my profile screen. So let's create this profile.tsx. Let's export default function profile, and let's import this from React Native. Okay, with my text, cool. Then let's go to the layout of the chat, of course, and I'm going to add this profile in here. And as well, in the index, I'm going to add some options, like for example, header title equal to chat rooms. I'm going to set this header large title to be true. Hit save, that looks better. And then let's add a header left component. So this is going to look something like this. So for the header left, I'm going to have a link from Export Router that is going to take me to the profile screen. So let's add the profile screen, and then inside I'm going to add an image from React Native, and let's pass the profile picture. So I'm gonna need to have the user, right? And we can grab the user from Clerk using this use user. Cool. So now in here, I can say source equal to URI image URL, sorry, and hit save. So yeah, cool. Now I can see my picture, and if I press, this is going to take me to the profile screen. Awesome, that is amazing. And now, of course, I can change the presentation. If I want to present this, for example, as modal, I can say presentation equal to modal and hit save. And now if I press this, the presentation is modal, which looks amazing. All right, now for the header right, we want to have as well a, yeah, I'm not going to need these props, so I'm going to delete them. But yeah, so in this case, I actually want to have an image or an icon, and I want to take the user to a new room screen, and we don't have this yet. So let's go ahead and create this new room.tsx. And let's, try to export a simple new room screen. Let's import this from our components, hit save, super simple stuff. Let's add this screen down here. Okay, so let's hit save. Now, of course, this is not rendering anything. The reason for that is because I actually want to use some icons from the previous application, from the app example. We had these components, and inside UI, we have this icon symbol for iOS and icon symbol for other platforms. So I'm going to just copy these two files and then go to my components in here and paste this in here. And that's it. So then I can, come here and say that I want to render an icon symbol, and make sure that you are bringing this from the components folder. And then we just need to pass the name of this symbol, and I want to use the plus. So let's hit save. And as you notice, now I have this plus. Cool. Now this is yelling at me because I'm not specifying the color property that we have in here. And I'm going to just set this to be optional. And then I can initialize this to be, let me ask for the apple blue color. And this is going to be the default color if we don't specify it, which should be okay. Now we have another little warning here, but I'm going to just leave that as it is. So far, this is going to get rid of this warning. And now we can navigate to the new room, which is excellent. Now that we are in here, I'm going to change the title of the new room. So I'm gonna say header title equal to new chat room. I also want to have like a header left option. So I'm gonna say header left, and this is going to be as well a simple link from Expo. And this is going to go back to the previous screen, which is the home. Let's add an icon symbol with the chevron left. But in this case, it's dot left actually. Okay, cool. So now if I press this button, it's taking me to the previous screen. But as you notice, we have this weird presentation. And the way we fix that is by telling Expo Router link that I want to dismiss to this screen. Okay, and actually I think it would be cool if we put this in here first. All right, so now if I press this button, it's going to take me back and it looks amazing, right? Yeah, and we could add something similar for the settings profile. So we can simply copy this and paste it in here. Now for this one, the name is going to be profile. And we are missing a comma in here. So if I add this comma here and hit save, this should work. Now if I press this button, it's going to take me back. Okay, so this is working amazingly. Now that we're working in this layout, guys, which is, all the screens that we're going to be defining, I want to go ahead and create as well a new chat screen that is going to look like this. And I'm using brackets because this is going to be a dynamic route, meaning that the content of this page is going to change depending on the chat ID. And we can define dynamic routes using the brackets, okay? Okay, so now let's just export default a super simple view, and we can come back to fix this later. So this is one. And then I want to create as well a screen for the settings of each specific chat. So for that, I'm going to create a new folder called settings. And then inside this folder, I'm going to create a new file called chat as well. This is going to be a dynamic route as well. And as you notice, it has the same name. I think this is actually meaningful because it's going to be settings of the specific chat that the user is navigating to, right? So now let's export as well a super simple view. Let's import this from React Native and our components, hit save. And now let's close this for now. We are not going to be doing much in here right now, but we need to actually add these screens to our layout so that we can define other properties. Yeah, and actually ChatGPT is wrong. The name of this is chat. And for this, it's going to be settings / chat. So this is correct. Now for the chat, actually, I don't want to set any title. So I'm going to leave an empty string. And for the settings, I'm going to say room settings. One more thing for the settings chat, I'm going to present this as modal. And that's basically all the configuration that I want to have in here. You can, of course, extend this and tweak it as you want to. But yeah, so let's go ahead and restart the server just to make sure that Expo Router is, loading everything correctly. So I'm going to say npx expo start. Now, remember that we're using a development build. So let's switch from Expo Go to a development build by pressing S. So if I press S, now I'm using a development build. And if I reload the application, I don't see any warnings about Expo Router and everything looks fine. So it means that it's working. Now, before we actually start integrating AppWrite, I want to kind of model the data for our chat application. So let's go ahead and close everything. And I'm going to go to my utilities. And inside these utilities, I'm going to create a new types.ts file. And this is where I'm going to define some interfaces for the types of my application. So let's start by thinking a little bit what's happening in this application. We have multiple chat rooms. We have multiple users on each chat room, and each chat room has messages, right? So I'm going to start by defining a chat room interface. And of course, feel free to extend this. So my chat room is going to have an ID, a title, description, and I had this is private, but I think I'm going to get rid of this. and just create an ad and update an ad. So this is super simple stuff. Now, the next one, of course, is going to be the message that is going to be inside of this chat room, right? So the messages are going to actually look like this. And I'm adding this, dollar sign. And the reason for that is because Upright actually comes with this dollar sign. And I wanted to just go ahead and tell you guys that we're going to need to have those in here. But you can actually change this if you really want to. But let's just go ahead and keep this as it's going to come from the database. So from a message, we're going to have an ID, when this message was created, updated, the collection ID that belongs to this message, database ID, permissions, and these are fields from Upright, and I add them in here. And you're going to see how this comes in a moment, but actually we don't need to define this when we are creating a new message. This is going to be added by default by Upright. So I just want to fully type this in here. And then we also have content sender ID, which is actually the types or the fields that I defined. Content, which is, the actual message, the sender ID, who sent the message, and it's the ID from clerk, and then the sender name, photo, so that we can display the photo of the user in the message, and as well which chat room this message belongs to. So that's how it looks. If you want, you can kind of ignore this for now. It's actually going to come later, but yeah. So after this, I want to define a user, and this is a simple user that I want to keep track of in my application. You can actually also use the user from clerk if you want to. But just to keep things simple, my user is going to just have a full name, an email, and an image, and that's it. And then I can just export these types like this. Okay, so this is basically all kind of like the models that we're going to be using for our application. And then, for example, we could have like a dummy data. So I'm going to say test data.ts. And just to start playing around with the UI, I'm going to just import my chat room and then get rid of this. It's private. I'm not going to be using them. And just define a couple of chat rooms, and that's it. So let's go ahead and try to display these items in our index screen. So let's go to the chat, and in here let's bring this dummy data chat rooms. So I'm going to be using a flat list from React Native. So super simple stuff so far. We also have legend list, but I actually want to use legend list only for the chat room. We can actually use it in here as well, but so far I want to keep things super simple with a flat list, right? So let's go ahead and replace this entire view for a flat list. Now, of course, this is going to take some data. Let's pass the chat rooms. It's going to take a render item. So let's try to follow along with ChatGPT here. And this is, just adding a link that is navigating to the chat. And then actually, I don't really like how this is navigating. I prefer to pass an object and then specifies the path name, which is going to be the chat, right? Like this. And then the parameters that I want to pass for this. And because this is fully typed, this is actually going to give me autocomplete for the field that I need to pass. And the chat is going to be the item.id. Okay, so this is how it looks. Now, if I hit save, as you notice, now I'm not able to see anything. And if I reload, I don't see anything still. So the reason for that is because the content is behind the header. So to prevent that, we can add a new field in here. And this property is called content inset adjustment behavior. And I can set this to be automatic. And this is a super amazing property that I love about flat list, that is going to just resize this flat list so that it's inside of the view of the user. And now, as you can see on the right, we can see the chats. Amazing. So let's provide the key extractor ID. So this is basically like providing the key for each value. So I'm going to be using the item ID for that. We also want refresh controls, right? So we can actually use this refresh control from React Native. And this is going to take refreshing and on refresh function. So for now, we are setting this to false. As you can see, nothing super complicated so far. But actually, we can actually go ahead and, create this is refreshing using use state from React. And let me put this at the top. Cool, so that's how it looks. Now let's create this function, super simple so far, and then we can map this in here. All right, now if I go to the right, you can see that if I scroll down, we can see this super nice refresh control. Now, after this, I'm going to add a content container style, which is going to be actually super simple, just a padding of 16 and a gap of 16. This is going to give a super nice spacing between the items. And then finally, we can actually work on rendering the item. So this is good. I want to have this link, but instead of having this, I'm going to have a view. I'm going to use an icon symbol from my components, and the name is going to be chevron. Let's see, right. Okay, so let's hit save. Okay, so this is going to be on the right of the screen. Now, before I add a color for this symbol, I actually want to create a new, colors file. So let's create this file in here. These are, some colors that I'm going to be using across the application list. So it's a good idea to kind of abstract them in here. So this gray, I'm going to be using them in here. So let me just go ahead and say color, and let me use my gray color. So let's hit save. And now I have this nice color. Cool. Now for my title in here, I actually want to kind of abstract this a little bit. So I'm going to create a component down here that is going to get the title. And that's basically all it's going to take. I'm going to remove this in here just to try to keep things separate. It's just a simple view with this style. And then I'm going to be using this for the item title and description component, which is going to take the title, description, and let me remove this. It's private. I'm not going to be using it. And then in here, instead of having this hard-coded color, I can say gray. Okay, so this is just simple small views abstracted. And then I can just use this component and use it in here. Then I can pass the properties that it needs. So if I hit save, this is how it looks on the right. So super simple stuff, just title and description, that's it. Now I'm going to add a style to this view. Basically a little bit of separation, setting the width to be 100%, border radius of 16. Then I want to align items center with the flex direction row. And I'm giving this background color, which is kind of like the secondary. Let me see if I have this in my colors, which is the 26. Yes, it is the secondary. So it's a good idea to replace this to be secondary and hit save. And this is how it looks. So these are my chats, and we have this really nice transition because we're using the large title. And if I press on this item, we have this nice validation, which is actually sending the chat ID to the screen when we navigate, which means in the chat.tsx, we can get these parameters using use local search params hook from export router. And then we can, display this ID. And actually it's a good idea so that we don't get confused to rename this to be, because I know that this is the chat ID, so we can rename it to be chat ID. So if I hit save and then navigate, you can see that we get the number 1. And then for the chat room ID 2, should we get the 2. Okay, and that's it. So this is how we can display our chat rooms in here using dummy data. And I think, guys, at this point, we are ready to start integrating AppWrite and start working with a real database, real-time stuff. And yeah, so let's go ahead and do that. Alrighty, guys, so now we are ready to start integrating AppWrite. By the way, I just want to talk a little bit about AppWrite in case you are not familiar. They provide a really nice backend that you can set up effortlessly. And it's actually an open source platform, which is super cool. And they provide many services like authentication, databases, functions, storage, messaging, and other things. They also have many frameworks, APIs in case you want to integrate with them through your backend. So there's a lot of cool stuff in here. And today we're going to be using just the database, which is also cool that you can just use one thing if you want to, which is super nice, right? They are not making you like use everything. You can just use one thing, which is super cool. So just go ahead and create your account and then let's just go to the console. So as you notice, I already have here the chat app, which is the demo that I was showing you. And I want to show you guys how this looks like. I'm going to select my chat app, and this is super nice as well that we are able to see like the usage of my application. I can see that I have 1.5K requests, and you can learn more about your usage in here. So right now I'm just using the database. I can see that I have 106 documents, which is super cool. And yeah, basically that's it. You can also manage authentication and other things in case you are interested. If you want to, support images in the chat, you can use storage, right? So let's go ahead and create a new one for our application. I'm going to call this one chat video and press on next. Now, at the moment, we only have Frankfurt, but actually the team at AppWrite told me that these new locations are going to be available pretty soon. So maybe at the time that you are watching this video, they are already available. Okay, so next let's hit on create. And after a moment, our chat video project is ready. And now we have this ID, right? So we are actually going to need this in a moment. But just a couple things to notice here is that you can integrate this with any platform that you're using. So in this case, we're using React Native. So let's go ahead and select React Native. And now this is going to ask us the name of our application. So I'm going to call this one chat video and then the package name. So if you remember, you can grab this from the app.json. Let's search for bundle identifier. And this is going to be the same for Android and iOS. So let's copy this value and paste it in here. So this is going to, add some extra protection and just associate our application with this specific service. So let's press on next. And by the way, I forgot to mention that for iOS, it's going to be the same thing, right? So for Android is the package, and then bundle ID is going to be the same for iOS. So let's press next. Now they are guiding us to install AppWrite and the URL polyfill, but we already did that, so we don't really need to do that anymore. So I'm going to press next. And then, some instructions on how to initialize the SDK. So I'm going to press next and then just go to the dashboard. Basically, that's all we need to do. Now I want to spend a little more time in here because we're going to be using a database. Let's go ahead and select databases here and let's create a new database. So this is going to be my chat rooms database, right? Or chat video database, and that's it. So let's create this. And by the way, this is all available on the free tier. You don't have to pay anything, which is super cool. Now let's create collections, right? I'm going to create a new collection, and collection, guys, is actually going to be, just kind of transferring the types that we defined already here. So let's go ahead and do that. First of all, let's start with, I think the message, it's the one that is important in this case. So let's start with the message. So I'm going to call this collection messages and press on create. And now I can see it on the left. So before I continue, I want to create a new collection. So let's press this button here. And the next one is going to be chat rooms. So just like that, I'm going to say chat rooms and press create. Boom, I have my two collections. Now I can actually start adding data here directly, which is super nice. And this is good, I think, at least to create one or two records to model the data and add all the fields that your application is going to need. So yeah, let's start with the chat rooms. I have selected this one. So the first thing that I want to do is just go to the settings of this specific collection, make sure that this is enabled, and scroll down, and we need to add permissions. So this is very important. You can choose who can access this collection. So in this case, I'm just going to press any, and I want to allow users to create chat rooms and read chat rooms. And at the moment, I'm not going to have an update feature. So I'm going to just leave this blank and then enable delete, and that's it. So I'm going to update this in here. You can learn more about the document security in here, but basically this is all we need so far. Then let's go to the messages and let's do the same. Just scroll down, and for the messages, let's press any. I want users to create, read. I'm not going to be adding update and delete right now, so we can just have create and read and press update, and that should do it. So let's go back to the chat room. And before we can actually start adding documents, we need to create attributes, which are the fields that this chat room or each chat room is going to have. So let's go ahead and press create attribute. I'm going to select string, and I'm going to put this side by side so that we all understand what's going on here. First of all, each entry that we create for this collection is going to have a document ID. So we don't need to create an ID. Instead, what I can do is just add my title and description. So the size for the title, we actually need to provide a max size for the title. So I want to, allow super large titles. So I'm going to have a 200, and we can also set a default value, but I don't want to set this. So I'm going to select null. And then of course we can mark this as required, which is actually very important. We cannot create a chat room without a title, right? So let's go ahead and press create. And now we have an attribute. And if I go to the attributes tab, you can see that I have my title in here. All right, so let's continue. The next one is going to be a string as well. And it's going to be a description. So for the description, we can go wild with 500 if we want to. And we can also add a default. So we can say default value or default description, and description is not required. So yeah, let's go ahead and press create. Now the created at and updated at is going to be added by default by AppWrite, so I don't need to create those values. Okay, cool. So now let's go back, select the messages, and let's do the same. Let's create a new attribute. This is going to be the content of my messages, and the size, for a message, I don't know, maybe what, like 1,000 top? We can do that as well, and AppWrite can handle it. Of course, this is required. You cannot create a message without a content. So let's mark this as required and create. All right, let's create a new one. This is going to be a sender ID. So for the sender ID, I'm going to set this to 200 just to make sure that all the characters of the ID can fit in there. And this is required as well. Let's create. Now, because I'm including the sender ID, I can also include more information about the user. And actually, we can even forget about the user in here and just use the information inside the message. I think this is going to simplify our application. So I'm going to say sender name as well. For the name, I don't know, let's say 100. I don't think anyone is going to have more than 100 characters in their name. And this is going to be required as well. Or actually, it could be that someone does not have a name, right? So let's go ahead and update this and set this as can be null. So let's update it. Okay, let's create a new one. This is going to be the sender photo type string, and I'm going to set this to, I don't know, 500 just to make sure. This can be null as well, so let's create it. And finally, I'm going to create a chat room ID. So this is the chat room ID that this message is going to be associated, right? So let's use, I don't know, 200, for example, can be null as well. Actually, no, this is actually required. Let's create. Okay, and this is how it looks, guys. Now we can actually start inserting some documents. So let's go ahead and select our chat rooms, and I'm going to create a new document. So let's create like the dummy data that we had in here. So we have the chat room 1. So let's just copy this in here. This is the title. Description, I'm going to leave it null because it can be null. Let's press next. So the security is disabled. That's fine for now. Let's go ahead and create this item in here. And let's go ahead and create the next one. So this is going to be chat 2. And for this one, we can provide a description like subscribe to Code with Veto. And even we can add some emojis in here and press next and create. Boom. So now we should be able to actually fetch these chat rooms, guys. So let's go back to the code. Now we should be able to fetch this. Let me just bring this to the left a little bit. And I want to show you, we already have the AppWrite SDK installed and as well this pair dependency. So that's basically all we need. Now, the next thing that we need to do is create a configuration or initialize this project in here. So inside my utilities folder, you can add this anywhere. I'm going to create an appwrite.ts file. All right, and this is going to be like the configuration and initialization for the AppWrite project for this application. So this file is going to contain the configuration for AppWrite. Now, before I add some things in here, I want to add some variables in here that I don't want to commit, right? So first of all, it's going to be my AppWrite app ID. And that's basically all I want to add in here. So my app ID, you can find it in here. So if I go back to my application, this is actually my app ID. So I'm going to copy this from my chat video. And then I'm going to, just paste it in here. By the way, you can do this with all the values that we're going to use in a moment, guys. So make sure that you don't commit these to GitHub. Now I'm going to go back to my databases and then we can start implementing AppWrite. So I'm going to import from AppWrite and then I'm going to use client and databases. Cool. So after this, I'm going to have a simple validation just to make sure that we are setting this AppWrite app ID in here. Otherwise, we're going to throw an error. Now let's create an object called AppWrite config. And this is an object that we're going to be using across our application. So first of all, I'm going to define the AppWrite endpoint. And this is the one, just cloud.appwrite.io version 1. This is the endpoint that we're going to be using. Then let's specify the project ID, which comes from our environment variable. Now let's specify as well the platform. And this is going to be just our bundle identifier, guys. So we can grab this from the app.json, come in here and paste it in there. Now on this one, guys, be careful, especially if you're using a different bundle identifier and package for each platform. So in this case, we're using the same one, so we can just go ahead and add it in there. Then I also need to specify the database, right? So it's a good idea if you want to add this to your env so that no one else knows about this database. So I'm going to paste this in here. And yeah, so let's go ahead and actually use that from the process.env. And then we can specify the collections. So I'm going to say call. So if I select my database, I'm going to see my collections. And you want to make sure that you are using the same name, guys, for consistency. So I'm going to say chat rooms like this, and then messages. And let's copy these IDs in here. So let's paste this in here. And for messages, let's paste this in here. Okay, so this is our configuration. Now down here, I can initialize a new client by saying client equal to new client. Then we need to set the endpoint. Let's grab that from the configuration. Set project. Let's grab that from the config as well. And set platform. All these we're grabbing it from our configuration. Finally, I'm going to set my database as well. So we can say new database, and this is going to take the client. And then we can export our stuff that we're gonna be using. So we're gonna be using the database, and yeah, it says databases, but I'm going to rename this to be DB, just like that. I think that's easier to understand. I'm going to export as well my AppWrite config and my client, and hit save. And that's it, guys. That's all the configuration that we need to do. Just another note, you can abstract this in your environment variables if you want to. But yeah, so let's go ahead and hit save, close this. Close this, close, and then make sure to restart the server, guys, so that the new environment variables are loaded. Alrighty, guys, so back to the code, ready to keep developing. Let's go to the chat. And now here is where we are using our dummy data, and I don't want to use this anymore. So let's go ahead and track the state using our database in this case, right? So I'm going to import this type from my types. Let's delete this test data import, and let's import our database from AppWrite. All right, so now down here, I'm going to create a function called const fetch chat rooms. This is going to be an async function that is going to have a cool try catch that is going to just put in the console if something is wrong. And then we can start querying our database. How cool is that? So I'm going to say await db.list documents. And now this is going to take the database ID, as you can see here. So we can grab this from the AppWrite config.db, then the collection ID. So we can say AppWrite config.collection.chatrooms. And then we can also pass, as you can see, an array of queries. So I can say, for example, let me put this down here. So I can say, for example, query, and I'm importing this from React Native AppWrite dot. And as you notice, we can say very complicated stuff like equal to, ends with, greater than. And for example, here, I want to set the limit to only 100. Right? All right. And now this is complaining because my DB ID can be null. So let's quickly go to the AppWrite. And this is complaining because I don't have a validation like this one, right? So maybe I can say, or we don't have a public AppWrite DB, then we are sure that we are going to have these values. And down here, the error is going to disappear. Cool. So now this query, it's going to return some data, and we can destructure here the documents and the total. So down here, I can say console log documents and total and hit save. Now I want to fetch these docs as as soon as the component mounts. So let's go ahead and import use effect from React. And let's open the terminal and hit save. Make sure to use development client, and I'm going to reload the application. Okay, cool. And look at that, guys. We have data. Now let me actually improve this log by using a JSON stringify, hit save, and this is how the chat rooms look like. This is amazing, and this is what I was telling you before. This is going to come with an ID, created at, updated at, permissions, database collection, all this good stuff that we can use to validate stuff and display useful information to the user. So now what I want to do here, guys, is copy this and let's go to my types. And I want to ask ChatGPT to update this according to my data that I'm getting from AppWrite. So let's accept these changes. And now this is, this matches exactly what we're getting from the database. So let's go ahead and hit save. Let's go back in here. And then, of course, some things are going to change. But for now, I can just delete this and set this directly as chat room array. Cool. So let me just minimize this in here. And of course, now we need to say with $ID and in here as well. And everything else should remain the same. So let's go ahead and hit save. And now we have really cool data coming from our database and fully typed, right? Which I can say item dot and then access all these tabs that we have in here. So how cool is that? Okay, now if I navigate, this is actually going to pass the ID of the collection, right? And then we can do more complicated stuff based on that, like fetching all the messages that belong to this chat room. Now, before we move on, I want to complete my handle refresh logic in here. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to have a try catch. If we have an error, just put it in the console. And then set refreshing equal to true, fetch chat rooms, pretty good. Finally, set refreshing equal to false. So let's go ahead and hit save. And then now let's see if this is going to work. I need to add like a console log in here just so that we know that we actually refreshed. So I'm going to say swipe. And as you notice in the console, we get the refresh. Let's start with a new room. Okay, so if we navigate to this new chat, we need to create a new chat room. Now for these guys, I'm going to need an input. So I want to create a custom component for this as well. So I'm going to call this input.tsx. And then this is going to be just a React Native input, super simple, that is going to get the properties of a text input. But this is just so that we can rewrite the style in case we need to. And it's also as well so that this component has the style that we need and we can use it across screens and components. Super simple stuff, just passing the style that we are passing in the properties. And if we don't have anything, we're just going to have this default style, which is, padding, background color, which is using the 26. And I actually want to update this for my secondary, which is the name of this color, and hit save. Okay, so now we can use this input. Let me close this. Let's go to the new room. And I'm going to start by defining 3 variables using useState. So let's go ahead and import this from React. Then in here, I can start using my input. So let's import my input from my components. So this one is going to be for the name. And then we can have another one for the description. And if I hit save, this is how it looks. Let's add a padding and gap of 16. And if you remember, guys, we set these, for example, if I go to the chat rooms, we set these attributes to have a max length and max width, right? And it would be a good idea, for example, if you go to the description, I set this to 500. So it's a good idea to have in here a limit, which is going to be max length of 100. And for the title, we used 200. So let's go ahead and say max length of 200. So this ensures that we're not going to break the database, right? And if you can increase this accordingly if you need to. Now this input actually takes a style as well, and I can set the height a bit higher. And then I can say text aligned to the top and then set this to be multi-line. And now this looks amazing and I can start typing stuff and this should work just fine. And that's basically all I want to have in here, guys. Now, for the create button, I want to update my header here. So I want to have a header right. So what I'm going to do is just create this fragment and let's import React at the top so that we don't get that warning. And then we can use stack from export router. So I can say stack.screen, then we can define some options for this specific screen, like the header right. So for my header right, I'm going to have just a simple button, and this button is going to be from React Native, so I don't want to have anything super fancy. Let's say create. And this is how it looks. And in here I can do some things like, for example, check if this is loading, then the title is going to be creating. Otherwise, it's going to be create, and we can, keep adding more super nice validations, like for example, disabled. And I want to disable this if we don't have a room title, right? So I can say room name. So if this is equal to an empty string, then I want to disable this, right? And then of course, when we press this button, I want to handle the create room, which is this function that we have in here. Okay, so let's test this. If I type something, you can see that the button is enabled on the top right. And if I delete, it gets disabled, which is great. Okay, so the first thing that I want to do is set is loading equal to true. And let me just delete this for now. I want to add a finally as well, which is going to set is loading equal to false. And then in here, we can have the business logic. So this actually looks right from ChatGPT. Let's import this from AppWrite. This is going to create a new document. So let's import our configuration. We need to specify the database, the column, and then after the column, actually, I need to specify as well the ID. So I'm going to import this from AppWrite, and the ID is very important that we set this to be unique. Okay, and I'm missing this curly braces. Okay, and if I hit save, this is how it looks. And this is basically all we need to create a new record, guys. So we're just passing the parameters, which is title and description. We're setting an ID to be unique and just specifying which collection, which is going to be the chat rooms in our database, of course. And that's all it is to this screen, honestly. Let's go ahead and create a test chat and some description and press on create. I see the create, of course, but actually after this, I want to redirect the user. So we can use router.goback. So let's import use router from export router and hit save. Let's actually go back because I think this was created. So if I refresh, now I can see the test chat down here, which is working just fine. Now let's test this one more time, just passing some random values in here. Okay. Now another thing that I want to do is actually disable this button when we are loading. So yeah, we can say it's loading. So this is going to prevent the user from pressing when we are actually creating a record. Let's refresh. And now we have this item in here, which is working amazingly fine. So now we are ready to start working on the chat room screen. So let me just go ahead and close everything. Let's go to the chat dynamic route, which is getting this chat by ID. And then in here, we need to do a couple things. Fetch the messages. But on top of that, I want to do something more advanced with AppWrite, which is create a subscription so that we don't have to fetch these messages manually. We can just connect to kind of like a WebSocket, and the messages are going to be arriving as soon as they are created, so the user doesn't have to refresh or anything. Now, it's very important to only fetch the messages for each specific chat room, right? So we don't want to subscribe to all the messages, for example. We actually want to subscribe only to the specific chat room that the user is in. So let's see how we can do that. First of all, let's go ahead and define this messages variable that ChatGPT is giving me here. Let's go ahead and import this from the types, as well as let's import all as React from React. Okay, and then we can say React dot use state. Cool. So this is another way of doing things. Now in here, guys, I want to have actually an early return. And if we don't have like a chat ID in this screen, because it could be that the user is navigating directly without a chat ID, then we can just return this text or just simply redirect the user back if you prefer. But yeah, I think this is good for now. This is going to ensure that we actually have a chat ID. Okay, so after this, I'm going to create a isLoading variable that looks like that. First of all, it's going to be false. And down here, I can have a validation, for example, that if this is loading, then I want to show an activity indicator. But of course, this activity indicator, it's going to come from React Native and it's going to be centered on screen. All right, so down here, if this is not loading, of course, I want to render my screen. And then I'm going to have some configuration on my stack. So let's import this from React Native. Sorry, from Export Router. And the title of this one is actually going to be the chat room name. So I need to fetch the information of the chat room before I can set this. But for now, let's just set this as to be chat. Now, the next thing that I want to do, guys, is actually focus on creating messages. So let's navigate to the first chat room in here. And let's work on creating messages so that we can, fetch them later or subscribe to them. So I'm going to replace this and I'm going to use a safe area view. And I'm going to import this from React Native safe area context. Very important. The reason for that is because I want to be able to use these edges and I want to basically use the safe area only at the bottom of the screen. So I can say like this. Inside this safe area, I'm going to use the classic keyboard avoiding view from React Native. Now, if you want a more robust keyboard handling library, you can use React Native Keyboard Controller, which is super nice. But for now, I just want to keep things simple and just use the default from React Native. And I think we can manage to make it work nicely if we add some configuration, and we're going to do that in a moment. So first of all, here I want to add a style of flex of 1. I'm going to set the behavior as well to be padding, and then I'm going to set the keyboard vertical offset to be actually the header height, and we can get this header height using this use header height, and we can use this use header height from React Navigation Elements. So up here, I'm going to import this hook from React Navigation Elements. This is going to give me the header height, and this is perfect because I can use this value to manage the offset of my view. So this is going to always show the input just above the keyboard. So next, I want to use my legend list finally. And then this is going to be super similar to the flat list. So for data, let's pass the messages. So far it's going to be an empty array, which is totally okay for now. Let's just pass a simple render item like this. Okay, so we don't see anything on screen, which is totally okay. And then I want to use the keyboard stuff. Sorry, the input stuff. So let's say keyboard input stuff. And then for this, I'm going to create a view that is actually going to render a text input from React Native. So I'm not going to be using my components in this, since this text input is actually a bit different. So let's add a placeholder. Yeah, that says message. And as you notice, right at the bottom of the screen, I'm able to see it. And if I open my keyboard, this is actually working just fine. I can see it just above the keyboard, which is good. So then I'm going to create a pressable, and this is going to contain the send message button, which, you guessed it, is going to be an icon symbol that I can import from my components. And the name is going to be actually paper plane. Hit save. Okay, so here we have it. So the color is going to be gray, but it's actually going to be great if we don't have a message content, right? So we need to create some other variables for this, like message content using use state. So then I can validate here that, yeah, so this is going to be for the input. But in here, I want to say that if we don't have a message content, then this is going to be gray. Otherwise, it's going to be apple blue
or primary, which is the color name. So let's hit save. And yeah, I need to validate that this is an empty string. Okay, so that's great now. Cool. So that's for the icon, but I also want to disable this if we don't have content. So for this, first of all, I'm going to add a style as well, just so that we know that this has a width and height of 50 all the time. And that's how it looks. Okay, so now let's add a style to this input. So I want to say min height of 40, since this is actually going to be a multi-line input. So let's actually say that in here. Placeholder text color is going to be gray. And that's it. Now I want to add a style to this container. Okay, so let's take this from ChatGPT. So I will also want a border. Okay, so let's hit save. And this is a lot of border radius. So I'm going to set this to be 20 only. Okay, it's looking good. Yeah, let's remove this. I want to say margin bottom of 10 and margin horizontal of 10. I want to reduce this to be 8, hit save. So if I start typing, you notice that the letters are black. So let's go to the input and set the color to be white. Hit save, that's how it looks. Now, as you notice, the text input is not growing. So I'm gonna say flex grow to 1, and this is going to push the input with the available space, and that's how it looks. I'm gonna add a padding of 10. Now this looks good, but let's start typing. And as you notice, it's pushing the icon out of the screen. For that, we can simply fix it using a flex shrink. This is going to prevent that basically, and it's going to, bring it down, which is going to show the multi-line input. And that's basically it. And I think now we are ready to start sending this message. So let's go up here and let's create this const send message function, which is going to have a try catch. Let's put in the console for now. Okay, so first of all, I want to validate that we actually have some content, and we can say message content trim. If this is equal to an empty string, just return, don't do anything. Now, the next thing that I want to do is construct the new message. This is going to be an object. And for this, I actually need to know who is the current authenticated user. So for that, we can come here and grab the user from clerk. All right, this is the user. Now I can simply start, typing this accordingly. First of all, the content is going to be the message content. Sender ID is going to be the user ID. Sender name is going to be the user full name. And by the way, this is fully typed and it's coming from clerk. Sender photo, we can grab this as well from the user. Image URL, this is the field. And something super important, the chat room ID. All right, this is how it looks. So once that I have the data that I want to save, we can use our DB. So I'm gonna say await DB. Let's import these from AppWrite. Create document. It requires the database ID. So let's bring the AppWrite config.db. Then the collection ID, which is going to be AppWrite collections. In this case, it's going to be messages. Let's import ID from AppWrite. It has to be a unique ID. And then the input or data, as you notice here. Yeah, it is complaining because I need to change this to be async. Cool. Once the document is created, I want to reset the content of the input to be an empty string again. And now something important here, guys. After I do this, I want to update the chat room ID, updated add field. And this is so that we can actually subscribe to this specific chat room ID and listen for updates. So if we update this current chat room once we create a message, this is going to allow us to refetch the messages every time that this chat room gets updated. So let's say await DB. In this case, it's going to be update document. Let's pass the AppWrite config DB. And then the collection, let's say AppWrite collections chat room. Document ID is going to be the chat room ID. So this is the chat ID that we are getting from the local parameters. So this is actually what I want to update, and the fields that I want to update, it's going to be the updated at with a new date. And let's change this to be 2. Okay, so this is how it looks. And this is actually going to allow us to subscribe to the chat room But for now, let's just test this if this works. I'm going to type some stuff and press on send. Let me open this so that we know if we have any errors. So I'm going to press this button. Yeah, and it's not doing anything. So let me just go ahead and call this on press send message. Hit save and let's send this message. Okay, and I got this current user is not authorized to perform this request. And I know what is the issue, guys. So let's go to the chat rooms. When we set the settings to the chat room, we didn't specify update. So let's go ahead and update this in here. And now we should be able to update chat rooms. So if I go back, let's try to just refresh this in here. And then let's go to chat room 1. And then, yeah, so let's type something, send. And now this time it worked. Now, of course, we are not fetching the messages yet, but I didn't get the error. Cool. So yeah, it's cool that the permissions are working. Now let's try and fetch these messages by chat room. So I'm going to minimize this function. And in here, I'm going to say const get messages. Let's add a try catch. Let's see if ChatGPT can do that. Okay, and messages are going to look something like this, list documents, and this is going to bring the documents as well as the total. Now we need to pass as well the collection, and then we can specify a query array. So I'm going to import query. First of all, I want to fetch all the messages that belong to this chat room ID. So I can say chat room, that the chat room is equal to chat ID as string. I'm going to order this actually descending based on the created at. And then I also want to limit this to be 100 items maximum, because I think that's going to be overkill. More than that, we should implement pagination. Okay, then I can set the messages based on the documents as an array of messages. Okay, so let's hit save. Now, on top of this, I'm going to create a function. So I'm going to say const handle first load. And in this function, I want to just call get messages for now. And then I want to include this function in a use effect. So let's create a use effect. And then just call handle first load. Hit save. Okay, and now I can see the messages that I created before. I also want to get the information of the chat room, right? So let's go ahead and create this function in here, get chat room. And let's store this, of course, in here. So let's say chat room. Let's import this type. Okay, and actually when we are getting a specific document, we're going to get this directly in here. So I can simply say set as chat room. And then once I get that information, I can actually change this title to be the chat room name. So I can say chat room title. Okay, and now I need to call this function in the first load as well, so that we get the chat room info. And there we have it. So that's the title of the chat room. Now, actually, as you notice, guys, every time that I saved, sometimes these messages jump around. And the reason for that is because we are missing a lot of properties in the legend list here. So actually I have some properties in here that I'm going to paste. The first one is going to be the key extractor. Of course, this is like the key for each item. And then the content container style, just adding a padding, recycle items equal to true. This is so that it performs better. But actually to have this, we need to have a estimated item size. And this is the estimated height of the item so that legend list can recycle the view in a performant manner. And then I also have other properties like align items at. This is going to align to the end of the screen. So if there is only a few items, there will be enough padding at the top to make them appear to be at the bottom. So if I hit save now, we can actually we should be able to see this in action here. Just go ahead and refresh and try to do this again. Okay, and as you notice, it is showing at the bottom of the screen, which is good. And if I open my keyboard, you can see that the items are at the bottom, which is great. Maintain scroll at the end. This property will check if you already scroll at the bottom when data changes. So meaning that when we create a new item, It's going to make sure that we remain at the bottom, which is what we want in a chat application. This is just a threshold that will check if you already have scrolled at the bottom when the data changes. And if so, it keeps you scrolled at the bottom, which is good. This property, maintain visible content position, automatically adjusts the item position when items are added or removed above the viewport so that there is no shift in the visible content. Now I want to actually work on the render item. So far, as you notice, we're returning this component directly, but I actually want to change this to be a return like this. Okay, this is going to allow me to have validations, for example, if the user is the sender. And I can simply validate that by checking the sender ID of this message and then compare this with the current authenticated user. Then with this variable, I can have some really nice validations in here. So let's add this style. First of all, let's add a padding of 10, border radius of 10 as well, flex duration, row. All right, so in here, guys, I want to have this image from the user. So let's hit save. Cool. So then after this, I want to show the sender name. All right, let's put this inside a view, and I can add a styled background color. Depending if it's the sender, I want to use the primary. Otherwise, I want to use the secondary color. So let's hit save. All right, that's cool. So I'm gonna add a flex of 1, padding and border. So for the sender name, I want to have the font weight bold, and I want a very minimal margin bottom of 4. Hit save. So after this, I also want to display the time with, small size aligned to the right. And this is how we can actually format the created ad to have only hour and minutes. So if I hit save, this is how it looks. All right, then in here, let's add a gap of 6. Right, now I only want to actually show the image if it's not the sender. So I can validate this like this. Yeah, and I don't need actually the curly. All right, that sounds good. That looks good, but it's taking too much space. So I'm gonna set the max width of this to be only 80% of the screen. Align self. I want to align this to the end if I am the sender, otherwise flex start. So to test how different users look like, let's go ahead and bring my iPhone SE. So let me just go ahead and select this in here. And this is going to bring it on top of my screen, which is good. Okay, so let's go ahead and sign in. Good thing is that I have a different account in this device. So if I continue, this is going to authenticate me, and then I can select the chat room 1, and I can see that there is a couple of messages. So let's start typing stuff. And if I send, of course, this is not going to update yet because we need to actually add the, the subscription to this event. So for that, let's go to the chat screen. Let me minimize this for now. But if I go back and return, yeah, we should be able to see the new message. Yeah, and I'm going to switch this to be ascending so that the new message is at the bottom. Let's see, let's send a test. I'm gonna press on send and then go back. Okay, and my new message is there. Cool. Now, of course, this is not real-time functionality, right? We need to add a listener. And that is actually super easy with AppWrite. So after this use effect, I'm actually going to create a new one. And this is how it looks. First of all, we need to define the channel that we want to subscribe to. And we can conform this by saying databases dot, and then we can specify the AppWrite config dot db. Then we need to say collections. And then we specify the collection that we want to subscribe to. So we want to subscribe actually to the chat rooms. And then the documents is going to be the chat ID. So let's say unsubscribe, and in here actually need to use the client. So let's import this from our configuration, and then we can say subscribe. This is going to take the channel, so we can pass the channel directly, and then a callback that is going to return the event or payload, and then we can do stuff with this event. If I hover, you can see that we have the type, which is real-time response. But right now, actually, I'm not going to use that, because if we hit this callback, it means that the channel was updated, and also means that we need to refetch the messages. So I'm just going to call get messages. Now, when we unmount this component, we want to call unsubscribe like this, and let's hit save. Now, of course, I want to run this use effect each time that the chat ID changes. So I'm going to add this to the dependencies. All right, moment of true. Let's bring the device and start typing stuff. So I'm going to say, hey, stuff. And boom. So we have the real-time functionality, and I can reply on the other side. And in both devices, we get, the messages in real time, of course, with the style according to our needs. So this is amazing. This is great. And it was actually super easy to integrate. Alrighty, guys. So next, I want to start working on the profile screen. So I'm going to minimize this. Let's close this chat. This is stable for now. And let's go to the profile screen. This screen as well is going to allow the user to sign out and also add passkeys for authentication. So the sign out is actually super easy. We can simply say use user from clerk. And as well, we also have this use auth from clerk expo. And from this, we can grab the sign out. So I can just add this quick button from our button, and then we can say sign out. But actually, I don't want to have this in here. I want to create a proper handler for this. So let's say handle sign out like this. And then we're also going to need the router. So I'm going to say use router. Let's import this from expo router. And in here, we can, replace this for the entry point and then call this function like this. So if I come here and say sign out, this is actually going to replace the navigation for the authentication segment. And if I reload, it's going to, keep me signed out. So let's go ahead and continue with Google again. Select my account, continue, and boom. So that was cool. Now let's actually, add some styling here. I'm going to add the image of the user. So let's grab this from ChatGPT. Of course, I need to import this from React Native. Okay, let's go back to the screen. Nice, that's how it looks. Okay, so let's add this. I don't want the justifier, so let's just save this like this. And I want to add a padding of 16 and a gap of 16 as well. All right, so after this view, I'm going to create a new view, and then I'm going to just display the user name and email. And this is how it looks. But in this case, I just want to say align items to the center and hit save. Let's make this, with font size of 24 and font weight bold. All right, that looks so much better. And then we can actually display the passkeys that the user has registered. So we can say const passkeys equal to user.passkeys. Now, if we don't have anything, I'm just going to use an empty array. And down here, I'm going to create kind of like another segment that is going to contain the passkeys. So let's add a quick style in here. I'm going to give it a width of 100% and then a margin top of 32 and a gap of 16 as well. All right, and then in here, I'm going to have a text that says passkeys. Let's give it a style. Okay, that looks pretty good. Hit save. Cool. Now we can actually start iterating over these passkeys. It's important to notice, guys, that users can have up to 10 passkeys maximum. Also, each passkey is going to have a name, an ID, and then you can also explore like the properties like when it was created. So in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and display like the name, the ID, and the created at so that the user knows, okay, when did I create this passkey? And then the last used at, that's pretty cool that we have that field as well. And then I'm going to add this delete, right? And this is going to use a touchable opacity from React Native. And we can actually delete super easily just by calling passkey delete. And that's it. And I think we can actually just call this like this, and this should work. So if I hit save, as you notice, we don't have any passkeys yet. And actually, it's a good time to say that if the passkeys length is equal to 0, we can just say no passkeys found, as you see. And then after this, I can simply add a button to create a passkey. And to create a passkey is super easy as well. We can just call user.createPasskey, and that's it. So if I hit save now and open the console, press this add passkey, this is going to actually start the native code integration, and it's going to ask me to use Face ID. So let's go ahead and continue. And if you remember, we can kind of fake this Face ID by saying option command M, I think. Yeah. And this is going to create a new passkey. So super easy, as you can see. And now that I have this passkey, I can sign out the user. And the next time that I try to sign in again with passkeys, it's going to ask me, it's going to detect that I already have a passkeys for this application. So we can continue option command M, and this is going to sign me in using Face ID. So how cool is that? If I bring the other device, of course, this one does not have any passkeys yet, and it's totally okay, right? So yeah, down here, we have the real-time functionality. And from here, guys, it's just a matter of keep tweaking and adding more stuff if you want to. So yeah, so super excited for this application, guys. As you notice, it's not super complicated to add this kind of functionality, and it's super fast because I provided a minimum height, and we're using legend list, which is super fast. And yeah, so basically that's all I wanted to show you guys for this video. And that brings us till the end of this video, guys. I'm super excited for all the things that we accomplished in this video because it's a fairly complex application that allows multi-user chats with real-time functionality. We have passkeys, sign in with Google, real-time database, easy configuration, beautiful UI. I mean, a lot of things, and it actually wasn't super hard to implement, right? So I hope you liked this video. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Don't forget to check out the project at codewithbeto.dev. I'm going to leave the link in the description in case you want to tweak the UI, the style in Figma, or just check the source code in case you are missing something. Just go to the source code and you'll find everything available in there for free. Don't forget to check out my React Native course as well at codewithbeto.dev. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, give it a like, leave me a comment, and I'll see you in the next one.